Hello, YouTube. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is very well and that this is all coming through okay. Let me know if it is. I think it is. Hang on a second. I see why you won't be able to see me yet, YouTube, because I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. That should hopefully be better. How's that? Hello, YouTube. Can you all see me okay? Is it all okay? Hopefully it's good. I think it is. Seems okay. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. I hope that you're all okay. Just waiting for the all good. All good on YouTube. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate that. Evening Nope John says Ashley. That's awesome. Absolutely brilliant. I hope that you are all really, really well and having a fantastic weekend. I'm having a lovely weekend. It's fairly warm in the UK. Not as crazy as it was last month, but pretty warm. And pretty good. And we are going to run this topic again. I did this. This was the first topic I did while I was away, and I was surprised. It did really well, and people seem to want to interact with it. So I thought, well, we'll run it again because I really like talking about this. Of course, the subject being a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. And somebody, when I posted the sort of trailer for this on YouTube earlier, said, surely you mean should not. And I said, no, I actually mean could not, because it's not to say that any God could not. I'm not saying no God could send someone to hell. I'm saying a good God couldn't, because if people get sent to hell for non-belief, that cannot be good. That would be an example of people being punished for things they didn't choose to do. And I can't square that with goodness, and I don't think anyone else can. So that's why I quite like this topic, because it kind of sounds like it's making a really fundamental error, but when you look a bit closer, it isn't. It's actually completely sound. So there we are. IcePick says 87 here on the way to 95. Wow, that's pretty hot. That's pretty hot, Ice. And Tom says raining in Scotland. Yeah, so what's new? You get a lot of rain up there, don't you, in Scotland? But it is very beautiful. Scotland is beautiful. If you've never been to Scotland, go. It's stunning. And who else we got? Lathe of Heaven, great to see you too. And the wonderful Pamela is in as well. And JEC. And who else have we got? It's all good. Indentured Cervix is in. And Kelly. And the wonderful Gordon Love Science is here as well. And Flippity Giblets. All the good people are all here. So that makes me very, very happy. I'm very thrilled about this. And Sean, apart from rocking your AC/DC, what are you up to? What's going on in your world?
Back in black. Oh, not a whole lot. Just same old same. There's nothing big to report. There's a excursion I'm looking into from recovering from religion that misinterpretations told me about. When I get that lined up, I'm gonna kind of put it out there as just what it is, and some more information.
I meant to say I watched your interview on there, Sean. Brilliant.
Oh,
Loved
thank
it.
you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think you should do more stuff like that. People are always asking me, does Sean have a channel? Where can we see more of Sean? You are a man much in demand, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so we have our first guest. It looks like Antwion Horton is coming in on the TikTok side. So we will bring them in right now. Hey, Antwion, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, John?
You all right?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you indeed. Welcome in.
So
you are our first guest.
So I'm actually an atheist, and I really didn't know if I could actually call in on this. I just tuned in. I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to be here.
Yeah, this is the debate stream. But if you want to call in next Friday, we've got the After Hours show Friday coming up, where anyone can call in, and we welcome calls from friendlies and anyone to talk about anything at all. But yeah, this one is just the debates.
Okay, my bad. Sorry about that.
All right, buddy. Thanks for calling in, though. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks, man. Take care. All right. Well, that was that. There we go. Someone else will call, and we will have a debate, I'm sure. I was amazed. The first stream in the US, and it was such a weird setup because I just went and hired this completely characterless, awful little corporate room for a day. But it was amazing because for some reason, the viewing figures on that first stream from the US were about 3 times what they normally are. I don't know. It's because at first I wondered if it was because I was over there and the algorithm was treating the feed differently, but I don't think it was, because then the next one wasn't like that. Maybe it was just not having streamed for a bit, and absence makes the internet's heart grow fonder. I'm not sure, but yeah, we had about north of 40,000 people watched the live, and then it climbed up to about 50-something thousand after that, which is wild. It's not normally that high. I have absolutely no idea why. A couple of people messaged me and said, "Why were so many people watching?" I have no idea. The algorithms on these platforms are just like, they're completely black boxed. Nobody knows how they work. It's a complete mystery. And you can think you've cracked it. You can think you know how to kind of work the system. You don't. Nobody has a clue. It's completely wild. All right. We have another guest. This looks like Carl. So we will bring Carl in right now. Hey, Carl. How are you?
Hey there. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing excellent. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. You're our first proper guest. We had another guest before who was just calling in by accident, but welcome in.
Oh, well, hey, thank you very much. I saw your tagline at the top and thought, hey, I'll hit request. Maybe I'll get in 30 minutes, and that was pretty quick. So,
well, yeah, it tends to get busy later on. Once the stream starts, we just started like 5 minutes ago. So once the stream starts going, there's a bit of a queue. But you got in at the beginning, and there is no queue, so you're straight in. So welcome.
Well, very nice.
Sure.
Well, hey, I'd love to ask, have you heard sort of the Catholic thought on hell and what it is as a choice from the individual? Because I agree, I agree with the thought is, a good God cannot send anyone to hell for non-belief in the way that kind of is commonly thought about. I don't think you're crazy for thinking that. I think it's a relatively normal thought.
Yeah.
But hell is the separation from God. So it's the individual's choice. Have you heard about that at all?
I have, of course. Yeah, I have. But I still think that there's a conversation of moral substance to be had, even if we define hell merely as a separation from God. I would start by saying, well, I think that I'm separated from God now because I don't believe a God exists, and so it's hard to see what kind of meaningful connection I could have with a God. But let's assume that I do have a connection with God, even though I don't know it, that I'm deriving some benefit from a connection which is assisting me in some way, even if I don't know about it. If that thing is going to be withdrawn at the end of my life, purely on the basis of what my beliefs are, that would still be immoral.
I understand. What I'm saying is there isn't a thing that you're going to be withdrawn from. It would just be more of the same, right? And I may be incorrect on this, and I may not be up to date on my on my beliefs. I could be totally incorrect, but it should be that there is no change. That really hell is more of the same, is not going to be separated, whereas heaven is love, is a place of love, is that infinite love, is God's love, right? So it's not like the old paradox of believe because you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't, right?
Is it the case that there's a reward of some sort that's going to be distributed to everybody who believes the correct things, and everyone else just won't get the reward?
It's not even necessarily believing the right thing. It's acting and having that love and making that choice to be with God. And I wouldn't say the reward. The reward is the action in itself.
If you don't believe in God, can you choose to be with God?
Well, no. Could you?
Okay,
you couldn't really choose to be with God if you don't believe.
Right. So therein lies the problem. So like if I don't believe God exists, what am I supposed to do about it? Because I can't just magic belief into my head. Like I can no more believe Jesus is God than I can believe Superman is real. Like I literally am incapable of it. So what am I supposed to do about that?
You know what? I honestly, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a little bit, I'm going to be 100% frank with you. I'm absolutely hammered. I'm not a good guest right now.
That's quite the admission. Okay, well that's
I had 6 beers this morning. I've been at the pool all day. I did not think I was going to get in, but I just wanted to chat with you guys for a bit. If you want to cut me off, that's totally fine.
Well, we won't cut you off for that, but I would say, maybe think about that, because all of this stuff is still, the kind of moral calculation here is still the same. You can play with the dials in terms of hell not being a punishment, or it could be just that there is some special reward that everyone gets if they have a relationship with God, but if they don't have a relationship with God, they don't get it. But what you can't do is locate. You can't locate a choice anywhere in that, because as Sean said, you can't have a location. You can't have a relationship with God if you don't believe there's a God to have a relationship with. And if you're not convinced there is one, there's nothing you can do to just decide to be convinced of that if you're not convinced of it. And so it would still be immoral of God to withhold privileges that he's giving everyone else just because they happened to become convinced of the correct things. And then the people who weren't convinced of those things don't get the lovely afterlife privileges, whatever they may be.
I understand what you're saying. But I think the fundamental part where we disagree is that belief is or is not a choice. And belief in that love is or is not a choice. And if you don't believe it's a choice, that's great. I'm not going to convince you one way. You're not going to convince me the other way. And that's totally fine. And we can end it there. But I believe it is absolutely a choice.
Well, I've tested it, and at least it's not a choice for me. I mean, I'm not an anomaly. Many former Christians tried to continue believing and could not, because belief doesn't work that way. I mean, you agree you can't just, I'm going to the extreme for a reason. You agree you can't just decide, I'm going to believe leprechauns are real, and then, ta-da, you believe in leprechauns. Like you can't do it, right?
Yeah, you know what, and that's a great point. You can bring it to the extreme for me to help me understand like that, and I still can't wrap my head around it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, just like after the call, because like you've been an honest interlocutor, and I don't want to like catch you off guard when you're 6 sheets to the wind, or 3 sheets to the wind is the term actually, right? But like after this call, think about this. Try to believe in Superman. Try to believe in things you don't believe. You just can't do it. You're either convinced of a thing or you're not.
Hey, look, and I will say, and I know this is a bit of an aside, just a little bit about me. I've been born and raised Catholic, going to Catholic school my entire life. I love discussions like these. I love thinking about these things a different way, and I absolutely will. I absolutely will think about this afterwards. And even though I'm 3 sheets in the wind, as you said.
Yeah, I said 6 for some reason, but because you said 6 beers. One last thing. The hell you described, it's just like now, only, everything is just as it is now, only we don't have God with us. All the Christians are gone. I actually like that. So we could finally in the U.S. institute universal health care, gun safety laws. We can do put investments into science, build schools. I would love it. Just all the Christians are now in heaven, and that sounds like our paradise. So maybe that's a good thing.
Hey, I'm not going to tell you I don't have any. I have problems with evangelicals as well.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right. Well, Carl, thanks for calling in. We I would say drink some water. Take a paracetamol to get ahead of the hangover, and all will be good.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Hey, thank you for welcoming me on. I appreciate you guys having me.
Take it easy, Carl. Take care. Thanks.
You too. Have a good one.
Bye. All right, there we are. That was Carl. Okay, so a couple of bits of housekeeping while we wait for the guests to arrive. I'm going to put the link in both chats for Rate My Guest. This is the way that you guys can all get involved with real-time peer review of the people we speak to and of the conversations we have here. It's a really good way of feeding back in real time. I put it into both links. If you've not used it before, you just copy the link into a browser and you move the little ball around on the screen. Up and down is the quality of the arguments. Left and right is the quality of the person's goodwill in coming in, and every conversation gets a score, and then we get a leaderboard at the end and we see who the best calls were with, the best conversations, and which ones were maybe not so great. So we're going to get Bernard in next. Is going to be our next guest coming in right now. Hey Bernard, how are you?
Not too bad.
Good.
Yeah,
Welcome up.
I don't, I don't know if you still remember me from last time. And
We spoke on the 13th of July, is what I have here, but I don't have more notes about that.
yeah, and I know I'm not a very good debater, so you obliterated me very quickly. But anyway,
Well done
I
for coming back again. We appreciate that. What's your thought?
yeah, and I don't plan to be here for too long because I know you will put me in a corner. But anyway, I just have a question, yeah?
Sure.
So I needed to ask, what if you genuinely believed that there was no hell, yeah?
Yeah.
And then you died and then discovered that he really existed or God really existed, yeah?
Yes.
For example, like let's say, for example, like people in prison who don't want to be there for some reason. So what if you found yourself there and you can change the outcome when it's too late? How would it be like for you?
It would obviously be quite unpleasant. And I would hope that I would get a chance to make my case, right? And to say to whoever put me there, why have you put me here for being intellectually honest? What kind of moral logic condemns a man or a woman or a person to an eternity in some kind of punishment, hell, prison, annihilation, whatever it is you want to use, purely for being honest about what they found convincing? Because it doesn't really make moral sense to me. Does it make moral sense to you to punish someone for what they found convincing?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. At the minute, I'm trying to go deep, to dig deep into the Bible. So I don't know everything. I'm not like a scholar.
Sure.
I don't have all the answers. But based on the little knowledge that I have, I know the Bible says, like, there is a place where I read in Deuteronomy, it says, I have set two things before you, heaven and hell.
Yeah.
Life and death. So choose life. So it's like how that resonates with me. It's like God does not send anyone to hell. It's like they send themselves because you are given choices, options.
Yeah.
So it's like you choose for yourself. That's how I see it.
What if the rule for going to hell was only people who can multiply 7-digit numbers together in their head and get the correct answer instantly would go to heaven? Imagine if that was God's rule, right? If his rule was, if you can take 2 7-digit numbers and multiply them together in your head, you can get into heaven. But if you can't, then you're sending yourself to hell because you're choosing not to be able to do that. Would that be a fair rule?
Okay, could you break down that for me a little bit?
Yeah.
Could you
Yeah.
elaborate?
So if God made a rule and he said only people who can multiply 7-digit numbers together can get into heaven, that's my rule. And if you can't do it, well, you're choosing not to do it. If you choose not to be able to multiply 7-digit numbers together in your head, then you're going to go to hell for that, and it's your choice. You're sending yourself there because you're choosing not to do that. Would that be fair?
I would answer your question by posing another question to you. I would ask, let's say, for example, you manufacture cars, yeah? Like a Toyota, for example.
But could you just answer my question with an answer, if you don't mind, rather than another question? You should be able to answer this. I'm just asking you what your opinion is. In your opinion, would it be fair if that was the test for heaven and hell?
Yeah, I'm using this analogy, the one which I'm trying to explain, to answer you. Because let's say, for example, you assemble a car. Or let's say, for example, like, there is a company called IKEA, yeah? So they will send you something, let's say, for example, a table, and you assemble that. So if God, let's say, for example, like the person who assembles a car,
yeah,
if you are able to manufacture this car, then I believe you are able to, what is the right word? Because I'm not English, so I'll try to look for a better word. Disassemble, I don't know, to assemble and disassemble. right?
Yeah,
This
but
is
I don't think
going nowhere.
your example isn't answering the question I asked you. So,
I'm
so
saying that,
if you could answer it with a
If
yes
you
or no,
believe-
and then you can
yeah, yeah.
qualify it if you want to. I'm not trying to box you in.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get.
Okay.
I'm trying to illustrate a point for you. So let's bring it back again. If God said that if you can multiply two 7-digit numbers together, you go to heaven, and if you can't do that, well, you're choosing not to, and so you're going to go to hell. Would that be fair?
Okay. Now this is how I will answer. Now, God being the creator, yeah, if He created you, that means He knows your capacity. So that means He cannot tell you to do something that is not within your capacity to do.
Okay, I'll accept that as an answer. So would you agree that knowing the fact that most people can't do that, it would be unfair because He would be asking of them something they can't do, correct?
He will be asking them something that they can do.
That they can't do, and therefore it would be unfair, right?
No, he said can do. Sorry, John. Bernard said can do. John said can. He would be asking them something they cannot do.
Most people are unable to do this, right? I gave an example of something that most people are unable to do, or to bench press a ton, right? It's something that most people can't do. So if God made that the test, something that people can't do, and then someone said, well, you're just choosing not to do it, you would recognize that this was morally unacceptable, wouldn't you?
Let's say, for example, the people who
we don't need more examples. I'm looking for a yes or a no, just to get you focusing here.
I'm trying to give you a very nice answer. So
just a succinct one would be great at this point.
Bernard, you can say yes or no, and then explain your answer. We're not going to cut you off right at yes or no.
Yeah, it will be unfair for me to say a straight yes without explaining.
You can then say yes and explain. That's fine. So let's ask the question again, and then you can say yes or no. Would it be fair if God said you can get into heaven? Let's use another example which is similar. As long as you can run 100 meters in 5 seconds, you can get into heaven. And if not, well, you're choosing not to. Would that be fair?
Yeah, it won't be fair. But then again, it will be difficult for him to ask you to run 100 meters in 5 seconds if he knows that you can do it.
Right. Exactly. Okay, so this is the profound truth here, because I could no more easily believe that Jesus is real than I could run 100 meters in 5 seconds. Both of those are things I'm not capable of doing. And what the Bible does is it paints belief as a choice that you can make. Everyone has a choice. So people say God's not sending you to hell. You're sending yourself there by the choices you make not to have a relationship with Jesus. Well, the problem is that I can't have a relationship with Jesus if I'm not convinced Jesus exists. And right now, I'm not convinced Jesus exists. So it's no easier than running 100 meters in 5 seconds or multiplying 7-digit numbers together in my head. I'm not capable of doing any of those things. And so the test for whether you go to heaven or hell is unfair, because God would be asking something that he would know we can't do.
Okay, so now the question is, the question that I have for you, based on your argument, is why is it so easy to believe? Let's say, for example, you read a history book like the Charles Darwin theory and all those kind of things. Why is it so easy to believe other books, but when it comes to the Bible, it becomes very quick to discredit it and say it's not the truth?
It would depend what you're talking about, right? Because I don't believe things just because I read them in a book. We believe things based on the amount and the quality of evidence for them. So you don't just pick up a book and say, oh, it said it in this book, therefore I believe it, and it said this in the Bible and I'm just choosing not to. That would be a bit silly. So we apportion our confidence to the evidence, both the quality and the amount of it.
Yeah, there is a lot of evidence in the Bible that shows that the Bible is true.
There isn't. And the thing is,
Yeah,
you would
there
need
is, and
evidence from outside.
I can prove it to you.
But Bernard,
I
you would
can,
need evidence from outside the Bible.
can
Otherwise,
I prove it to you?
well, you can try, but everything if you're going to
Yeah,
quote the
let me
Bible,
try.
but before you do,
Let me
if you're going,
try.
but I'd be delighted if you did. But before you do, you must understand that before you can't use the Bible as the evidence for the Bible being true, because you would have to establish first that the Bible is an authority, and that would have to come from outside the Bible. Otherwise, it's a circular argument, because you're required to believe that the Bible is true in order to validate that the Bible is true, which is silly, isn't it?
And even the things which are happening in the world right now, they have already been, it's like so many prophecies are already unfolding.
All religions say that. All religions say that. The Muslims say that too. And lots of other religions say that. People who have read Nostradamus claim that what's happening in the world right now proves that that's true. All religions for all of time have been claiming that they can prophesy what's going to happen in the world, and then pointing at things that happen in the world and going, see, we were right. Christianity is not the only one that does that. They all do it, and it's equally unimpressive amongst all of them. So why should we think that what the Bible says is true? Because there's so much stuff in the Bible which is demonstrable nonsense.
Okay. And what about the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Well, that's a story in the Bible that we have no reason to think is true. Just like
Yeah,
there are stories in other religions about mythical characters being raised from the dead and flying around in the sky and doing all sorts of things. We don't believe those either.
But there was historians who were not even Christians who wrote about who existed at that time, and they wrote about the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
They didn't. There were historians shortly afterwards who wrote about the existence of Christians, but the accounts of the resurrection are not recorded anywhere outside the Bible. And they were recorded nowhere, and they were not even written down. And they were not even written down in the book of Mark, which is the first gospel, for 30 to 40 years after they happened. They were just passed around by word of mouth, like songs around the campfire. This is a very unreliable way of finding out what actually happened in the past.
And let's say, for example, if a story has more than 5 witnesses, you want to tell me still you won't believe it because there was
there are no eyewitnesses to this, and even if the story did have eyewitnesses, we would just have reports of eyewitnesses of the story. We would need something a little bit more than that.
Okay, and what about the story of, and I don't want to look like I'm gay bashing and all that.
Please don't.
What about the? Yeah, I'm not, and I don't want anyone to get me wrong. What about the story of Sodom and Gomorrah? Because
it's a horrific story.
What the Bible says, if it happened, if you go to the place, to the current, the place where Sodom and Gomorrah existed, there is sulfur balls to date.
Yeah, I know. These are all the same kind of pseudoscientific, creationist and apologetic arguments, like Noah's Ark up on the Mount Ararat as well. None of these arguments survive even the gentlest brush with the scientific method. This stuff is all, if you'll forgive a term of art, bollocks.
You want to say it's cool?
Bernard, here's what's happening. You keep bringing up, what about this? And then John knocks it down. What about that? And John's playing whack-a-mole as you go from point to point, but you're not acknowledging. Hold on. Let me hold on. I'm just let me finish.
Right,
you're not acknowledging each time he does it. So you brought up, you said, what about all the eyewitnesses? And John said, there are no eyewitnesses. Is he correct? And if not, can you name an eyewitness to Jesus rising from the dead?
Yeah, as I mentioned, you can pull it up during your free time.
Name an eyewitness, please.
There is a historian who lived during that time.
And what's his name?
Unless I try to pull it out, but
the closest historian you're going to find who wrote anything down about this is Tacitus. But that was several decades later, and he wasn't writing about the events themselves. He was writing about the presence of Christians. And we don't deny the presence of Christians in the early church, because that's obviously true. but that the presence of Christians in the early church is just the presence of people in a cult, because that's what it was. It was started as a cult. It's still a cult. It's just a wildly successful,
So
globally successful cult now.
What if I tell you that I have had encounters?
Then I'll say that's wonderful for you, but there are people in all religions that claim that they've had encounters. What about somebody who claims that they've encountered the Hindu gods? What about someone who claims they've encountered the ancestor gods? What about someone who claims they've had all sorts of other encounters that run contrary to your religious beliefs? Do you accept their claims?
No, the thing is,
do you accept their claims?
I need to investigate it before I believe it.
Right, but if you investigate the claims of somebody who says that they've actually met God and it's a different God, they've had a personal encounter with God and it's some other God that you've never heard of, and their personal encounter was very real for them and told them that Jesus isn't God, the real God is, whatever the God they met was, you're not going to believe that, are you? Because there are people having encounters like that all over the world every day.
And Bernard, you said you would have to investigate their encounter. How can we, John and I, investigate your claim of your encounter?
You can try to check the scriptures and...
No, the scriptures talk about, are you and your encounters mentioned in the Bible?
Definitely, yeah, I have had encounters.
So the Bible talks about Bernard. What verse?
It doesn't talk about me, but
okay.
all I'm saying is, you see, when Jesus died, he used to appear. He stopped appearing to everyone and started appearing to disciples. Yeah. So that's the same encounter. That's the same.
You are okay. So some people can have an encounter, some people can't, or some people have encounters, some people don't. Some people have experiences, whatever. You said you would investigate the encounters, the claimed encounters of people from other religions. Okay, that's fair. How can we investigate your specific encounter to determine whether it's true? Because the Bible's saying, even if the Bible said some people will experience encounters, that doesn't mean you experienced it. So I want to know how we can verify, one, that you had these experiences, and two, what the cause of these experiences are. How can John and I investigate that?
Yeah, sometimes faith does not require evidence. That is one thing.
Well, okay. So when you said you would investigate other people's, hold on, John. Let me circle back. John asked you, people who have these experiences in other religions, are you going to believe their religion based on what they said? You said you would investigate it. Now John's going to reply, well, there is, faith is the way you believe things without evidence. He's going to say the same thing to you. You just said to me, right?
Yeah.
Why not just believe what they say based on faith?
Because the Bible says, "Do not believe every spirit." So
so the Vedas say, yeah. So basically, you have a double standard here.
I need to check if it agrees with the words of Jesus Christ. Agrees
Bernard,
with the Bible.
your argument is completely circular. Your argument is completely circular because everything you're saying depends on already assuming that the Bible is an authority here. And what we're saying is you haven't demonstrated that yet. That is the issue under question. That's the thing you're required to demonstrate before we should care what it says in the book. And your standard for investigating all of these things relies on already believing them. That's the definition of circular reasoning.
How I see it, it's better to live as if there is God and die and find that he never existed,
Pascal,
rather than living as if he never existed.
But Bernard, you're not safe. I got news for you, my friend. You're not safe. You are in extreme danger of upsetting Puff the Magic Dragon, who is the God I believe in, who has promised to toast everyone who doesn't believe in Puff on the Great Dragon Barbecue Day. So don't think that you're safe just because you believe in Jesus, because Puff told me that Jesus followers are going to be the first into the dragon fire. And dragon breath is very, very hot. Very, very hot. So you're not safe. And also, you're not safe from the God of Islam, who has promised to toast your flesh from your bones and then put it back on your bones again because you didn't believe in Muhammad. So the idea that you've just picked one of the 45 or 47,000 religions on offer, and that you've just decided that makes you safe, is completely ludicrous, because you're taking a horrific chance with all the other religions that promise you punishment for not believing in their gods. So you're not safe, and this is a silly argument.
No, see, when we talk about Muhammad, first of all, the Quran and the Muslims, they say that the Quran is the last book. But how can I? This is how I know I don't believe in the Quran, and I'm not trying to upset anyone. Just like how the Muslims, they don't believe in the Bible,
Of course.
because if other books, like all the prophets of God who existed, everything, all accounts in the Torah and the Injil, if they agree with each other, and then another man comes with a different book which does not agree with the other books, then it's easier even for me to do equation. And
But Bernard,
They don't agree with each other.
they don't agree with each other. The Bible is full of contradictions. Absolutely
the Bible
full of
agrees
them.
with the Torah, but the Bible agrees with the Torah.
No.
Does it?
First of all,
the Bible, the Torah is the Old Testament.
Yeah, it doesn't agree with itself. It doesn't. There's contradictions
the
all
Bible,
throughout.
Yeah,
All
the Bible
all
agrees.
throughout. The Bible doesn't agree with the Torah, and the Torah doesn't agree
It
with
does.
the Torah. No, it doesn't.
It does.
It's completely full of contradictions.
It does. The only thing that the
do-
Torah doesn't have is the New Testament.
Do you think that everything in the Hebrew Bible is consistent? Do you think it agrees with itself?
When you say, do I think does it agree with itself? What do you mean? Like,
I mean, do you
Does
think
it
that
contain contradictions?
does it contain contradictions? Does it contain things that either where it disagrees with itself, where it says one thing in one place and another thing in another place? Does it do that, or do you think it holds together and never contradicts itself?
because these were accounts which were written by men. It's like, let's say, for example, if I give you both of you the same report to someone, there might be some variation in how you report.
Right.
Get it? So I do agree there might be some.
What about really really important things, rather than just not variations on detail, but like massive points of principle? Do you think it holds together consistently, or do you think it disagrees with itself about massive points of principle?
It's not something that I have investigated. So,
would you like me to give you an example of a place where the Bible disagrees with itself on a massive point of principle?
All right, you can go ahead.
So in the book of Exodus, in Exodus 20, it says that you shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who...
bow to what? Sorry, you shall not bow to...
He's talking about bowing to other gods, right? He's talking about what's going to happen to people who worship other gods. And he's saying that he's very jealous. And if people worship other gods, he's going to punish not just them. He's going to punish their children and their children's children and their children and their children to the fourth generation of those who reject him.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that God is willing to punish the children of those who reject him and their children and their children and their children? Pretty important thing he's saying there, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you read in the book of Ezekiel, I will answer you with another scripture.
Right, 1820, right?
Different generations had different prophets, yeah?
Yeah, so in Ezekiel 18:20, God says he's not going to do that.
Yeah, there is a book, there is a verse in Ezekiel that says
that he's not going to do that.
The soul that sins is the one which will die.
Exactly.
So that shows also God.
So that's a contradiction, isn't it? Because God is saying in one verse that he doesn't do something, and in another verse that he does do something.
Yeah, it shows that God is a merciful God. Because you can
No,
also have a change of
it
mind.
shows that God is an inconsistent God because he makes one rule and then he changes his mind and makes another rule, doesn't he? Do you remember Jesus saying to Nicodemus in the book of John that none has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man?
He didn't even acknowledge the contradiction that you just pointed out. He just giggled.
Yeah, he giggled and he said that God is merciful. I mean, it's ludicrous. That's just a cope for a contradiction. So looking at another one, Bernard.
See, Jeremiah 31:29. It says, "In those days, people will no longer say, the parents have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge."
Exactly. That's what the whole.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
That whole chapter is about
children
that.
being punished. Yeah,
that's
but
exactly
now
right.
Here you see, God had a change of mind in
He had
the
a
book
change
of
of mind.
Jeremiah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a change of mind. He said he wasn't going to do something. This is the unchanging creator of the universe who never changes his mind. Apparently, we're told elsewhere in the Bible that God doesn't change his mind.
Oh, we can see in many places.
So that's another contradiction.
God
Bernard,
changed his mind.
That's another contradiction, isn't it?
Based on your attitude.
But that's another contradiction. It's another contradiction. In one verse it says God doesn't change his mind, and now you're saying he does change his mind, and we can see that he does. And then we have the other contradiction that I was mentioning of Jesus saying to Nicodemus that no one has ascended to heaven except for him. And you'll know in 2 Kings that Elijah ascended into heaven. So all of these are examples of where the book is completely inconsistent, falls over itself, can't agree with itself, and it's not a reliable source. And all of this brings us back to where we started the conversation, which is that we can hardly be blamed for not believing this stuff for exactly the same reason that you don't believe the claims of Sikhs or Muslims or Jains or Hare Krishnas or Scientologists or anyone else that has a different religious view to you. You hear their claims. You hear their claims and you hang on. You hear their claims and you don't find them convincing, and so you're unable to believe them. We hear your claims and we don't find them convincing, and we're unable to believe them. And here's where it gets really sticky, Bernard. Hang on. Here's where it gets really sticky, is if God is as clever as you think he is, God would know that we wouldn't find these crappy arguments convincing. He would know it. If God is watching us right now...
He likes it when we argue, when we disagree.
He might like it.
The more we disagree, the more we try to look for the truth, right?
Well, that might be true, Bernard, but he whether he likes it or not, he would know that these crappy arguments are not going to be effective for someone like Sean or for someone like me. He knows this because he knows that these things are just not going to be persuasive to us. So he's watching you make, respectfully to you, of course, poor arguments, knowing that they're not going to persuade us, but then he's going to punish us anyway. Maybe it's you who should be punished by God for making poor arguments.
Come on. See, now you're asking me why is it that I won't believe Sikh, yeah? Okay, why I won't believe Muhammad. And the reason why I cannot believe them is this reason.
It's because they go against the stuff you believe already. We all understand why. Because you think the Bible is authoritative and it goes against your views that you already have. That's fine.
Let's speak Muhammad. Muhammad, he talks about marriage and 72 virgins and whatever. And then come to the Bible. Jesus on the other side, he says when he was asked, there was this person who had a wife and then the husband died, and then after
Bernard, you're quoting the Bible again. We don't care what the Bible says. We understand that you think it's true. Which is why I cut you off before by saying we understand that you're going to disagree with these other religious claims because you're pre-committed to the idea that your religious beliefs are true and they can't be squared with the other ones. That's fine. That's just the reason why you don't find them convincing.
I don't just believe in the Bible because I just read it. It's because I used to be, as I told you, I used to be just like you. I used to be like...
No, you don't.
I doubt that very much.
Yeah, I used to be like, I don't believe in God until I had these encounters.
Right.
Okay, so your encounters don't do anything for me because I can't investigate your encounters, just like you want to investigate the encounters of other people that they claim for religions you don't believe in. So that doesn't really help us. Does God want everyone to know He exists?
Would you like me to share with you?
No.
My
You
Please-
started
please
speaking
don't.
before. You started speaking before I was able to get my
I was
question.
a very young boy.
No, Bernard,
No.
no one's interested in your personal testimony. Please answer Sean's question, or at least let him finish asking it.
Yeah, does God want everyone to know He exists?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. Is God powerful enough to let everyone know He exists?
Yeah.
Okay. He wants everyone. Hold on. He wants everyone to know He exists. He's powerful enough to let. He wants everyone to know He exists. He's powerful enough to let everyone know He exists.
Now you want to
So-
say he's hiding, yeah?
Okay. So please don't giggle and laugh and like speak while I'm in the mid sentence. All right. So he's powerful enough to. He wants everyone to know He exists. He's powerful enough to let everyone know if He exists. Why doesn't He do it? You have to unmute. It's that little microphone with a slash.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you can hear me now, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he has already done it through
Okay.
the breath. The breath in
Okay,
the
stop. Let's stop there. You claimed He's already done it. Can God try and fail to do something?
No, look at
Okay. Hold on.
Let me answer you.
All right, hold on. I'm following a train of thought here. I don't want you to create verbal distance between allowing this to go linearly. God cannot try and fail to reveal Himself to us, right? Because He's all powerful. Of course He can't. Which means if He tries to reveal Himself to us, He actually reveals Himself to us. And if He reveals Himself to us, that means we would, by definition, know He exists. He reveals Himself to us, that means we know He exists. But if the Christian God is real, most of the world either believes in no God or the wrong gods, which means logically He can't have revealed Himself to us. If God reveals Himself to someone, that person necessarily knows He exists, right? You can unmute.
He's not hiding anything from us.
I asked you a question.
Mhm.
If God, an all-powerful God, reveals Himself to someone, that person would necessarily knows He exists, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if the Christian God is real, that means most of the world don't know He exists because they either believe in no gods or the wrong gods, correct?
They choose not to believe it because he already
No.
because he
Okay,
revealed
so
himself. He revealed
so you're
himself
saying,
through Jesus.
hold on. You're saying something can be revealed to someone and they can just choose to not believe it. Is that your claim?
Yeah, because Jesus was an
Okay.
express image
All right.
of the invisible.
Let's work.
He was
let's
an
work with that.
express image of the invisible God.
Okay, got it.
Let's. You did, like raising people.
We don't need preaching. All right. So you claimed something can be revealed to someone and they can just choose not to believe they exist. Has it been revealed to you that cars exist? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, choose to believe cars don't exist or choose not to believe cars exist. Let us know when you stop believing cars exist. We're going to test your hypothesis. Go ahead.
So you are telling me to believe that cars don't exist?
Yeah, or I'll even take it this far. Choose not to believe cars exist and let us know when you stop believing cars exist.
So I already drive a car, so it's impossible.
Yeah. Oh, so it's impossible. Oh, that's interesting because you said belief. You said once it's been so by driving a car, it's been revealed to you that cars exist. But according to you, when something is revealed to you, you can just choose to stop believing that thing. So is your exposure to a car more powerful than your God? Is your God powerful enough to reveal to me that He exists in the same way it's been revealed to you that your car exists?
Because he has already revealed himself to me. It's impossible to unknow what you have already known. If I
Okay,
have,
so
if I
it's
have
impossible for me
something,
to so it's impossible for me to unknow, but I don't know he exists. So which one is true?
yeah, as I said, it's impossible.
But Bernard,
Okay.
if it's impossible, then your claim, if it were true, that God had revealed himself to us, it would be impossible for us to not know he's there. It would be impossible
Yeah,
for us
but as
to
I
choose to not know he's there, in exactly the same way that you're realizing in real time
yeah,
that it's
and
impossible for you to simply choose to not know that cars exist or not believe that cars exist.
can I ask a question?
But
I
before
want you
you
to
do,
acknowledge the point.
can you acknowledge this point, because it rather
Yeah,
undermines
I acknowledge what you're
undermines.
saying.
So do you
I
see how
acknowledge
it
what you're
undermines the
saying.
position you've taken
But let's
before?
say, do you believe J.F. Kennedy existed?
Yes, we do. But do you
Yes, we do. Now
understand?
answer the question.
Do you
believe
understand
that he
what?
was
Do you understand?
assassinated, yeah?
Rather than changing the subject again, Bernard, do you understand why this undermines the position you've taken before, which was that God has revealed himself to people, but they choose not to know he's there and therefore are deserving of punishment? That position has now been undermined by your own admission, hasn't it?
I don't agree with that.
But then you need to rehabilitate it, because you've just agreed with us that you can't simply choose not to be convinced of something that's convinced you. So are you going to make a case for the position you've taken? Because it's rather odd.
I will use that J.F. Kennedy analogy. I was saying, just because J.F. Kennedy lived different generations from mine, I cannot debunk the fact that he existed and he was killed. And just because Jesus lived different generations way back from us, we cannot
You're now changing the subject back to how much evidence there is for the resurrection again. We've done with that subject now.
It's revolving around Jesus.
No, but it doesn't matter. For the purposes of this conversation, Bernard, all you need to understand is that we do not find that evidence convincing. You may find it convincing. I'm delighted for you. We don't find it convincing. So given that we don't find it convincing,
then we can agree to disagree.
Well,
there is no harm in that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing that people say when they can't defend their position. I don't agree to disagree. I just think that you're wrong, because you're claiming that we all have an ability that we don't have. You're claiming that we have the ability to simply decide to not be convinced of something that God has successfully convinced us of. So you're either claiming that God failed to convince us, or that he did convince us, but we still don't believe. So which one of those two do you think it is?
Because I remember last time you gave an example of a pet snake, and you said it's like someone
just answer his current question, please.
Which one of the two situations is it? Did God try to convince us that he exists and fail, or did he successfully convince us that he exists?
Yeah, he successfully convinced us.
And yet we are not convinced. So your claim now, but Bernard, your claim now is that it's possible to be successfully convinced of something and also not find it convincing. That's otherwise known as, Bernard, it's otherwise known as P and not P. It violates a massive principle of logic called the law of non-contradiction. It's not possible for a proposition to be true and the negation of that proposition also to be true. That's a broken argument that you have there, my friend.
I have a question that might help. Bernard, you admitted that you cannot choose not to believe cars exist, right?
Yeah.
And the reason is because you've already been exposed to your own car, correct?
That's true.
Is your car more powerful than God? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So your car is capable of convincing you in such a way that you cannot choose not to believe your car exists, but God is incapable of convincing us in such a way that we cannot choose to believe God doesn't exist?
Have you looked at the intricacies of nature?
Is that the case? So God, you're saying your car is capable of convincing you in such a way that you cannot choose to stop believing your car exists. But
how
somehow
I see it,
God is not. Is God the God is more powerful than your car? Is God capable of convincing us He exists in such a way that we cannot choose not to believe He exists?
so how I see it,
Yes or no?
it's like you see something and you choose not to believe it. The same
Okay.
thing with the
Okay.
car.
So
You
do that with
cannot
your car. You cannot.
unknow
Right. Right.
what you
Okay.
have
So
already known, yeah? So
yeah,
if
but
you
you're.
look at the intricacies of nature, you look at a cell under a microscope, you look at the nature itself, that is enough proof to show you that God exists.
Well, clearly it isn't,
But
is it?
I know you will go to science and all that, but
Yeah.
You're pivoting again.
Yeah, it's
From
another
the
pivot,
logic.
and
You know this doesn't.
we're also at 40 minutes. So
Okay.
Bernard,
I
would invite you to call back again another time, but try to make more consistent arguments, because this has been a bit like whack-a-mole. Every time we've started to get into a point that you have introduced into the conversation and show you why it doesn't do the thing you want it to do, you've immediately dropped it and moved to another point. You've dropped to the historicity of other figures, or fine-tuning, or other arguments, or design arguments, or other things. Stay on a point and defend it. And if you can't defend it, don't just say, let's agree to disagree. Take a moment of self-examination to figure out why you're unable to defend the point. And usually the answer will be because it's a bad point. If it's a good point, you should be able to defend it, not just retreat to another point. So thank you for calling us back. We appreciate it. It was nice to see the parrot again, and keep well, Bernard.
Thank you for having me as well.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. All right. We've got 16 calls on the bingo. I'm going to get through them really, really quickly, and then we're going to get God, Moana, God in next. We're going to do that. And we have a few super chats to look at as well. But let's quickly do the bingo so that we don't keep our guests waiting. That was pretty wild. 16 calls on the bingo in one discussion. Kif said, you send yourself to hell. Absolutely right. And Ash said, how do you account for logic? I don't think he got to logic. No, we didn't get logic. Personal incredulity. I think did we get personal incredulity? I guess we kind of did in a way, because he was pretty incredulous about a few things. So we'll allow that one. And Ash said circular argument. Definitely a hell of a lot of that going on. Dagorus called personal experience of God. Well spotted. You guys are on fire on the bingo. And Bass Clef called you need faith. Absolutely. And Kif said that's the Old Testament. Indeed, and Ash Wild called performative laughing. There was definitely a bit of that going on. And Bass Clef, I used to be an atheist. Just like you, he said. And Diagorus called everyone knows God exists, Romans 1:18. And Ash Wild said Jesus fulfilled prophecy. Fantastic. And Yowie Gaming said you can't prove God doesn't exist. There was a variation on that. And Yowie Gaming also said look at the trees. I mean, we did have something like that. Look at the organization of nature. This is amazing. You guys completely rock. And Kif said fine-tuned universe. It was kind of towards that, so we'll allow it. And Ash said nothing comes from nothing. I don't think he quite made that call, Ash, but someone will today. So we'll move on from that. That's an absolutely stupendous round of the bingo, everyone. I'm extremely, extremely impressed. Okay, we are going to do 5 super chats and then get God, Moana, God in next. And we've also got Ad in the queue, and we have Random Thoughts back to give us some more random thoughts, no doubt. Okay, Babs is going to kick us off. I will make it. Yippee, that's fantastic, Babs. I saw a message from Babs earlier saying that there were guests or something, and that Babs may not be able to be around, but I'm delighted that you're here, Babs. It's not the same without you, so that's wonderful news. Thank you. And Greg Thatcher, dang, notification. Happy to sad in 1 second. Well, I would be very devastated if our notification made you sad. I would prefer you to be happy from sad, but hopefully you're doing all right, Greg. And then Gordon Loves Science, generous as ever, has distributed 5 gift memberships to people in the audience. Gordon, you're an absolute mensch, my friend, an absolute star. Thank you. And 46 Strings, thanks for the super chat. Got an answer to I'll pray for you. I love these. And I won't actually lift a finger to help you either. Oh, I love that. or would if they're being nice. That's a really good one. That's one of the better ones I've heard. I'll do absolutely bugger all for you also. I love that. And last one for now is one more skateboarder. He says, I'll pray for you and I'll remind you not to covet thy neighbour's slaves. Would skaters get chased off by angel security in heaven? Hail skating. I love that. I'll remind you not to covet your slaves, or your neighbour's wife or ox as well. These are all things that must not be coveted. Okay, let us get that cleared and get our next guest in. God, Moana, God. Great name. Hey, God, Moana, God, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Very good indeed.
I like the way you pronounce my name.
I hope I'm doing it all right. Am I massacring it?
Yes, you did well.
Good. Well, welcome in. Thank you for joining us and for being patient in the queue. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Sure. You know what our claim is. Fire away. What have you got?
Yeah, I've just seen your poster just on top. The good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for me, I would disagree with that.
Okay.
And maybe to start with, I know on top there it says you are atheist.
Yeah.
Is it true?
Yeah.
Okay. Now your post is saying there is another God who cannot send anyone to hell.
I'm not making a claim that a God exists. I'm just saying if a good God existed.
I didn't see I don't know if it's my phone or what.
It doesn't say it doesn't say that. It just says a good God could not send anyone to hell. A little bit like if I said a 7-legged horse couldn't fit in my bed. That would be an accurate thing to say. It doesn't mean that I believe or imply that I believe one exists. It's just a statement. A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. That is a statement that I maintain to be true. In my view.
Yeah, in Christianity, this is wrong because God cannot send anyone to hell for unbelief. God will send. God cannot send anyone to hell.
Right. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's a person who shall send himself to hell.
Right.
God.
We've never heard that before. No one's ever made that argument. No one's ever made that argument to us before.
No, that's a new one.
Yeah.
It's a new one. If you want the proof, I can give you proof through the scriptures.
You can if you want. You can if you want. But the thing is, I mean, I'm slightly jesting with you, my friend. We hear this argument every day. Someone comes in here and says it as if we've not heard it before. Of course you send yourself to hell because you don't accept the free gift of salvation from hell that Jesus offers you. But the problem is, you can't accept that gift if you don't believe it's real. You can't accept.
If you
can't
fail to accept it, that's the way.
But if you don't believe that Jesus is real, then you can't. Then you can't accept the gift. And the punishment for not being able to accept the gift is that you don't get the holy reprieve from hell that God gives out to everyone else who's gullible enough to think that Jesus is real.
Jesus is real. Before I talk about salvation, let me start with you. You believe there is no God.
I'm not convinced there is a God.
I want you now to prove to me that there is no God.
Yeah, we're not.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Well, so you're sorry. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, we're not making the claim that there is no God. And if you listen to what Sean just said,
if you agree that you are an atheist.
No. Okay. No. Look, don't worry about what words and definitions
You're talking over people.
Yeah. Just listen for a moment. Yeah. Okay. We're not making the claim there is no God. There are atheists who think there is no God, and there are other atheists who don't make that claim, but they're not convinced there is a God. That's a different position. Now, as it happens, I don't think your God exists. I would say there is no God about the Christian God, but I'm open to there being another type of God. How could I possibly know if there is one or there isn't one? So I'm open-minded about that. But I don't believe in the God of the Bible for exactly the same reason that I don't believe in the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus, because it's just a made-up character in our culture.
More to the point, we aren't choosing to not believe in your God. Because what you're about to do is start going, well, here's all the arguments for God, prove there's no God, blah, blah, blah. That's a separate conversation. Neither John nor I are capable of just choosing to believe your God exists, because belief doesn't work that way. So it's nonsensical to punish someone for something they cannot choose, especially when, if your God exists, he could convince everybody, including John and I, he exists. So go ahead and go ahead.
Yeah, on that one, you said there is no God. That's the reason why I said, prove to me so that I can believe that there is no God.
No, you did not
show me
listen at all.
something
Did
that
you listen
I believe
to?
that there is no
Did
God.
you listen to what we
You
said?
didn't listen to anything we said.
We explicitly
I've listened
said. We explicitly said that our claim is okay, but we explicitly said that our claim is not there is no God. It's not a claim that either of us are making, and it's not a position that either of us hold. I said it. I said it. I'll say it again. There may be a God. I'm open to the possibility. I'm not making the assertion that no gods exist.
All right. Okay. Do you believe that anything that exists,
You're ignoring everything
of that? Sorry?
You're ignoring everything I said. You're side skirting from the point. So a separate discussion we can have, which is separate, which we're not going to have now because we're addressing the prompt. A separate discussion is, here's my evidence for God. You guys should believe it for these reasons. And then we go back and forth. That's a separate conversation. We are discussing whether or not a good God can send someone to hell for non-belief. Our position is that belief is not a choice. I can no more choose to believe your God exists than you can choose to believe Superman exists. So it is morally incomprehensible to send someone to hell for something they cannot choose. What is your response to that?
Okay. God, as I said earlier on, God cannot send anyone to hell. It's a person who shall send himself to hell.
Okay.
Failure
all right. So I'm
to accept Jesus Christ as their personal savior.
You completely ignored every point I made. Point one, belief is not a choice. Do you accept that or not? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, you don't accept that. Can you choose right now to believe that the structure you are in right now is going to collapse on you in 1 minute? Are you capable of choosing to believe that and actually believing that? Yes or no?
No.
You're not. Okay, so you said two things. One, belief is a choice. And two, you cannot choose to believe the structure you're in will collapse on you in 1 minute. Those two things are in direct contradiction to each other.
Yeah,
so how do you reconcile the contradiction? Belief is a choice. You cannot choose X. Reconcile that contradiction, please.
Yeah, what I want to say is, and I'll repeat saying the same thing. God cannot send anyone to hell. It's a person.
Okay, no.
Yeah,
reconcile the contradiction. Reconcile the contradiction.
It's not about the belief. Even demons, they believe that.
You're not going to create verbal distance between yourself and the point that was just made. You just said two things. One, belief is a choice. You can choose to believe what X. And two, you cannot choose to believe X. In this case, X being that the structure you're in right now will collapse on you in 1 minute. Those two things are in direct contradiction. Belief is a choice. You cannot choose to believe X. Reconcile the contradiction, because both of those two things cannot be true. Don't talk about anything else, just that.
I was talking to myself because you muted my mic.
Okay, did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, you can repeat the question.
Okay, you said two things, right? One, you said belief is a choice. Two, you admitted you cannot choose to believe the structure you are in is going to collapse in 1 minute. Those two things cannot be true simultaneously. If belief, making a blanket statement, is a choice, then you should be able to choose X, and you're admitting you cannot choose X. So reconcile the contradiction or choose one or the other.
Okay. Belief, to start with, anyone can believe anything.
Okay, you just admitted you cannot choose to, okay, so can you right now choose to believe that the structure you're in will fall in 1 minute?
If there is something that will show to me that the building is going to collapse.
Great. Yeah, got it. How about now without that? How about, can you do it, yes or no?
No.
Okay, so it's not a choice, right?
Yeah, this is
you said, no. You said
belief.
anyone can choose anything.
Anyone can believe anything.
if they're presented with evidence that they find convincing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. If they don't find evidence that they find convincing, they cannot believe it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Neither John nor I have found evidence that we found convincing, which you acknowledge means we cannot choose to believe, that we are unable to believe that he exists, correct?
Yeah, for you, yes, I can.
Yeah. So, okay, got it. So if God punishes us for not believing he exists, he's punishing us for something we cannot choose,
God
right?
cannot punish anyone because of the belief.
Okay, so the divine pardon that God would give us for our sins is based on something we cannot choose, correct?
Come again. First, let me get your question.
Okay. God punishes us for our sins. The divine pardon is accepting Jesus Christ and all those criteria, all of which require us to believe he exists.
Oh,
You acknowledged that John and I cannot choose to believe God exists. So the pardon, the way to get saved, is something John and I cannot choose, correct?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, God is not going to punish anyone because of the sin.
This is ridiculous. Let me give you an analogy. Hang on a second. Look, let me give you an analogy that might help you to understand why what you're saying is just an inversion and it's pointless. Imagine if we took a bunch of people and we inject them all with a poison, and the poison is going to kill them all in a week, right? And then we say to everybody, right, you can all have. I've got the antidote to the poison. It's just a pill, and if you eat this pill, then the poison won't kill you. It'll be absolutely fine, right? But to eat the pill, you must be willing to believe that you are actually a hamster.
Okay.
Right. And then you would be right to say, well, you're condemning people to death for not being able to believe that they're a hamster. And I said, no, I'm not. It's you're doing it yourself. You're choosing not to do it. And I've done nothing. You don't die because of your belief. You die because of the poison. You would say that what's a ridiculous argument because you're just relocating the cause of your death from not having the pill to the poison. Yeah. That's exactly the same fallacious argument that you're making now.
No.
It's exactly the same. So you're saying you don't die. God won't punish you because of your beliefs. He punishes you because of your sin. That's the same as the poison in my analogy. Yes. That's the same as the poison in my analogy.
Just give me 5 minutes or maybe 2 minutes. Why I'm saying no.
You should be able to address this immediately.
Anyone because of sin.
Right. He sends people to hell because.
If you have the Bible, you can read this scripture so that you know where I'm getting from.
Read John 3:18.
Yeah, John 3:18. For God did not send his son to.
No, that's 3:16. That's 3:16. Read John 3:18.
I'm just reciting, but it says, "Those who fail to believe in him, they stand condemned already."
Correct.
Yeah, but if you go to John, 1 John chapter 5 verse 16, you find what I'm talking about now. God is not going to punish anyone, whether an unbeliever or anyone, according to their sin. He's not going to punish them about that.
What does it mean when it says in John 3:18 that those who do not believe are condemned? They stand
condemned already.
Yeah. What does condemned mean?
Yes.
No, it doesn't mean yes. It doesn't mean yes. What does condemned mean?
Yes, this condemned. It's okay. First, before I give you the definition of condemned, this is what I said. God is not going to punish anyone, but a person will send himself to hell because he failed to believe. And he stand condemned already.
The person doesn't.
That's not a choice.
First of all, you admitted it's not a choice, and secondly, the person doesn't send themselves to hell. The person doesn't send themselves to hell.
No.
God sends them to hell. God sends them to hell.
Let's use the same scripture.
Who punishes them because they failed?
Themselves.
Who punishes them? Who actually sends them to hell?
A person failure to accept.
Yeah,
will send himself to hell.
Who actually? What a person goes? Okay, I don't believe in God. Now I'm going to decide to go to hell.
So it's not about God now. It's your decision.
Who
that
actually?
you want to
Who
go
actually?
this way.
No, you're not engaging properly. Who actually sends them to hell as a result of them not believing the right thing? Who actually does that?
Yeah, I don't believe in. You know what? I'm gonna hold on. I don't
God
believe.
saying I'm going to send you to hell, but
Okay.
failure to accept.
Hold on. Stop.
Failure to accept that will send you to hell.
Okay, so I don't believe, and if it turns out I'm wrong, I'm just going to decide not to go to hell because you're saying I send myself.
Yeah,
so
you
therefore,
decide yourself, not God.
You're also
God who is going to send you to hell,
you're also disagreeing. You're also disagreeing with the words of Jesus, who says in Matthew 13:41, "The Son of Man will send his angels; they will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." So that's not people throwing themselves into the furnace of fire, my friend. That's not people. That's not people.
I'm not going to follow you, God.
No.
What I want is hell.
No.
Then God will send his angel
nobody is going to say
to hell.
Nobody is saying what I want is hell. Nobody says that. There isn't any person who says what I want is hell. The test is belief. That's what it says in John 3:18. It doesn't say those who say what I want is hell are condemned. It says those who don't believe in Jesus are condemned. And the blind spot you have is that you think that not believing in Jesus is a choice that someone makes, like a rebellion. And the reason you believe that is that your cult has told you to believe it. But that's not how belief works.
He even admitted that we cannot choose to believe Jesus exists.
Right. This is the cognitive dissonance.
I have a question.
Put 1 John chapter 5.
Hang on. I have a question for you. Who made the rules for who goes to heaven and who goes to hell? Who made the rules?
Between who and who?
Who made the rules deciding who goes to heaven and hell? Who made those rules?
It's God.
Okay, God made the rules for who goes to heaven and who goes to hell.
Yeah.
So tell me how it's different, you saying we send ourselves to hell, than a mob boss telling a store owner, you break your own thumbs by not giving us protection money, that you do not have. Hold on. This is the analogy. Hold on. I want to complete the analogy.
You need to give me time so that I explain.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to finish the analogy. So mob boss comes up to a store owner, says, I want $50 million. The store owner doesn't have that money, so the store owner is unable to pay. And then this is you saying, you break your own thumbs by not giving us the protection money that we asked for.
Yeah.
It's directly analogous because I'm unable to metaphorically pay the $50 million, i.e., you admitted I am unable to believe in Jesus. If I can't believe in Jesus, I can't pay the protection money or get be saved. I can't do it. It's impossible. And so you're saying we send ourselves to hell. If I send myself to hell, when the time comes, if it turns out like, oh, wow, there is a God, I'm just going to choose, since I'm sending myself, I'm going to choose not to go. Can I choose not to go? Yes or no?
I was talking to myself. You have muted my mic again.
You know what? I think we'll end it there. I think we're going to end it there. If you're talking to yourself and not us, if you're that disrespectful that while Sean's talking, you're carrying on speaking to yourself, then the conversation's going to end. Completely fruitless. Completely fruitless. You're not listening to a word. I know this may surprise you, but listening and waiting to speak are in fact separate activities. So if you're just going to speak to yourself,
good point,
whilst Sean is actually trying to explain our position in a way to allow you to better understand it, then it's a pointless conversation. So we will move on from that. And our next guest is going to be Ad. We'll get Ad in just a moment, but we have a couple of calls on the bingo, which we've got to look at. Just quick, just two. Kif called Free Will, absolutely. And Ash Wild called Crying About the Meta. There was a bit of that going on too. So well done. Ash is fierce at this game. Absolutely fierce. Brilliant stuff. Okay, we'll have a couple of super chats, which I will read, and then we'll get Ad in. Miko said, great to see you, Miko. Sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's amazing. Super, super kind. Thank you very, very much indeed. And 5 more. That's completely crazy business. Thank you so much. That's really, really generous. Thank you very, very much, Miko. That's amazing. And Waggy Crack, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Always good to see you around. To me, a Christian saying, I'll pray for you, is as offensive as them saying, I bless you in the name of a famous mustachioed German dictator. Oh, that's harsh. That's pretty harsh.
You know, there might be something to that, though.
There might be a little bit.
Like the atrocities God has done and the scale. I mean, just Noah's flood alone, never mind everything else. That alone, no dictator in all of human history even can hold a candle to the amount, the scale of the atrocities that God did in just that one event, Noah's flood.
Completely agree. Completely agree. I'm loving these responses to I'll pray for you as well. I absolutely love that. Ad will be with you in just a moment. 2 more of these and we'll get Ad in. Tracy, great to see you, T. This is the wonderful T who runs a Discord. Greetings, my favourite boys. Shaunathan, Sex Symbol Sean, SK John, Praise Puff. Thank you, T. Always great to have you.
I still want to know what SK is. I'll send him a DM.
Yeah, I need to know what this is too. I'm not sure. I hope it's something good.
Tracy, tell me in the DM. What is SK? I got to know.
It could be something bad. Love you, T. Love you, T. T's the best. And Babs says it's like teaching goldfish to fly while we were speaking to Bernard. Yeah, that was pretty hard when we were speaking to Bernard earlier. And last one for now, Tim Davidson. Always great to see you, Tim. Now is the time for Revolt. Dyslexics untie. I love that. The old ones are still the best. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, let's get Ad in, and then we'll get random thoughts in after that. Who's back for more? Absolutely love that. Okay, Ad, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Excellent, thank you. Excellent. Well, obviously, you know what the prompt is, and you sound like you're at least 18. So, what would you like to say?
Yeah, I looked at the prompt and it says a good God first. That's a good way of putting it because obviously there's different versions of God, and it's good to say a good God. And then you say, send anyone for non-belief. Now it depends because at the end of the day, I'm a Muslim. So now you can have people in different part of the world where they never heard the message or they never got the message or they were never convinced by it. You know, there will be justice from God, so they won't be punished for that.
What about people? What about people who have heard the message and just find it unconvincing, or people who used to be Muslims and then, upon thinking about it, realized that they just don't find it convincing anymore? What about those people?
No, but you see now there's a lot of things that we need to talk about because they could be just assumptions or they could be just them going like looking at people and thinking that, oh, these guys are doing this so that they might be right. I think if you're going behind, like if you're following assumptions or if you're not following the truth, then that's different. So yeah, basically because you got people, they think they're right, they think they're following the right, but not necessarily. You can have a high IQ, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but you could be following not a true thing. So yeah, there's a lot of things that needs to be mentioned.
Yeah, but the Quran has very specific things to say about people who don't accept the truth of its verses. It talks about all the punishments that are waiting for them, doesn't it? You probably know what some of these verses are, right?
Yes, but obviously that's when you've heard the message. And you know that there's some facts behind it, but obviously not some facts behind it. You know that it's the truth, but it's just you're following what people tells you or your mother.
No.
And your dad believed.
No, it doesn't mean that. Because no. If you know it's the truth, then you believe it. You can't know it's the truth and not believe it. You could know it's the truth and be
you might not follow it because you could.
Yeah, but it doesn't talk about following it. It talks about belief. It talks about belief. Surah 2:6 says, as for those who disbelieve, it is the same whether you warn them or not. They will not believe. A great punishment awaits them. It doesn't say those who believe but are not obeying the rules. It specifically talks about belief.
Yeah, it talks about
belief quite a lot.
So let me give you an example. A guy can see the sun, but he closes his eyes and say, "I can't see the sun." So we can give you all the evidences of the world. That would be come up and say, "Okay, I don't believe in it."
That would be someone lying about what they believe. Hold on. John, what John explicitly said is a person cannot know something to be true.
Can I speak to one person?
No, you're speaking to two. There are two of us on this show hosting. So you're speaking to both of us.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, if you don't like it, hey, that's up to you. What John said is you cannot
Because you have a
know
different
something.
idea and he has a different thing. So
No, I have the same idea. If you don't, like I said, if you don't like it, that's up to you. And please don't speak over me again. That's rude. All right. So what John said,
me, my friend.
What John said is, are we going to play? If we're going to play the mute game, I'll just drop you. Do you want to have a conversation or not? Because this is a show co-host situation. So I'm going to be polite, but you just can't speak over me, please. What John said is you cannot believe something and know something to be true and not believe it to be true. That would be a contradiction. All right. What you responded with is somebody can look at the sun, see it's there, know it's there, but close their eyes and say the sun's not there. Those are two separate things. The second one is lying about what you believe. All right. So I believe the sun to be true, and I can lie and say I don't believe the sun exists. That's a different thing from knowing it's there and not believing it's there. That would be a contradiction. Those are two separate things. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Can I speak now?
Yeah. Sure. Did you hear what I said?
The hypocrisy surprises me. You spoke over me, my friend, so you should tell that yourself.
He's the show host. He's the show host. He's the show.
That doesn't
host.
matter. He spoke over me, so
he's the show.
Stop speaking
host.
Over John.
He's allowed to do that because that's what he's here for. That's his job. Please carry on.
He spoke over me, right? He spoke over me.
He's allowed to interject.
Yeah?
Great. So now address what I address what I said. Now address what I said. What did I just say?
You said a lot of things, a lot of questions were raised, and I don't know which one to answer.
I didn't raise a question. I explained the difference between knowing something to be true and not believing it, which is a contradiction. And I showed that your example is not that. Looking at the sun and lying about your belief, like knowing the sun is there, closing your eyes and saying with your mouth, I don't believe the sun is there. One is telling a lie about your belief. The other is
not
having
necessarily.
a contradictory
Someone can say, okay, I cannot see the sun. That's just the truth. Are you going to convince him otherwise? You're talking about your personal thing that you said.
That's what you said.
But people,
okay.
I didn't say that, my friend.
All right. Can someone name something you believe to be true? Sorry, name something you know to be true but don't believe to be true. Name one thing.
What's this got to do with me? I didn't make that claim.
You said what I'm addressing that I disagree with, that John addressed, is your claim that what if somebody knows God exists, but then chooses not to believe God exists? Those two things are in direct contradiction. You cannot know something exists and not believe it exists. Okay, great. Name something you know. Name something you know to be true, but don't believe is true. Name something.
I don't understand this believe and then knowing thing because I don't know what your definition of you have of believing and knowing. I didn't bring that up, my friend. I don't know why you're asking me.
You literally did. Okay. John addressed it.
When?
Yeah. So what you're trying to do, Ad, is you're trying to.
When did I say
you're trying to
play the definition game.
You're trying to redefine belief into behavior. Is what you're trying to do.
I didn't do that.
No, you did because when I said to you that there are verses in the Quran that promise punishment for non-belief, you said no, it's about if somebody knows it's true but they're not accepting it or something like that, or not believe. They know it's true but they're not believing it anyway.
Right.
What Sean is showing you is that that's not a thing. That's a contradiction. It's P and not P. It's not possible to know something.
How's a contradiction?
It's not possible to know something's true and not believe it, because knowing something is true entails believing it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that people say, they exist, but they don't believe in it, right?
No, there's nothing. There's nothing that people know exists and they don't believe in it. They can know it exists and they can say they don't believe it. That's different. That's about actions. But these verses in your holy book aren't talking about what people say. They are explicitly talking about what people believe. For example, this one, which says over here, indeed, those who disbelieve in our verses, we will drive them into a fire. Every time their skins are roasted through, we will replace them with other skins, so they may taste the punishment. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted, mighty and wise. Right, so that's Surah 456 in your holy book, and the test there isn't what people are saying or how they're behaving. It's what they believe. And there are many other verses that also talk about what people
So how does that
believe.
prove that God doesn't exist?
It doesn't. I'm not making an argument that God doesn't exist.
So
Pay
what's your
attention.
argument?
Pay attention at the back of the class. I'm making an
What's your
argument.
argument, my friend?
The
What's your
argument
argument?
is that belief is involuntary. If you're not persuaded that something's true, you can't just decide to believe it. So punishing somebody for believing the wrong thing is morally stupid. This is a morally stupid commandment. This is a morally stupid verse. And this is a morally
According to you,
stupid doctrine because
According to you.
because it pretends that believing something is an action, whereas it's not. And believing something is something that happens to your
Well,
mind.
that's your definition. You can
No,
have
no.
your definition.
Believing something is something that happens to your mind as a result of you having become persuaded it's true.
It happens to your mind. What do you mean?
That's not my definition. That's what belief means.
What do you mean it happens to your mind? Can you pause for one
Yeah,
second? 'Cause
yeah.
you're just rambling, saying a lot of stuff. What do you mean
I'll
it
explain
happens
this.
to your mind?
Yeah, so I'll explain this to you. So when you become convinced that something's true, and by convinced I don't mean that someone necessarily coerced or persuaded you with manipulation or anything like that. When you become persuaded by any kind of evidence, the evidence can be an argument you've heard, it can be something that someone said, it can be an experience you've had, or it could be sitting calmly by yourself thinking about it. Whatever happens, when something persuades your mind that something is true, belief is the word we give to the experience that happens to you when that happens. You have a belief as a result of
I don't know why you keep bringing this belief thing. I don't know.
because it's the word used in your holy book, my friend. That's
It's
the
also
word
in the
used.
Okay, and you can have a definition for your belief system.
It's not a definition.
How does that prove that God doesn't exist?
I'm not trying to prove. My God, are you stupid? I'm not
So
trying
why
to
are we
prove
arguing
that
then?
God. I'm not trying to prove that God doesn't
So
exist.
why are we arguing?
Because it's possible to have conversations in the conversation space that are not
Your
all
position is not clear. are you?
that are not
Dude,
all on the existence of God.
You keep speaking before John is finished with every sentence. Stop
Yeah, because I have to
talking over
question
the
about
end.
what you said.
You're just waiting. You're just waiting for your chance to speak. You're not listening to anything. You're asking us why we keep bringing up non-belief. We're addressing the freaking prompt. We're not arguing about whether God exists or doesn't exist. That's not the you're clueless about the conversation we've been having the entire time. The question is, could a good God send someone to hell for non-belief? Belief is part of the prompt. Why do you keep bringing up belief? Because we're debating the freaking prompt.
Yeah.
Like, wake up.
We do sometimes run a different topic here, which is about whether God exists or not.
I don't know why Shane is so emotional. What's going on, my friend?
Okay, calm down. We do
Calm down, my friend. Tell your friends to calm down, not me.
We do sometimes. Stop worrying about Sean's emotional state. If he's sounding slightly frustrated, it's because of your stupidity for failing to realize what this conversation is that you volunteered to get involved with. You saw the prompt on the screen and thought, I have something to contribute in that, but you apparently didn't read the prompt because the prompt is nothing to do with whether God exists or not. So are you in the habit of just getting into conversations without knowing what they're about? Because that's what you're doing right now. Is that a thing you do habitually?
So behind this question is obviously the narrative that you wanna. So obviously you're asking this question because
No, please answer my question. Please answer my question.
I don't know why you're hiding behind the bush, bro. Let's just tell me that you don't believe in God. I don't know why
Is it a thing that you habitually do, that you get involved in conversations?
I already answered the question. I said no.
No, you did not. You didn't answer it. So if your answer is no, then why are you doing it today? Why did you not bother to read what the prompt is? Oh, well, we're still muted, are we? Okay, you can unmute yourself and just come back to the conversation. And pay attention.
Bro, you're muting my mind, bro. I addressed it at the beginning, right?
Pay attention. Are you aware of what the prompt of this conversation is? Would you like to read it for the class?
I already answered the question. So.
No. Read it. Tell all the boys and girls what the subject of the subject of the prompt is, because you're so far demonstrating that you're completely clueless about what we're talking about.
I did address it at the beginning, no? Remember?
Okay. So what is the conversation about?
Yeah, good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
Right.
And that's
Have you noticed that that's got absolutely nothing to do with whether God exists or not?
It does actually, but obviously you just want to hide behind the bush. Which...
No, it's got nothing to do with that. We have lots of conversations about whether God exists or not.
Yes,
this is another. This
exactly.
is
So atheists
atheists are capable of having discussions other than just the mere existence of God. I'm talking about, this is a discussion about the moral, the moral implications of certain religious doctrines. Now, you're either capable of having this conversation or you're not. So far, you're giving us a lot of evidence that this is a bit above your pay grade. Now, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Do you want to start over and have a discussion about what the conversation's actually about and prove to all the boys and girls that you're capable of doing it, or is it too much?
I mean, are you capable of doing it? You're me in my mind.
Well, I do it every day for a living, but the question is whether you're up to it.
Yeah,
so shall we try?
I mean that you know more better than me, bro.
So shall we try? Okay. So what we're talking about
Try
here,
it with yourself, my friend.
So what we're talking about here is the idea that belief. Oh, it's been taken out of my hands. Oh, I was quite looking forward to getting into further toasting, but okay. Well, I don't know if you know, this is that's the inner circle. Those are the top members of the channel who, when someone becomes completely intolerable, they override my editorial rights to decide who's in and who's out, and they've deemed you to be too much of a pain to talk to. So we will bid you farewell, and good luck next time. But my advice on the way out: pay attention. Pay attention. I had a philosophy tutor once who said three rules. He said, read the question, and read the question. You could do with it a little bit of that. Okay, well, that was ad. We are going to get random thoughts in next, and then we've got Josh and Jerry. We'll get everyone in. Everyone's going to get a go. But before that, we have to have a quick look at the bingo and see what we got there. So just the one, it looks like. We had one was withdrawn, but a bass clef called Words Don't Mean Words. I think that's absolutely fair for our last caller. He didn't seem to have the foggiest clue what words mean. Good call, I think. Very, very good call indeed. Okay, and we'll just do a couple of super chats and then we'll get random thoughts in. Who's becoming a bit of a regular? Let's get the next one up here. 46 strings. Always a joy to see you. The witnesses that would be expected to confirm Jesus as the prophesied Messiah of the Jews actually met him. This is when we were talking to Bernard, of course, about the witnessing of Jesus. They met him and they charged him with blasphemy and nailed him to a piece of wood. They did indeed. That's all what they thought about that. And Scruffy Mans, thank you for the super chat, for Puff the Magic Dragon argument. We love talking about Puff. He's part of the lore here. Puff the Magic Dragon, as you all know, he did live by the sea. And may you be reflected in his shiny scales. Two more, and then we'll get random in. Ectofool says, praise Puff. Let us now sing the Honolulu together. Well, we should really do that. We need to do more singing on this channel, or less. And Hayden Walton said, please ask these dishonest arseholes, when they say they used to be an atheist, what were their best justifications for being an atheist? I know, it's really agonizing, isn't it? We actually do have I used to be an atheist on the bingo board for exactly the reason that you say there. It's very often not said with very much thought. Okay, we will speak to random, and then we've got Josh is going to be up after that. So let's bring random in right now. And we speak to random quite a lot on the channel, so hopefully it's all going to work. I'm just going to make sure that your iPhone is working. There we go. Hi, random. Hopefully it is. Are you there, random? Maybe not. Random?
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah. Random doesn't seem to be there. There we are. Are you there, random?
Just appeared.
Yeah, we saw the camera.
He said
for a
he's
moment.
here. In the chat, he said he's here.
Right.
And
You
then
might
he
need
appeared
to
for a second.
you might need to go out and come back in because we can't hear you, I'm afraid. So dropping out, hopefully coming back in. And Haron, great to see you, friend. Right, let's try second time lucky with random. Random, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you. I'll get you up on the board. There we go. Random thoughts. There we are. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back in. This is probably our fourth or so conversation. So,
dude, I'm not gonna lie. This is fun for me, and it gives me a chance to stress test these thoughts I've been having. So
good. that's good. You should always be willing to stress test your thoughts. That's an excellent thing. So welcome back. Obviously, we don't need to read the prompt because you know what it is. Well, I will anyway. A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
Right. And yeah, I haven't really been able to kind of listen in on your previous calls, so hopefully I don't go over like things you've already gone over too much.
It happens.
But so while I was waiting, I threw together a quick syllogism.
Sure.
And and I'm, for the record, I suck at philosophy, so let me know if this tracks or not.
Sure.
All right, so I guess P1 is God made people live forever. This is either true or false. P1, I don't know if this would be P2 or P1B, but this is not evil. P2 would be God made people to have free will. Then P2B would be this is not evil. P3 would be people have the free will to reject God. P4 would be hell is the absence. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm typing this out. So I had P3, God made people to have free will. I'm not worried about B or A, like just whatever the premise is what it is. What's the next one after God made people to have free will?
And then, well, I guess free will to reject God would be how that works.
Okay. Now, okay, I'll get through them, but we're gonna have to circle back to that one because that one may be a problem.
Okay, yeah, I figured that'd probably be the one you guys push back against.
Yeah. Okay, and then what's the next one?
So then P4 is hell is the absence of God due to rejection.
Hell is the absence of God due to rejection. Okay.
And then the conclusion would be if P1 and P2 are true, hell is not evil.
Okay. It doesn't necessarily follow, but there's evil is subjective. So unfortunately what's happening is you apply like an opinion, like we don't consider evil or goodness or what have you to be objective. And so a logical syllogism doesn't necessarily apply to that. But if we're looking at the premises here, so what you're basically saying is people have the free will to reject God, and hell is the absence of God. And so people are just choosing to like reject God. But the problem is belief isn't a choice. So it's not a matter of will. By rejecting God, you're saying not believing God exists is rejecting God, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. If you do, let me ask you, let's start here.
Yeah.
If I don't believe God exists, is it possible for me to choose God?
Well, no. In that scenario, if you truly don't believe God exists, it would not be possible for you to choose God.
And the problem is belief isn't a choice. Like many, including myself, tried to continue believing God exists, and we just couldn't. And belief doesn't work that way. So the thing that you say is a choice is contingent on something that is not a choice. So you cannot choose God into your heart if you don't believe he actually exists.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
If there were evidence to be presented to you that's undeniable, would you then choose God?
Well,
we'd have no choice.
Okay. Yeah, well, I would have no choice. I would absolutely believe God exists. I wouldn't be able to not believe God exists, right?
Right, but would you choose to be a Christian?
If it's yes, because I want to avoid hell. And however, you could say, well, then you know, in your case, who cares if you believe or not? But many people would choose him, many people wouldn't. But the important thing there is if everyone believed, like knew God exists, then then their free will becomes relevant. They can then decide to believe or not believe.
Sure.
The problem is if the Christian God's real, most of the world either believes in no God or the wrong gods. And so those people don't even have the choice to choose to accept or reject God because they're not convinced he exists. If God were to convince everyone in the world he exists, now he enhances their free will. He gives them more choices. Now they can choose him or not. And I think we would agree, like the vast majority would choose God. I would even try to choose God because I want to avoid hell. That sounds awful. That might not be a good reason in your eyes, but I don't know anyone that would be like, I'll take the eternal torment, please.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
And there's another problem with your third premise, which is that people are free to reject God. How did you word it? People, give us your third premise once more.
Premise 3 would be people have the free will to reject God.
Right. Yeah. So the problem with that is that it doesn't say anything about people's ability to accept God. It only talks about the free will to reject God. Right.
Sure.
It says absolutely nothing about whether people are able to accept God, and that's really the weakness in the argument.
If I reworded P3 to people have the free will to either accept or reject God, would that make the
no? It would make it worse because it would make it worse because it would be less sound, because it would be to misunderstand what this acceptance and rejection actually means. Because as Sean just said, you can't. It would be like me saying you have the free will to jump over a 1,000-foot building. You would say, well, I might have the free will to do it, but if I don't have the ability to do it, then my desire or my inclination to do it is immaterial. I might be committed to the project. I might really be signed up for jumping over a 1,000-foot building. But if I'm physically incapable of doing it, then my free will is irrelevant. And so what your syllogism fails to do is to adequately speak to the fact that if you're not convinced that something is true, then your will around it is irrelevant.
So we're arguing about the non-resistant non-believer then, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I've got a few things to say about that. Would you agree with me that most modern day perceptions of hell come from Dante's Inferno?
They might, and I'm prepared to take any conception of hell from the maximum torture for the maximum time down to the lightest inconvenience. The moral concept, the moral concept here is the same. The principle is still the same. That to impose any amount of disagreeable consequences on someone as a result of what they happen to find persuasive is morally ridiculous.
Okay. Trying to think how I want to respond to that. So I would say, I guess first, just so we're not speaking past each other.
Sure.
So how I view hell, and how I kind of take the C.S. Lewis approach, where
locked
it's just
from the inside.
Yeah, locked from the inside. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, and how I view it is, well, and now I understand you would push back on the idea that people choose to reject God. That's fine. I accept that. I would say something along the lines of, I guess here's a good analogy. If, like, let's say, for example, a rich person was pursuing a girl and she didn't want to have anything to do with him. That's fine. That's her choice. But she's not then entitled to his riches absent him, right? So, and that's all hell is just God removing his common grace that he bestows upon everyone.
What if she doesn't know he exists?
Right. Now that's a separate question, right?
Well, that's the most important question of all,
right.
Because that's the stick. You got to address the sticking point here.
Right.
So like, if I knew Superman exists, and if he actually exists, I can choose to be with Superman.
Yeah.
If I am not convinced Superman is anything more than a fictional character, it's impossible for me to accept him. And so, so that's the part, and belief isn't a choice. So there's no way, or there's no backdoor means to circumvent the part of this whole equation that is not something we can actually choose. So how do you address the fact that what am I supposed to do about it if I don't believe Jesus actually exists?
All right. So what I would say to that is, so like, let's say we're talking about now the concept of a non-resistant non-believer.
Right.
I have my reservations that such a person exists, but for the sake of argument, I'll grant
I know for
it.
a fact they exist because
you're speaking to two now.
Well, that's fine. I can grant it. So I would say Jesus speaks to this specifically. So like you have John 9:41, where he says, if you were blind, you would say you had no guilt, but now that you see, your guilt remains. And then you have John 15:22, where he says something
sounds like a platitude to me.
Oh, that's fine. But John 15:22 addresses it like more directly, where it says, if I had not come and spoken to them, they would not have been guilty of sin. But now that they now that they have no excuse for their sin. So if this person is truly non-resistant, and like let's just say there's a mental barrier they can't get past, I would say God can, well, there's two trains of thought on that, and I think both are equally valid. Number one, God can grant them faith, whether it be in this life or the next. We see that with the thief on the cross, where it's like, look, it's not that I'm resistant, it's that I don't see a reason why I should believe. I think that there's something to be said there. But also, if you look at, for example, say Revelation 20:12, where it talks about the book of life and the books plural, a lot of people have viewed this as, all right, fine. Well, if you're not going to accept Jesus as he is, then we're going to judge you based on your own standards, the same standards you use to judge everybody else. And guess what? You're still going to fall short.
But hang on, Random, there's a problem here.
Yeah.
Speaking of standards, there's a bit of a double standard going on, because one moment you're telling us that hell isn't actually a punishment, it's just some sort of separation and the sort of not being invited to the party. And then the next minute, and in doing that, by the way, you're ignoring the words of both Jesus and Paul in Revelation, right? Because Jesus is pretty specific about saying that hell entails being thrown into the furnace. Mentions in Book of Matthew, this furnace and the wailing and gnashing of teeth is mentioned as a recurring theme. And then in Revelation, you get Revelation 21:8, the lake of burning sulfur for the apistos, right? The non-believers are going to be thrown into a lake of burning sulfur. And there's all sorts of other imagery, the worm that never dies and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not nice. Right. So it sounds to me like you're appealing to the text when it suits the point you want to make and ignoring it when it doesn't suit the point you want to make. Is that fair?
No, not at all. I would say that that when he speaks of that, that's allegorical, because hell is also referred to as outer darkness. That's in Matthew 6:23 and Matthew 8:12. Well, you can't have flame and darkness in the same place. So obviously, this is speaking in allegorical terms.
So if it's all allegorical, then we will have nothing to worry about. Then the whole thing could be allegorical. The sin could be allegorical. The need for salvation could be allegorical. His resurrection could be allegorical. The creation of the world could be allegorical. All of it could be allegorical, right? Where does it say in the Bible which bits are allegory and which bits are literal?
Well, I mean, that's why we put our interpretive ears on. It's like, not everything in the Bible is meant to be taken literal. You have poetry, you have parables, you have all kinds of things, and we have to look at the text for what it is and its historical content to try to figure out what is the message being relayed.
And then people will disagree with each other. And why doesn't your God just sort it all out? Let everyone know I exist. There's no more atheists. All of us are convinced he exists. Here's the correct religion, if any. These are my rules. It's up to you to use now we have the free will to decide whether we want to follow him. Why doesn't he just do that?
Yeah.
Well, now you're getting to the subject of divine hiddenness, and I think the answer to that is it's not liked, but I think it's logically sound. Whereas if God were to do that, you would have no choice but to worship him. In which
do you believe? So two things: do you believe he exists, and do you have a choice whether you worship him?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
But he hasn't revealed himself to me in the sense that you're explaining. There are times when I don't believe.
Okay, so God is not powerful enough to reveal himself to me in such a way to the same degree of belief that you have, to where you don't feel you're not forced to worship him. Is God not powerful enough to do that?
No, I think that speaks more to your nature than his.
No. Is he powerful enough to do that?
Sure, but that wouldn't be freely given, would it?
Yeah, yes, sure. Of course it would. Like,
well, how?
Like, all right,
how?
So,
if he's
okay, so do you see my iPhone case right here?
No, I don't see you at all.
Okay, you don't see. Okay, so if I hand you a pen and you begin writing with it, you will be convinced that the pen exists, right?
Sure.
Okay. Did I violate your free will by doing that?
No.
Okay. If God provides me with evidence that's as convincing to me as the evidence that convinced you, in such a way that he doesn't believe he exists, is God capable of doing that, or is he not all powerful?
Well, I would say, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. He is capable, but I think you still have your. So
then it's not an argument.
Well, I mean, do you know I'm sure you're familiar with the parable of Lazarus in Luke 16?
I don't see how any of that applies. It's a yes or no. God is okay. Oh, sorry. In fairness, you did answer. God is powerful enough to provide me with the evidence or convince me in such a way that it doesn't violate my free will. So your argument for why he doesn't convince everyone is because it will violate our free will because we'll all be forced to worship him. But you just acknowledged he can do it in such a way to where that's not a problem. So what's your next? What's your next argument as to why he doesn't just let us all know he exists?
I think it would speak to the character, like just. I mean, just so I'm not like, I know that we're at least speaking to each other right now. Are you familiar with the parable in Luke 16?
If I heard it, I might remember it, but just
it's the one where you have Lazarus and the rich man. They go to hell. Or
go
Abraham.
Ahead and just give the like if it's not too long, go ahead and give the parable.
Yeah, I don't have it pulled up or anything. I'm kind of freeball on this one, but basically the premise is Lazarus and a rich man go to Abraham's bosom. The rich man's in basically hell, and he asks, can you send someone to warn my brothers about this? And Abraham tells him they have the law and the prophets. If they don't believe them, they won't believe anyone coming back from the dead either.
Okay, so how does that apply to an all-powerful God convincing us in such a way that it doesn't violate our free will?
Because I would say that for most people, they've already decided that they're aggressive towards God. So any
how did you determine that? How did you determine the mental disposition of most people on the planet? Because what I'm saying is like,
I mean, I guess I'm basing it off of personal experience.
Random. We've got hundreds of people in our community that for whom losing their faith was the worst thing that's ever happened to them. Like it was agony. They wanted nothing more than to continue a loving relationship with the God that they'd known for decades in some cases, and realizing that they didn't believe this anymore was like a bereavement. It really was like a bereavement. People suffer from genuine grief from losing this. This was not just people skipping off to go and be, happy sinners. This was terrible. This is not people losing their belief because of an antagonistic disposition towards God. It happens sometimes that people, the main reason, funnily enough, is reading the Bible. Reading the Bible is the most common reason that people end up losing their faith, because they realize it doesn't hang together.
Well, I would say that in that case, so be it, because what people are happening, or what I perceive happening, is people are reading the Bible and they realize God doesn't fit in the mold of how they feel like God should be, and now they reject him. In which case, sure, that is a conscious.
It's not. No, you're just mischaracterizing it. You're putting a whole load of sort of moralizing onto it, which isn't there. Quite often, it's just that they realize that it's anachronistic. They realize it's contradictory. They realize it's full of holes. They realize that Jesus didn't fulfill any of the requirements of the Messiah figure promised in the Old Testament. They realize
that's a whole nother.
It is, but it's true. And they realize that it stumbles over itself, that it's contradictory, that it's full of mistakes, that it's full of all sorts of problems. And as a result of that, and as a result of just examining their day-to-day lives, where they're promised, pray, anything you ask for in faith, believing will be provided, and it's just obviously not true. The evidence of the world speaks against what this book says. And so eventually people just come to a point of saying, this stuff used to convince me, but it doesn't convince me anymore. That's not because they are rejecting God. It's because they just realize that what they were doing when they were praying to God and talking to God and having conversations with God was really talking to themselves. And there's no rejection there. They just come to see it differently. And
sorry, John.
That's all right. And so really what we're just saying is that people who go through a situation like that, go through a process like that, and come to a position of honest disbelief, and you said you're skeptical about the existence of, non-resistant non-believers. It's just not true. We have thousands listening now. It's just not true.
Random.
Okay.
I suspect if anyone comes to you and says, you know what, I just earnestly stopped being convinced that Islam is true, and so I left Islam, or I just earnestly became unconvinced that Hinduism is true, so I left Hinduism, or Sikhism, or Buddhism, or any other belief system, you would just give them the respect of saying, hey, they just honestly became unconvinced of that particular religion. But when it happens to your religion, where people just earnestly become unconvinced that it's true and genuinely try to seek the truth and want to continue believing, you have to somehow ascribe some kind of nefarious intent or the hardened heart or just want to sin or some type of blame on the person, but not when it happens to any other religious belief system. That's sort of a tribalism, in-group, out-group mentality.
Well, no, I mean, not as much as you might think. For example, I get Mormon missionaries come to my house all the time. I'm not Mormon. I love to sit down and talk with them. And I know my wife, she gets frustrated. She gets frustrated with me doing these calls too. But she says, for example, she's like, do you really think that you're changing any minds? And I said, honestly, if they were to change their mind over something they've grown up believing their entire life over a 15-minute conversation with me, I wouldn't respect them anymore.
That's not what we're talking about. Right, we're just talking about people. We're talking about people over the course. If somebody over the course of years, and we have a lot of ex-Mormons in our community, suddenly stopped believing in Mormonism, not suddenly, sorry, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. If somebody earnestly over the course of years and introspection and time stopped believing in Mormonism, oh, how about this? Well, first of all, and they became atheists. First question, would you automatically question them like, oh, they just have hardened hearts? Is that what you would say?
I've looked into Mormonism enough to believe that, yeah, there's plenty of reasons to believe it's not true.
Right. So that's what you're convinced of. So you wouldn't question them, especially if any of these people became Christian. Let's be real. You would be like, sure. Yep, they earnestly but because you believe in your religion, everyone else who leaves their faith in other religions, you're going to take them at their word and give them the respect of their reported life journey when it comes to their current belief. But you won't grant that same respect if they leave your religion. And that is that's the tribalism, the in-group, out-group that's been instilled in you, and it's toxic.
So I would push back against that a little bit because there's been plenty of people I've watched convert to Christianity who I've had my doubts on whether it was a true conversion or not. I'm not going to speak to whether it was or not, but I would just say I had my doubts. Okay, so as far as do I just grant all these people a pass? No, I don't. But if we're beginning with the premise that Christianity is true, right? Because that's kind of how we have to start this conversation. We're granting that Christianity is true, and then is God just for sending people to hell for disbelieving? All right. Well, if Christianity is true, then the Bible doesn't conflict with the state of the universe. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's a whole nother topic, and we'll disagree on that.
It's not. It's the topic we're talking about. So if we're assuming that Christianity is true, if Christianity is true, there is a universe in which the Bible coincides with reality, which means that you're reading it wrong.
The topic is whether a good God can send people to hell for non-belief. That's the topic.
Because if you're non-believing, you're wrong. You're incorrect factually.
Yeah, I don't think punishing people for factual errors I think it's nonsensical.
Right, and so what I would say is if the actual non-resistant non-believer exists, you say he does, I'll take your word for it. If this person exists, then God will deal with that person justly, and I see no reason why they can't simply grant them faith in this life or the next, because Jesus says, as I explained, that it's based on your own understanding of these things. So it's the person who knows and then chooses to resist. Now, what I would say is that I think personal bias gets in there more than we care to admit to ourselves, whereas we don't want it to be true because we want to choose our sin. I mean, I've been in that same boat plenty of times where I really wish this whole Christianity thing wasn't true, so I could choose my sin over everything else.
Yeah, but if you think, if you are persuaded of it, it doesn't matter, and if you're not persuaded of it, it also doesn't matter. Like, that's irrelevant. Like, someone's internal, deeper motivations may play a part in it, and we know that motivated reasoning is a thing. But motivated reasoning works on a subconscious level. You're either convinced this stuff is true, or you're not convinced it's true, and it's still the case that is an involuntary process, and so punishing it or rewarding it is nonsensical. So, friend, we're gonna move it along.
Okay,
we're gonna move along just because it's been a while and we've got a couple of others waiting. But
no worries.
I would say the syllogism you provided wasn't fit for purpose, I would say. So maybe retool that one. Have a think about it again. But thanks for coming back. We appreciate it.
Yep. All right. Have a good one.
All right, Random. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, we are going to get Josh in next. We'll just a very quick check in on the bingo where we had the Queen Beach called Filbro Babble. I'm going to hold back on that because Filbro Babble is a different type of thing. It's not sort of any philosophical argument. It's a particular type of antagonistic kind of trying to get ahead in the conversation by using unnecessarily complex terms. I don't think he was doing that. And then Gregor's called Hardened Heart. There was a bit of talking about hardened hearts, wasn't there? Skepticism about non-resistant non-believers. I think that's fair. So good stuff there. Excellent stuff. All right. We will do just a couple of super chats and then we'll get Josh in next. And we have Jerry after that in the queue as well. So Jim says, thank you so much for the super chat. John, Jesus was a Jew like you. Come to him, John. Come to the greatest Jew ever, Jesus. Well, that would be delightful. He knows where I am. If he wants me to come to him, he need only introduce himself to me and we'll have a little chat. I'll ask him about his mindless support for genocide and slavery. And if he can give a good accounting of himself, I will consider coming to him. But short of that, nah, that's not going to happen. And Tim Davidson says, you need a bigger bed. This was while we were speaking to God, Moana God. I'm trying to remember what that was about. But what was he saying about beds? I can't remember. Maybe that's passed over me there. But QX Games says, hi, John. Would you consider a debate video comparing a relationship with God to the clinical APA definition of a toxic relationship layer by layer? Well, I don't know about a debate video, but there's a lot to be said for that because this God character is all very dysfunctional. It's a bit like Stockholm. It's a little bit like Munchausen. It's all a bit weird. There's a lot of pathology in these relationships. I'm not qualified to speak from a clinical point of view at all. But there's definitely a lot to be said there. And I suspect there's stuff in the literature about that already. Okay, 2 more of these and we'll get Josh in. Xavier Breath has gifted, this is massive, 10 Unconvinced membership. That's unbelievable. Thank you so much, Xavier. Very, very generous and kind. And Mokemeister said he should still be able to hear Sean, fucking liar. I wonder... Oh, was that the guy who was saying that he was saying that he couldn't hear you because we'd muted him. Quite right. Yeah, he was not fit for purpose at all, that chap. He was not ready for a conversation. Brilliant. Good point, Mokemeister. Very good point. Okay, let's get Josh in. And after that, we will have Jerry, and we've got SCP in the queue on the YouTube side. Hey, Josh, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, excellent. Thank you for waiting patiently in the queue. We appreciate that. So you know what the prompt is. It's above my head. Good God, yes. Could not just would not, could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. What's your view on that?
It's a hard question. Hopefully I can add something.
Sure.
I'm a bit sleepy, so I might not stay on too long.
Sure, give it a try.
I have to apologize for that.
We got you.
I would say that as a Christian, this is like one of the hardest things we have to deal with. And I think that you as a debater probably hear a lot of things around this that I probably also not agree with. What I can say though, I'm not sure if it's like a good answer, but the message from the Bible is that God, so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son to demonstrate his love for the human people.
John 3:16. But sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Please.
I was going to say immediately after that, it says,
yes,
but those who don't believe this are condemned. So it makes believing this story a moral test, doesn't it? Whereas in actual fact, belief isn't a moral thing. It's just whether you find something convincing or not.
I'm not sure if I follow that reasoning, because, I mean, you have to find it convincible, but also you have to wanting to have it, I think, is my position on that.
I mean, I might want to be a couple of inches taller, but wanting something to be true is not the same as thinking it is true.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of falls on itself that it needs to be true for it to happen.
But what if you're like me, just unconvinced of the Bible, and you know what it's like to be unconvinced of a holy book, because there are many holy books that you are unconvinced of. You don't find the Bhagavad Gita particularly compelling, I assume,
I've not even read it,
or the Quran. So you know what it's like to know of a holy book and just find it not persuasive. The claims of that religion, right? You do the exact same thing that I do. So why does it make moral sense for me to be punished for it?
I mean, I've read the Quran, and not the whole Quran, but and I would be punished for not following that teaching.
You would, and that doesn't make sense either, does it?
I would be wrong.
Yeah. This is essentially God punishing people for mistakes. Let's assume for a moment that God is real and God is that the Bible is true, and I'm just unconvinced of it because, well, I've never seen any evidence that it is true. All I've heard are poor apologetics arguments that have been the same ones I've been hearing for 20-something years. And all of those things have been insufficient to convince me of the truth of these claims. And God, if God is real, would know this. God would know that I'm an intellectually honest person. I'm not pretending not to believe things even though I do believe them. I'm not rebelling. I'm just not persuaded it's true. Why would it make sense for me to be punished for that intellectual honesty?
I think that doesn't make sense. But also I think that, some things might not be presented in the right way, where science is being set up against the Bible. That, maybe it can make sense in some way, some of the things.
Maybe it can, but it just doesn't, because, as I said, I'm not capable of accepting Jesus, because I just don't think it's true. If I said now, okay, I accept Jesus into my heart. Let's say I tried to do all the things that the Bible says I'm supposed to do. I can have myself baptized, like Mark 16:16. I can do the things, and I can say the words. But what I can't do is command myself internally to actually be convinced it's true. That makes sense. That's beyond what I'm capable of doing.
It will have to follow an eternal conviction. That will be God's responsibility.
And we're told that that's
create in your heart.
Right. So God has to give that gift of faith, right? Well, in my case, he hasn't done that. Now, he may have his own reasons for doing that. If he's the boss.
Can I ask you if you have a church background, or
I don't have a church background, but I do have a background of having my head firmly in Christianity for several decades, because I find it interesting. And God knows where I am. If God wanted to gift me the gift of faith such that I suddenly found all of this stuff persuasive, or was able to be convinced in some way that it was true, I've been around, and he knows my address and my email and my phone number. He's capable of reaching me anytime he wants. And so far he hasn't. So it must be according to the will of God that I'm currently a non-believer. Would you agree with that?
In some sense, but as well, you're kind of making a scenario where God has to find you like at your house, and maybe you're seeking God on the wrong premises.
Even if let's say I'm seeking God wrong, God is capable of correcting me like an errant child and saying, well, he's looking in all the wrong places. I'm going to give him the evidence he needs, maybe in a place he's not looking. That happens all the time, that people find things in life where they weren't looking.
Not.
But you must admit that if God is powerful enough to have created the entire universe, he must be powerful enough to convince a guy in Surrey that he exists. Let's say I'm an idiot and I'm looking in all the wrong places and I've got unreasonable expectations, and let's just say I'm a fool. God is capable of setting me right, isn't he?
I think God is able to do that.
Right.
I think also, if you seek God, are you seeking God actively, like praying to God, please reveal yourself to me?
I have done. I'm not right now, but
Okay,
I have done in the past, of course, yeah.
Because that's kind of prerequisite for
of course, yeah.
what the Bible says.
Oh,
So
Jesus is knocking at the door. I opened the door hundreds of times. There was no one there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told, seek and you'll find. I seeked, didn't find anything. So it must be the case that if God exists, he's happy for me to be a non-believer. Because if he wanted it to be different, it would be different.
I don't think that he is happy with you being an unbeliever.
Well, why isn't he doing anything about it then? But hang on, just think about what it is you're saying.
Yes.
You're saying that God is not happy with me not being God is not happy with me being a non-believer, that he is powerful enough to change that, and that he's chosen not to change it. That's a contradiction. That cannot be resolved.
No, because everything that's happening in the world, it's not governed by God.
It doesn't need to be the case that everything that's happening in the world is governed by God, but God is powerful enough to provide me with the evidence that would persuade me if he wanted to, isn't
Unfortunately, as I understand it, God has appointed the church to do that task.
Well, then it must be the case that God's decision to delegate some of his holy work to men is a decision that he would know would result in me still being unconvinced of his existence, and therefore is still a conscious choice he's making. He does occasionally intervene. We hear all the time about people who claim personal experiences of the divine and conversations with God, and God coming to them in dreams, and God presenting himself. Yes. We hear these things all the time. If you believe in an all-powerful being, it must be the case that if he wanted me to know him, I would know him.
Yeah, I definitely think that he wants to know you, and I definitely think that also there's more time, for you if you really wanted to seek out. But I understand where you're coming from, so I'm not trying to say it like that, but
the there's more time argument may work for me because I still have, we hope, some life to lead, but it doesn't work for the people who, like Christopher Hitchens and the millions of other people who died without belief, right? So for those people, the there's more time argument doesn't work. God could have intervened in the lives of these people at any point, chose not to do so, chose for them to die without knowledge of him, and is now going to punish them for that. That doesn't make sense.
That's very sad. If that's the case, then that's very sad. But can I ask you, do you believe in free will?
I'm actually not convinced. I think that the arguments against free will are quite strong, but I don't think I don't rely on any theories or beliefs about free will to make my position on belief, because even if we do have free will, now let me say it another way, even if we don't have free will, we at least have the illusion of free will when it comes to, shall I have tea or coffee? Shall I go for a run or sit on the sofa? Those are things that we have the experience of, at least, even if it's an illusion, we have the experience of being in control of those decisions. We don't even have the experience of being in control of a decision about whether you find something persuasive or not. So the free will thing's kind of irrelevant.
I don't think that it's irrelevant, but for me, I don't think that everything is happening because of a chain reaction.
So yeah, you're rejecting determinism. That's fine.
I mostly do. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm open to having the conversation on the basis of rejecting determinism or accepting it. In either scenario, I'm not capable of believing something that I don't find convincing, and because of that, I'm not capable of having the relationship with Jesus that I'm supposed to have in order to spare me from what he's going to do to me as a result of not having that relationship. It's pretty messed up. You must admit. pretty horrible.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It's very coercive. It's like a big, horrible, violent shakedown. I mean, Sean was talking about like a mafia boss earlier, saying, "Well, lovely eternal soul you've got there. Shame if anything were to happen to it. And you have to believe the right things to stop God doing what He's going to do to you if you're not convinced of those things." It's just pretty horrible.
I don't think necessarily that you have to believe the right things, but you do need to have a savior, because we are all, facing death. And,
is it possible to have a savior if you don't believe the right things?
It depends on the things. I believe it's very easy to have a savior. You can just say that, okay, I want you to be my savior, and then I believe that something will.
Well, let's say it now, Sean. Sean and I, let's both say it.
Yeah,
Jesus,
I was just going to do that.
Yeah, I want you to be my savior. All right, am I all good now?
Oh, hold on, me too. Jesus, I want you to be my savior. I still don't believe Jesus exists.
Yeah.
Am I saved now?
I think we're both done.
Do you mean it?
No.
Do I mean what?
Do we mean it? We can't mean it because we don't believe it, which is why, yet again, it comes back to belief.
No, I understand.
It always comes back to belief. All the things that you're supposed to do that get you off the meat hook of hell are all downstream of belief. If you don't have the belief, you don't get to do those things. You don't get to have the relationship. You don't get to participate in all of that wonderful, lovely stuff.
What's the reason why you can't believe that Jesus is real? Because I listened a little before, and then you were comparing it to like something like a fairy tale or something, but the evidence for Jesus is like much stronger than that.
It's precisely the same as a fairy tale in my view. It's just a book. It's a book of myths from a culture where myth making was the norm, where stories were spread by the oral tradition for, in some cases, centuries, and in some instances, decades. And things happened that were spread by word of mouth through a pre-scientific, highly superstitious population until they were written down some decades later. No eyewitnesses.
Yeah, the gospel were written down from years 60, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. So three or so decades later, stories being passed around in a culture where every other person was a messiah or being resurrected. Completely credulous population. Something is. Of course, every other person was claiming to something or other. It's a very, very superstitious culture full of magical, mythical thinking against a backdrop of messianic texts. This was primed. The culture was primed for these stories to take hold, and then they got written down you'll know this obviously in the book of Mark, and then the other two synoptic gospels copied chunks of that later, and then they will trip over each other's feet about the details and the specific points in a way that they can't all be resolved. And then John comes along and sprinkles a layer of theological magic powder over the top, and we're expected 2,000 years later to believe that these are historical accounts. It's ludicrous.
But we don't have any accounts of these other messiahs that you are referring to.
Well, I mean,
we only have from the Jesus that spread, through the whole Roman Empire. And a lot of people sacrificed their life early on in the first century.
Well, that doesn't matter, because people have been sacrificing their lives for false beliefs for as long as there have been beliefs.
I agree. That's
right?
not
people's willingness,
argument,
willingness to die for an idea says nothing about whether the idea is true. It just says something about how committed they were to it, and we don't have to doubt that. I mean, we can see people occasionally fly airplanes into buildings because they're that committed to the ideas they believe in. Right? That's not anything novel. And the fact that Christianity was adopted as the official religion of Rome in the 4th century and then spread by the application of violence for several centuries afterwards, it's not surprising that it became successful. But none of that speaks to whether it's true. None of that provides a reason for thinking that these sets of magical claims are real.
I do think that it is a good argument, though, that it spread like this in the Roman Empire.
Why?
And that a lot of churches were established.
Why?
Anyway,
Why is the political success of the
should
church?
that happen? Like,
Because
why
some
should people
some
believe in
religions are
this?
going to be successful,
Because they
and
didn't have any
most of them
incentive.
aren't. But hang on, some religions are going to, some
Yes.
cults, this was a cult, some cults are going to be successful and some cults aren't. The majority aren't. And of course you're going to be left at the end only with the ones that were. That's just a thing. If Christianity had died out and some other cult had been adopted by Constantine, then we would all be members of some other cult now, talking about what proof that is, that that cult was true. It's just a matter of chance that this is the one that happened to catch on. It says absolutely nothing about whether
Islam was wildly
plain
Islam was wildly successful as well. Is their
Yes.
success, and by the way, they're on track to overtake Christianity. Is their success evidence that Islam is true?
No.
Okay. All right. So I agree, but I'm consistently applying that logic
Yeah.
that argumentum ad populum should be avoided.
Yeah.
Because
that's
these
our
people didn't
position.
have any incentive to die for the gospel or to spread the gospel in
Sure they
the
did.
first century.
Sure they did. They
What
believed it
would
was
that
true.
be? Persecution
They
from the
believed it was
Roman
true.
Empire?
They believed it was true.
Okay,
People
they
have
believed
been,
it was true. Okay.
you know, David Koresh's people didn't have any incentive to die, but they believed it was true. The Heaven's Gate
Okay,
cult
yeah.
didn't have any incentive to die, but they believed it was true. People have been dying for cults all along the way. This is not an argument for the truth of their claims at all.
But why would they believe it was true? If
Because
not,
they're persuaded.
They experienced the resurrected
Because,
Jesus.
because they've been persuaded. It's the same reason why people flew planes into buildings, because they think they'd experienced Allah talking to them and telling them to do that. It's people's willingness to die for their beliefs only speaks to the fact that they were convinced of the things they believed. Well, human history is full of people being convinced of things that we now know are not true. It's really unremarkable. It would be more remarkable if it never happened.
I'm glad we established at least that Jesus is a historical person. It
seems that way. I wouldn't bet the
Yeah.
farm on it, but it does seem that way. But
Yeah.
anyway, I think we'll move it along because we want to not let things get bogged down. But thank you for
Yeah, for
waiting
sure.
patiently, Josh, and we enjoyed
You're good.
talking
Thanks
to
for
you.
having me up. Okay.
Keep well.
Have a
All the
good night.
best. Take
Take
care.
care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We are going to get Jerry in next. Just a couple of these first before we do. One more skateboarder said, I choose hell. Heard there are better skate spots. Yeah, there are definitely better skate spots in hell, and much more relaxed about the laws as well. You can just do it wherever you want. It's absolutely fine. There's no one there imposing any funny little regulations about that type of thing. And Starry Night says, thank you for your live. I learned so much. Keep spreading the truth. Praise Puff. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you to say. We love it. We love doing this. It's a source of great joy. So thank you for being here as well, and your support. And Dav Spiral says, it appears Christians want freedom from freedom. That's when we were speaking to Ad. Yeah, I mean, Ad was a funny one. He was not listening at all. I think Ad was Ad was a different case. He needs to think about his behavior a bit more, I think. And Pavel says, what's the difference between Jesus and Superman? Superman would save you whether you believe in him or not.
I love that.
Absolutely spanking. Brilliant. We love that too.
I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that.
That's yours, Sean. That's yours.
I've stolen a number of things from this community. They are definitely clever. Yeah.
It's humbling to be surrounded by so many clever people. I often think, oh my God,
yeah.
I got to keep up because I'm not as smart as so many of the people in the audience here. Okay, let's get Jerry in. And then we have Thank You, Lord, afterwards. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, how y'all doing?
How are you?
Doing good.
Good. I'm just going to get your name up on... You're not driving a vehicle, are you, by any chance?
No. Okay. I'm in my vehicle, but I'm not driving. I'm not moving.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Right. Well, you know what we're saying. A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. What's your position?
Right. Yeah. I've heard you talk to a few people, and y'all talked about a lot of other things. Not really the prompt so much, but I would like to add that My viewpoint on it is it's just like anything else. Everybody has free will and has they're able to make the decisions that they want. Every decision that we make has consequences, whether that's good or whether that's bad. God is not sending anybody to hell. Your choices are doing that. You are choosing that, and that is a consequence of that.
Sure.
I'll give you an example in everyday life. We have laws and stuff that we abide by. I don't know what country you live in, but say in my country, America, if I were to steal something, I were to go to jail. I wouldn't turn that on the government and say, hey, y'all are horrible people for my choices.
Okay, so I hear you. So let me push back slightly on what you said there. So because you've sort of made an analogy to people being free to make whatever choices they want, and that it's reasonable for there to be rules to punish the choices they make to do actions which are against the law, right? The reason why that argument fails, there are two reasons why it fails. The first is that belief isn't a choice. Belief isn't an action you take. This is the main reason why this argument fails. It's why the whole theology fails, by the way. It's why the whole idea of belief-based salvation is nonsense. Is because it pretends that believing something is an action that you can just choose to take. And as we have been saying tonight, and will probably continue to say tonight, and we say all the time, that's just not what belief is. That's not what it means to believe something. You can't just decide to believe something. If you don't find it convincing, you don't find it convincing. And there's no decision you can make to change that, which is not the same as if you're deciding whether to hold up the local bank or not. You've got a genuine option. Whether you believe in libertarian free will or you don't, I don't care. You still have the experience, at least, of being able to choose whether you want to do those actions or not. Am I going to rob the bank? I feel like it. Maybe I don't feel like it today. Maybe I'll do it next week, or maybe I won't do it at all. You have at least the illusion, if it's an illusion or the reality, of making a choice about those actions. That's not in play here. I don't have.
Yeah, it's definitely in play. You have the options to live how God told you to or not.
That's different. Notice what you did there.
If you're going to live by God's ways, you will be welcomed into his home. If you don't live by his ways, you will not be. It's very simple.
But notice what you did there. You changed it from non-belief, which is in the prompt above my head, it says non-belief there, to living by God's ways. My prompt doesn't say a good God could not send anyone to hell for not living by God's ways.
Well, I'm referring to what Scripture says.
Scripture makes belief the test too, in John 3:18, Mark 16:16,
it goes hand in hand,
and Revelation 21:8.
As Jesus says, if you love me, you will keep my commandments.
Right, but you can't. Hang on. What you're missing is you can't love him and keep his commandments unless you think he's there. You think he exists and you believe it. And if you don't believe it, then you're not making a choice not to love him. You don't have the option of loving him. I can no more make the choice to love Jesus than you can make the choice to love Harry Potter, as lovely as Harry is. If I said to you, you're going to get punished if you don't love Harry Potter, you would think I'd lost my mind. But that's exactly what you're saying to me. I deserve to be punished unless I do things with my life that can only be done if I love something I don't believe exists. That's an unreasonable burden to put on a human being, don't you think?
It might be unreasonable to you, but it's just. It's justified by God.
Well, justify it then.
We don't see things
justify it. Explain why it's just.
Human beings.
Explain why it's just. I'm asking you if you think it's
God.
reasonable.
I can't tell you, hey, it's just for this way.
I'm asking you to give me your opinion about it.
You're asking another human being. Yeah. I'm not like.
Hold on.
We're judged by a different being than me and you.
If you can't understand it, then what is your justification for calling it just? Basically,
because
like
the person that created me and created the world that I live in says so. So that means it's justified because they see things differently than we do.
Okay, the person says so. So should we judge whether somebody is just or good or what have you, these qualities based on what they say about themselves, or should we judge them by what they do?
Like who? Like who are you using as an example?
Anybody.
Any human being? Anybody? Yeah, sure. Exactly.
Okay. So
what they do.
So what's
sure.
special? So what's special that you were pleading about God that
He created us?
Okay,
He
so
created us.
okay, so
We're
if
his
someone
creation.
hold on. If God is a sadistic monster and he tortures people just for
Yeah,
funsies,
we're not in a hypothetical situation here. We're talking about
please,
what really.
okay, all right. Listen, please stop talking over me. Please stop talking over me when I'm not done answering the question. Okay, so let's say God likes to torture people as funsies just for fun. He created us. That's your criteria. He is just because he created us. That is your criteria. So under that condition, let's say he created us and he likes to torture people for funsies. Does that make him, is that still a just God? Yes or
Sean,
no?
you're using these off the wall hypothetical situations.
Yes or no? Yes or okay, great. Well then answer them, please. Yes or no?
I'm about to answer your question.
Okay.
So
okay, great.
that's the thing. When we go by what is just and unjust, you're looking at it through a human being's mind that also doesn't respect his creator. So you're going to have a tainted view anyway off the jump.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again until I get a yes or no. If God create, let's say he created us, so that would be just under. So your thing is to torture people for fun. So that's your criteria of just, is like someone created someone, therefore anything that they do to those people is just. So like, for example, if I created
from a just creator, yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay. So by what criteria are you calling God just?
All of his actions have a equal
what specific actions? So if God created,
so people,
you said, hold on.
That defy against God. Do you want me to answer the question, or you want to keep going?
Yeah. Go ahead. Okay.
So people that defy against God, those people are punished for that. That's a just right thing in God's eyes. Just like I said earlier, you have consequences for every action that you have.
Jerry,
if you don't listen to what God says and don't take heed of his word, then you will be punished for that.
But Jerry, we've already demonstrated that not believing in God isn't defying against him. It's not an action. It's not an act of rebellion. It's something that happens to you if you're not convinced that God exists. You have no choice. And God would know that we have no choice. So for you to just call it just is to not really use just properly. You're using the word just as an arbitrary label. As an arbitrary label that you are just slapping on God and saying anything he does is just because he's really big. But that's not a moral argument you're making. And if you look above me, it doesn't say a God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. It says a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. And the reason why I put good in there is that goodness doesn't involve punishing people for things that they couldn't do differently.
Right. And John, I'm not in here claiming, I don't want you to mistake my argument saying that everybody has to believe in this or do it. I'm not saying that whatsoever. We're told in scripture that a lot of people are not. The way to eternity is very, very narrow. There is not many people that are going to be welcomed in to the kingdom. I didn't think that your argument. There's going to be people like you. There's going to be people like Sean.
I didn't think that your argument was saying that everyone has to do it. I think that your argument is saying that it's just for God to punish people for not believing in him when they couldn't do differently, and that is the position you're taking.
But you keep saying that he's punishing you. No, you are suffering the consequences for your actions.
The consequences he set. The consequences that he set. So he is imposing the punishment. You don't get to play word games. That's like saying the executioner is not chopping off your head. You're suffering the consequences for having done the crime. Well, yes,
correct. It's not the executioner's fault for your choices. It's your choices.
This is the whole.
And he is just going through with it and doing what he has to do.
So who's in charge?
Right, Jerry, I get you. We're punished for our sins. Got you. Whoo, I'm in a pickle now. How do you get out of that? Is there a way? Is there a way to get saved from that? Is there a way to get
saved from what?
Yeah, from this punishment for our sins? Because according to you, we're all sinners, right? That's according to
yes.
Okay,
sure.
Great. How do I get saved from that? How do I get the divine pardon?
You repent and turn away from your sin.
Right. In order to do that, in order to repent, I have to believe in
acknowledge that what you did was wrong, and then you start to follow the directions that God has given you to live your life.
All right. Can you do that if you don't believe God actually exists?
can you follow rules if you don't? Yeah. Okay. So if you don't believe that,
Yeah, like, can
I'm
I
about to answer your
repent?
question. I'm about to answer your question,
Okay.
John. So
Okay.
if you don't believe that, let's say your government exists, can you still follow the laws of your government?
I'm sorry. Is that a yes or no to my question? Can I do that if I don't believe God actually exists?
Yes, you can. You can still follow directions. Yes.
Okay. So, but we're all sinners. So according to you, we're all sin. So
sorry, let's not miss what's just happened. Do you notice, Jerry, you've slipped again back to the way you're supposed to behave as opposed to what you're supposed to believe, right? And again, my prompt doesn't say a good God could not send anyone to hell for not following the rules. It says a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. And the problem that you keep on losing track of and losing sight
When you
of.
say non-belief, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to.
If they don't believe.
Because
what scripture are you referring to where it says you will be sent to hell for not believing or whatever?
Okay, I'm not even referring to scripture. I'm now referring to your own words. You've said that if you don't do the actions that are required according to God's rules, that you're going to deserve the punishment, that you're not going to get the pardon that he gives everyone else, right? You're going to get the pardon from hell, even though you're a disgusting, filthy, wormy sinner. You're going to get a pardon from hell because you've done the right God rules. You followed the right God rules.
Because I follow God's
laws.
Because
you follow God's laws, right? And the reason why you're able to follow God's laws is because you are convinced that God exists, and therefore you're able to repent and accept yourself as a disgusting, dirty, worthless, slimy, good-for-nothing sinner that God has told you that you are.
Well, no, I don't believe I'm a dirty. I don't believe any of that. I'm not a sinner. I follow God's laws.
Wait,
right.
you said, hold on. You said everyone.
We're all
you
sinners,
said everyone's
dude.
a sinner.
We're all
said
sinners.
everyone's a sinner.
Yeah,
so
everybody has sin. Correct. Yeah.
Everybody has sin.
I don't just
so
go
you're
around
never gonna
sinning
sin
every day.
Oh, okay,
I follow
so you
God's
sin
laws,
less.
so I don't.
Hold on. Do you ever sin? Do you ever sin? Yes or no?
Yeah, everybody has.
Right.
Okay.
So as I'm saying,
I didn't say have. I didn't say have past tense. Do you ever sin? Are you going to sin again? Yes or no?
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
got you. So everyone's a sinner. How do we get out of it? So everyone's a sinner. Let's all accept that. Everybody, 100% of everyone sins. The way out of that, is there a way out of that without believing God actually exists? Is there a way out of the punishment under the premise that everybody sins? You, me, John, everyone sins. Is there a way out of that without believing God actually exists?
Well, and you keep saying
that's
punishment.
a yes or no. That's a yes or no. That's a yes or no. That's a yes or no. Yeah.
I'm going to get to your answer, Sean. But
so the words yes or no will come out of your mouth.
Wait 1 second, Sean. Hold on. Wait a second, brother.
I'm going to circle back if you don't answer it.
All hell is absence of the Father. So it's not going to be a punishment for people that don't want to be around the Father.
Oh, so no wailing and gnashing of teeth then. No wailing and gnashing of teeth.
You're not answering the question.
Yeah.
Is
Sean,
there a way?
To keep muting me, or are you?
Yes. If I ask a closed-ended question, here, watch this. John, did you go to the store today?
I did not.
Okay, he answered no. Or as something that I was able to flesh out a yes or no. We hold ourselves to a standard of, if you ask us or anyone asks us a yes or no question, we immediately, without excuse, say yes or no, or potentially I don't know. Okay, so under the premise that we are all sinners, all right, some people will be saved, some won't. Can you be saved without believing God exists? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, there you go. So belief is required for salvation. The thing you kept doing the tap dance around, that's what we're highlighting.
How much time we could have saved by just acknowledging this at the start. All of the stuff that you're talking about.
I want to understand why
and
you
belief
keep saying
isn't a
punishment.
Choice.
How would this
irrelevant.
be a punishment to you?
I don't care. I don't care what semantic
this is something that you don't believe in. This isn't a punishment.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
You're just going to be absent from the Father. That's
I understand what you're saying. I don't think that any of this stuff is true, Jerry. I think this is all made up nonsense. But I'm making a moral argument. Hang on, you've asked a question. You've asked a question. I'm going to answer it. I'm making a moral argument against a principle. The fact that I don't worry about hell doesn't mean that I don't worry about all the people who do worry about hell. All of my friends who sometimes still have nightmares or who still have feelings of residual unworthiness or shame or guilt or fear or anxiety around this stuff because people who they loved and trusted told them that this crap is true. That's why I worry about it. I don't worry about it because I'm personally concerned about my own fate in a hell that I don't believe in. I spend as much time worrying about hell as I spend worrying about, the vampires, which is precisely none. I don't care about it, but I care about the people whose lives are impacted by these horrible, horrible doctrines. This is a cruel doctrine, Jerry. You've admitted it yourself. You can't do any of the repenting, any of the loving, any of the having a relationship, any of that lovely stuff that you talk about, the obeying God's laws and all of that stuff. You can't do any of that stuff if you don't think God exists. If you're not convinced that God exists,
and John,
you can't do that. You can't do that. And therefore, a doctrine that tells people that they are deserving of punishment for that inability is morally corrupt.
Wait, what is the punishment? Cruel. John, to explain to us the punishment that you keep saying.
Well,
explain to us that.
Okay, so it depends. What the specific punishment is varies across different interpretations of the Bible. So some people think that hell is mere separation from God. Some people believe that hell is some kind of annihilation. Some people believe that hell, as Jesus says, is a fiery furnace where there's wailing and gnashing of teeth, that it's not very nice, where the worm never dies, where there's a lake of burning sulfur, according to Revelation 21. Lots of people have got lots of different ideas about what hell is. None of them are a party. All of them are represented as something undesirable, as either the imposition of some kind of suffering or the withholding of some kind of benefit. And in both cases, no matter what your idea of hell is, it's still morally idiotic to apply that consequence to somebody purely because they weren't convinced by a set of completely ludicrous claims from a 2,000-year-old book. That's it. That's the argument.
Right, John, and that's perfectly okay. We're told in Scripture that it's going to be that way. It's not. This isn't a oh my God, woe is me topic on I can't believe, I'm not going to get in because I don't believe. We're told that, and that's perfectly fine. There's going to be people that are welcomed in, and there's going to be people that are not. That's just how the cookie crumbles, and it's just like anything else. I'm not going to blame the government, the police, any other governing body over me for my horrible actions if I were to make some horrible decision
you're missing the point again. You're missing the point again because the government and the police. No, Jerry, you're missing the point again.
Yeah.
The government. Listen. The government and the police are never going to make you accountable for your beliefs, ever. You're never going to prison in any country in the world, in the worst regime possible, in North Korea, under the Stasi, under Stalin, under Hitler, or even under Trump. You're never going to prison merely for your beliefs. You can go to prison for owning the wrong book. You can go to prison
for your actions.
It's for your actions. Only religion. Religion. I'm speaking right now. Only religion promises to impose a penalty on you for your beliefs. And you can say it's not for your beliefs, but you've already admitted, you've already admitted that if you don't have the right beliefs, then you can't do all of the things that you need to do in order to avoid the penalty. So it is for your beliefs.
So John, if you're naive to a certain law, can you still be punished for it?
For your actions, not for your naivety. You can't be punished for your naivety.
Right.
You can be punished for your actions.
So if you do something and then you are naive to a law that you are breaking, can you still be punished for that? Or can you claim, I didn't know that was a law. I didn't know that was breaking a law.
For your actions, do you acknowledge? So the problem here is you're saying there's
still can get punished.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I was still explaining. The problem here is that the divine pardon, you keep saying like, oh, I got this gotcha that, oh, you're punished for your sins, not for your non-belief. But the divine pardon, being saved, is not something that if you don't believe Jesus exists, it's not something you can choose, true or false.
Wait, what did you, if you don't believe Jesus exists, you can't be saved, true or false?
No.
Is that what you said? Wait, what did you say? Say it again.
If you'll let me. Okay. The problem is, yes, okay, let's say under your paradigm, everyone is punished for their sins. The problem is this divine pardon.
No, this isn't under my paradigm. This is just life.
Okay, stop fucking talking over me, dude. All right, John, please mute him if he's talking over me. All right. The problem is under your system, we're all punished for our sins, but the divine pardon, being saved, is contingent on something We cannot choose, which is whether or not we are convinced Jesus exists or not. That is not something you can choose. So you can play this semantic game, well, you're actually punished for your sins. But the whole point is these people are saved, these people are not saved, is contingent on something that is not actually a choice. That's the problem. Address that.
Yeah. And naivety of the law doesn't apply here because we know what the law is. We just are not convinced that it's true. If you said to somebody that you are genuinely not convinced that an actual law is true, I mean that's silly because you can see that a law is true. But here we are genuinely not convinced that any of this stuff is actually true. We have no access to it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's perfectly fine.
Well, you say it's perfectly fine. It's not fine. It's completely immoral to punish people.
What's immoral about it?
It's immoral to punish people for things that they couldn't do differently. That's it.
I know, John. I'm saying there has to be people that aren't.
Dude, you got to stop. You got to let John finish.
That's really
were you done,
really
John?
Almost. The principle
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
The principle is that moral accountability requires agency. Do you understand what this means?
Mm-hmm.
It means that in order for you to be held morally accountable for something, you had to have the option of doing something differently. It's why we know that it would be wrong to send people to prison for their eye color because they didn't have a choice about their eye color. The system that you're buying into sends people to eternal damnation or fire or annihilation or separation or whatever it is that you want to call it, imposes a penalty for things that they could not do differently. And that's why
John,
it's wrong. You can say it's fine all day long, but it's not fine.
Right, John. But this is where you're mistaken. You're given a choice. You're given a choice. Like
you're not.
It's just like
you're not
children.
given a choice. You're not given a choice.
What's the choice? What's the choice?
All right, listen. I listened to what y'all talk.
Not an analogy. What's the actual choice?
That's what I'm about to give to you. So, where you're saying that y'all are punished for something that you don't have a choice on, and it goes back to Scripture when they asked Yeshua, hey, how do I inherit the kingdom? He pointed at the child and said, you be blameless as this child. That's why children say, if the judgment day were to come today, children are naive. They haven't had the option and they haven't been placed in this spot where, hey, this is right, this is wrong. You make your choice on how you want to live your life. Those children would be blameless. When you're given that option and you choose to reject it, that was your choice. That's it.
I think this is pointless at this point because you keep on going. You keep on going back to how you choose to live your life. This has nothing to do with how you choose to live your life.
No, you rejected the knowledge that you were given.
No,
you were given knowledge at some point. Have you been? Do you have the Scripture with you?
Okay,
that's not belief isn't a choice, Jerry. That's the whole point. That's the whole thing.
I'm saying, John, do you have the Scripture with you?
Is belief a choice? Yes or no?
Are you capable of reading the Bible?
Okay, Jerry, you're conflating reading the Bible with believing it's not a crock of shit. I've read the Bible. Right. I think it's a load of old. So I think it's a load of old nonsense. I haven't chosen anything. I read it, and I read it as a book of mythology. It's entertaining at parts. It's funny at parts. It's horrific at parts. It's beautiful at parts. It's absolutely morally appalling at parts. But nothing in there makes me think it's true. That's not a choice I've made. It's just how it lands for me. I don't find it convincing. And if God,
you said correct, but then you called it a choice.
Yeah, it's not a choice. There is no choice there, Jerry. There is no choice there, Jerry. No, Jerry.
Okay.
Repeat after me, Jerry. There is no choice there.
Yeah, there's no choice there.
Correct.
And John,
so people are being punished for things for which they have had no choice. And if you think that's okay, then you have a horrible, horrible sense of morality.
No, John, and that's the thing. When you've read it and you said that you look at it as mythology and you don't subscribe to it and you don't accept it, that is a part of life. There's going to be millions and millions of people throughout time that believe the same thing as you do.
So divine pardon is contingent on something that's not a choice, correct, Jerry?
I look at it totally differently than you do.
Okay, so is that a yes or no? Is the divine pardon?
I would say no. You would say yes.
Okay. So you're saying belief is a choice because you acknowledged a second ago it's not a choice when John
it's based off
it's not
your
a choice.
Knowledge.
Is it a choice? Is belief a choice? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would say it's based off your knowledge that you've received.
No, I'm sorry. You thought we were misunderstanding each other. You thought I asked, is belief based on knowledge? No, my question wasn't
Yes,
that.
I would say yes, it's based off your knowledge.
No. Is belief a choice?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you right now choose to believe that the building you're in is going to collapse on you in 1 minute?
Yeah, I can choose to believe that. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to test this hypothesis.
And there's people that do believe that.
Okay, great. We're going to test this hypothesis right now. Choose to believe that, and let us know when you believe it.
What?
Start believing. Demonstrate your claim that you can just decide to become convinced of something. So become genuinely convinced right now.
Anxiety. There's people that actually live every day.
No. I didn't say have a little worry about it. Become genuinely convinced now, on command, as a matter of choice, that the building you're in is about to collapse.
I'm not in a building, but
okay, that you're in a car, aren't you, somewhere or something? But become convinced.
The spot you're in is gonna sink. The spot you're on right now is on top of a sinkhole that's going to collapse and crush you. Yeah. So in 1 minute time, let us know when you start believing it.
Okay, I believe that. So I'm about to move.
Not just say it, but genuinely believe.
So my actions of me moving right now would be me believing that now I'm moving.
But you're not moving. But you're not moving, and you're just being evasive to avoid the point.
And you're lying for Jesus right now. By the way, Jesus, if you're lying right now, Jesus knows, right?
What?
If you're lying about what your actual belief state is, Jesus would know, right?
I don't even know what we're getting at this point.
I think we're at the point of the end of the conversation right now, Jerry. I think you need to think about this, because this whole conversation has been a little frustrating, because you are you seem unable to grasp the idea that if you're not that if you're I'm speaking right now. You seem unable to grasp the idea that if you can't find yourself convinced of these claims, that you're then unable to fulfill the requirements of the law. And that is an unfair system. You can say it's fine, it's wonderful, it's lovely.
Unfair, but it's just.
It is not just. Justice involves giving people what they deserve based on the choices they made. That's what justice is. That's why when somebody is convicted of a crime they didn't do, we call it a miscarriage of justice, because we recognize that it isn't just. And the situation we're outlining here is anything but just. And you can call it just all you want, but that just means you're redefining justice to mean what it doesn't mean.
Let me ask you.
So
let me ask you a question.
We're not asking anymore, Jerry. We're done for now.
Okay.
Come back and speak to us another time if you want to, but we're going to move on from now.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
You have a good one.
And you. Bye-bye.
And he knowingly told a lie to defend his position.
He did.
Blatantly told a lie.
He did.
Shamelessly.
Lying for Jesus.
That objective Christian morality. Lying for Jesus. Absolutely.
Yeah, but to be fair, he did admit he's a sinner, so fair enough.
No.
Okay, we are going to bring Thank You, Lord in next. That was a bit frustrating because he just wasn't getting it. I think we possibly let that go round and round. Maybe he was, which kind of makes it worse if that's true. Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Rio Grande Dance Classic, great name. Thank you so much for the supportive super chat. Appreciate that very much. And also, is this the Dunning-Kruger portion of the program when we were speaking to Ad? This was back when we were speaking to Ad. Yes, he was one of several Dunning-Kruger installments we are planning for you tonight. Stay tuned for the rest. And Herbie Shine, great to see you, friend, says, Ad was exactly the same when he's been on before. I truly believe he's trolling and nothing more. You may be right. I think that's it for comments on Ad. And Rio Grande said, CDDKE, cognitive dissonance, Dunning-Kruger effect. That could catch on. Okay, we will do two more and then get Thank You, Lord in. Sorry, Sean, you got something?
Admin note. Somebody in the TikTok side said your voice is a little bit quiet. Please confirm on both. Yeah, please confirm on both sides whether John is loud enough for you. On YouTube and TikTok. Like, fine. How is John?
I appreciate it. I can bump myself up a little touch and I'll be a little bit louder. There we go. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That is very, very helpful. Thank you. And thanks, Sean. Okay, well, let's just do two more and we'll get Thank You, Lord in. Buzz says, Sean, I was on the phone with one of my old AIT trainees who is SSG now. I love hearing from them. It's so cool to see them progress. So that's you military guys. And last one for now. Buzz also says, thank you. Hello, everyone. Always love to see you all. Even the op John and Sean, have a lovely show. And for John specifically, good luck not pissing for 8 hours. I'll make that work somehow. I'll make that work somehow. That's part of the plan, definitely. Okay, let's get Thank You, Lord in next. And then behind them, I think we have Abdur after that and Amethyst after that. Okay, we'll bring Thank You, Lord in.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
How are you?
I'm good, good. Thank you for having me.
Of course, thank you for your patience waiting. We appreciate you for that. You obviously know what the prompt is, so what would you like to say about it?
Yeah. So the prompt.
And can I just check? You are at least 18, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like me to reiterate the prompt?
Well, I mean, God can. It says, "A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief."
That's correct.
Can you like dumb it down? Like, what are you saying? God, is sending people to hell?
I can dumb it down. So,
okay.
Christian, are you a Christian?
Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
I'm a Christian.
Okay. Pleased to meet you. I'm John. So, awesome. You will know that in Christianity, we are told on more than one occasion that if at the point you die, you don't believe the right things about Jesus, you're not saved. If you haven't accepted Jesus as your personal savior and accepted his substitutionary atonement for your sinful nature, the fact that he died so that you could find forgiveness for your sins, if you don't accept that, then you are punished in some way. You are not granted access to the kingdom of heaven, and something else happens to you. And depending on exactly what that is, well, that would depend on your particular perspective on this. But some people would say you get sent to hell. Is that your belief?
I think it's subjective. I think some people get to go to hell because of their free will. Others get to go to heaven because they chose to follow God.
Right. So what about someone who, for example, has lived a really bad life, hurt a load of people, but towards the end of their life, they repent of their sins and they accept Jesus and say all the right things and believe in Jesus? Where do they go?
They believe in Jesus and they change their whole heart, and the people that love them, or the people that claim to love him, see the change in him. Like, how deep are we going?
Maybe they're on their deathbed, and on their deathbed, they've been a completely horrific person their whole life. Maybe killed a few people, maybe a bit of a Jeffrey Dahmer type. Killed and eaten a few people, buried some body parts in some vats of stuff and under the floor and all of that good stuff. But on their deathbed, they repent and they ask Jesus for forgiveness and express a love of Jesus. What happens to them?
Well, I mean, that's a very good question. Yeah,
it's the one I'm currently asking you.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying, but it has to do with matters of the heart. Like, I don't know your heart. I don't know you.
You don't need to know me to answer the hypothetical I'm proposing.
Well, you don't need to know me either. You need to know God.
No, I'm asking you your opinion about this question. Are you able to engage with it?
Yes. Okay, but let's go with the hypothetical question. Because you're asking a hypothetical question too, so I'll go with the hypothetical answer. Let's go with that. Is that cool?
Yeah, just to give us your opinion. That's all I'm asking. Is what happens to someone who's lived a terrible life? In your opinion, lived a terrible life,
hypothetically,
hurt people a lot, and then repented at the last moment, perhaps on their deathbed or late in their life, and has found Jesus and repented to Jesus and accepted Jesus as their Lord and Savior. What happens to them?
Hypothetically, right?
In reality, in your view.
Well, I mean, because I don't know anybody's heart, so I can't answer that for somebody else. If I don't know.
He's not asking about a specific person. He just said a person lives a terrible life, and then
you
they
can
have
say
a change
hypothetically.
of heart.
If it makes you feel happier to add the word hypothetically, then yes, hypothetically, what would happen to someone in that situation?
Okay, well then hypothetically, I would believe he would go to heaven.
He would go to heaven. Okay, and what happens to someone who's lived a good life? Perhaps donated to charity regularly, perhaps works with children, maybe gives blood occasionally, always mindful of others, but doesn't believe in Jesus, and so goes against the writings of John 3:18, where it says anyone who doesn't believe in Jesus is condemned already. Someone like that, who at the point that their life ends, doesn't accept Jesus as their personal savior, doesn't believe that Jesus even exists, what happens to them, hypothetically?
Well, that's not hypothetically. I mean, according to the scripture, it says you're going to hell.
Okay, right. So this is the thing that I'm talking about here, right? This is the scenario that I'm speaking about with the prompt above my head. So a good God could not send someone to hell just for not believing. So if a God does that, this is what I'm proposing to you for you to think about and engage with. If that is how God works, then he's not good. He's an evil God. Because someone in the hypothetical situation that I told you, who's maybe lived a good life, not hurt people, tried to look out for people, not chopped up and buried any bodies like the other guy who's currently partying up in heaven with Jesus, not done any of that stuff, but simply remained unconvinced of the writings of a particular religious group. Why does that person deserve to be eternally punished?
Why does he deserve? I mean, I think you answer your question, but let me ask you a question. Is that okay if I ask you a question?
No, you can answer John's question.
Answer mine first, and then you can ask me anything you like. Why does that person, a person like me, deserve to be eternally punished? Why do I deserve to be eternally punished? Because according to, you said it yourself, according to scripture, that's what's coming for me. Why do I deserve that punishment? Purely because of what I found convincing.
Well, because you believed it. You believe in your own ideas.
I'm saying that
everyone believes in their own ideas.
Everyone believes in their own ideas. I'm just saying that I don't find the claims that people make about a particular religion to be convincing. I don't have a choice about whether I find them convincing. They just don't convince me. There's no decision I could make that would change that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting to. Like, you have a choice not to believe it, so you don't have to believe it.
I don't have a choice. There's no choice. I just
there is. Okay, let me ask you a question.
I just don't find it convincing. I'm going to let you ask a question, but I want you to just track this and acknowledge it before we abandon it at the side of the road as if it wasn't the most important thing in the conversation. So I am not capable of believing this stuff. There's no choice here. I haven't made a choice not to believe it. I just don't believe it. I don't find it convincing. In the same way that if I said to you that I can run a mile in 20 seconds, there's no decision you could make that would make you believe that I'm true, that's true. You just wouldn't be capable of believing it. Just like that, I'm not capable of believing that there was a magical being who created the whole universe about 6,000 years ago, and then, because of all sorts of unfortunate fruit-related incidences, happened to need to inseminate his own mother with himself, who was then born, sent down to earth, nailed to a piece of wood, so that fine people like you could avoid the punishment he's got lined up for you because of all the stuff he made happen. Because I'm not able to believe that that's true, I'm just not capable of doing it. So do you grant that? And once you acknowledge that, we'll move on and I'll let you ask your questions. Do you grant that that's true, that I'm not capable of doing it?
It's because we can't let your judgment be overwhelmed by your statement. Like, there's no common ground.
That wasn't a yes or a no. The yes or no I was desperately hoping for is, do you acknowledge that I'm not capable of believing things I don't find persuasive?
Look, let me ask you this.
Let me just ask you. I promise you're going to ask me anything you want, but what I want from you is an acknowledgement of what I'm saying. Do you acknowledge, i.e. do you agree, do you accept, that I'm not capable of believing things that I don't find convincing?
Are you not capable to believe in things that are not convincing?
It's not complicated. Do you accept that I can't just choose to believe something if I don't find it convincing?
I mean, you can choose whatever you want to believe.
No, this is precisely the thing I'm asking you to acknowledge is not the case. I cannot just choose to believe something unless I find it persuasive. This is really basic stuff that you're failing to grasp.
Right.
Try harder.
But you're asking me if I believe you believe in the God that doesn't exist. It's like, how can I answer for you when you should answer that question?
I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about the generalities of belief. I'm not capable of believing something that I don't find persuasive, am I? If something hasn't convinced me, what would it mean for me to decide to believe something if I'm not convinced it's true?
Right. No one's going to put a gun in your head and tell you to believe something you don't want to believe.
You know what? If you put a gun to my head and said you were going to kill me unless I believed in Jesus, you'd have to kill me because I still couldn't do it. I still couldn't do it.
But hypothetically, I wouldn't do that. Like
I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that you would do it. I think you're, respectfully to you, my friend, you're not tracking this conversation at all. So try a little bit harder if you can. I'm trying to communicate something to you so you can understand it a bit better. I'm trying to show you that believing something isn't a choice. It's not something that you choose to do. It's something that happens to you if you're persuaded it's true. And if you're not persuaded it's true, there is no choice you can make. Do you understand that?
It's because what you're asking me doesn't make any sense. Like, maybe I'm the wrong person to ask this question. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe this is not going to be a useful conversation because there's a principle at the heart of all of this that you're not grasping, which is that belief isn't a choice.
But you see, you can't speak for me. That's what I'm saying.
I can speak for everyone, for every human being, for every human being. You can only believe something.
With all due respect, you cannot speak for anybody.
For every human being,
you can't.
I can.
You're
for
wrong. You're
for every human being, belief is a thing that happens to you once you have become persuaded that something is true or likely true. That is universally true.
Now that I answered your question, can I ask a question?
That is universally true for every human being, including you. You can ask me a question if you want to. But
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Do you believe in the concept of good and evil?
In a concept of good and evil? No, I don't believe in a concept of good and evil. I think that those are words that we attach to actions as to whether we approve of them or not.
Okay, so if you were to be, just for the sake of argument, you're in the dark room, okay? There's no light. But in order for you to walk in that room and not trip, you would have to turn on the light, correct?
I don't think
yes or no question. Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, I don't think this is going to be a profitable conversation because.
No, I don't think so either because you're not looking for the truth, but you're looking for your own narrative and likes and.
Okay, I just think it's it's starting to feel like punching down. I feel a bit grubby. It just doesn't feel fair. He's not. Yeah. He's not ready for this, and I mean that as nicely as I could possibly mean it. It's just not fair. Okay. We will get in Abdur next, and then Amethyst after that. Bringing Abdur right now. Hey, Abdur, how are you?
I'm good, John. How are you? Thanks for letting me up.
Of course. There you go. Name on the board. You know what our claim is. What do you say about it?
Okay. So I've been listening to the past couple conversations, and I think that the folks you've been speaking to so far have been all Christian. I am a Muslim, just to start off with that.
Yeah.
And so I think the paradigm is going to be a little bit different about what does belief actually mean, whether or not it can be a choice in any sense, and then what are the actual criteria for entering the hellfire. So, and we do believe that hellfire is an actual punishment, by the way, because I think someone else was saying it's just distance from the Father.
Abdur, just a point of clarification. Because I know some Muslims come on with a sort of their own maybe standard in Islam, but non-standard when it comes to colloquial use of the word believe. The prompt is addressing the normative definition. If you have a different one, that's a sort of a separate topic. But what's more important is what the concept itself means. So when we say believe in this case, we mean to consider something to be true or likely true. That's what we mean by believe. It has nothing to do with how you act, what you say, if you affirm verbally, because you can believe something to be false, but claim you verbally that you believe it to be true. So we're talking about actual acceptance, like your belief state as accepting something to be true or likely true. Are you good with engaging on that?
Yeah, I can work with that definition.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question as well?
Sure.
Do you all affirm that actions are indicator or can be indicative of belief, or people tend to act based on their beliefs whenever they're
people's actions are very often influenced by their actual belief state?
Okay.
Okay,
but
gotcha.
not necessarily always. But yeah, there's just a very important separation between actions and what someone internally believes. Whenever we say believe or know, we mean your internal state of being convinced something is true or likely true.
Got it. Okay, understood.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so to answer or to respond to the prompt, it'll be similar to other responses, is that belief, as in what you hold to be true or likely true, or so the ability to seek knowledge and evidence that will influence your belief state, right? Influence what you believe in and therefore determine what you believe. As in that ability, meaning free will, is a higher virtue when it comes to humans than humans merely being forced into one belief or the other, right? So in terms of God being good or being the most good, his granting humans a free will to choose what they believe, in a sense, I'm sure we'll get into that, is what kind of explains him being good, despite the fact that some people will go to hell.
Yeah, so I reject choosing what they believe. You can choose your information diet, but you can't choose the consequence of that information diet. So, for example, if I read a science book, I know that because of my priors, I'm going to, as I learn things in the science book, I'm going to become convinced of many new things when I read that science book, because that's what my priors are, right? If I read a book that's trying to convince me that leprechauns exist, doesn't matter how open-minded I am or what have you, I'm going to almost certainly find the arguments that leprechauns exist to be unconvincing. So the issue we have, the issue we have is that it doesn't matter how open-minded we are. That is not guaranteeing we will be convinced that Islam is true or Christianity is true or any particular God exists.
Yeah.
That the moment of actual belief is not a choice, even if the information diet is a choice.
Okay, I can agree with that in a sense, because obviously in my paradigm, it's both God's will and choice, which they correspond with each other to produce a belief. But I think in this conversation, I'm focusing on the human choice of it. So if we grant that the information diet can be chosen, then in the Islamic paradigm, you only go to hell once you are convinced that Islam is the truth. Then you choose to reject it. This is called being a kuffar or a kafir.
Okay. So then that's not hell. That's not hell for non-belief then, because you actually believe at that point.
Exactly. Like for example, Satan obviously knows God exists. Like Satan has conversations with God, right? He knows God exists, but he repeatedly chooses his own arrogance and his own, ego over submission to God.
Okay.
So it's non-belief. It's non-belief after either after belief or convincing undoubtable evidence. Like Pharaoh, for example. Pharaoh is another paradigm where he is shown blatant signs by Moses. Moses shows him literal miracles, and you'll find this in all the stories of the prophet, especially in the
in the Bible, and I'm sure in the Quran, Moses knows God exists. So he's not a non-believer.
Moses knows, and Pharaoh is shown indisputable proof.
I'm not sure. I'm not a Quran expert. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing Quranic verses that explicitly say non-believers go to give this like horrible punishment.
I'll show you one right now.
Right.
So this is 2257.
Perfect. Can you start at 2256 actually?
Yeah.
Because it's important context.
Yeah. So there shall be no compulsion in acceptance of the religion. The right course has become distinct from the wrong. So whoever disbelieves and believes in Allah, whoever disbelieves in
false idols. You can read that as
false idols and believes in Allah has grasped the most trustworthy handhold with no break in it, and Allah is hearing and knowing. And then it goes on to say, Allah is the ally of those who believe. He brings them out from darkness into the light, and those who disbelieve, their allies are false idols. They take them out of the light into darkness. Those are the companions of the fire. They will abide eternally therein. So that's basically saying that people who don't accept the word of the Quran their allies are false gods and idols, and they are bound for the fire. But that's just not true, because you can disbelieve the the Quran and not be making allies with false idols. You can just disbelieve it.
Well, so from our paradigm, what that would entail, if you're disbelieving in the Quran and going down that path, that would entail that you're attaching your heart to some other thing or some other worship other than God.
No, it doesn't entail that at all. I don't accept the authority of the Quran, not because I'm attached my heart to some other authority, just because I don't find it persuasive. As simple as that.
That's fine. That's fine, John. But then, like, I guess I don't want to, it would be a very personal question, but it'd be like, what do you live by? Like, what are you passionate about? What do you give your credence and your attention to? Whatever those things other than God, that would be considered a false idol under this paradigm. And we can
but that's ludicrous, because what if those things are just reason and compassion and helping people? Are they false idols?
No.
I was literally going to say that's what it is for me.
So let me clarify. All of those things, right? All of these virtues, which are greater than yourself, are tied to the service of God. So in that case, you are like Allah's name. You mentioned compassion. Ar-Rahman is literally the most compassionate. So you are attaching yourself to God in His mission.
And yet I don't believe in God, and I don't believe in the Prophet.
Yes.
The chef's in. I'm going to mute up.
Okay. And
hey,
wait,
Ems.
so who am I speaking with right now? By the way,
Ems is in the house.
You can continue with the host, and I can interject.
Sure. So that's that. You know, it's all very well to say what I'm engaging in is in fact with your God, but it's not, because I explicitly reject the existence of that God. I'm open to the existence of some God, although I don't see any reason to think that such a thing exists. So how can that? How does that work? And there are other verses that say people who disbelieve our verses, there's a great punishment that awaits them, right?
yes, that's correct. If you give me 10 seconds, I'm just going to pull up a verse that contextualizes. Those verses are all true, but in addition to that context, to see Allah does not punish a people until sending.
That is 14:4.
What do you say, Ems?
Chapter 14, verse 4, Ibrahim 4.
Okay, I'm actually going to pull up Surah Al-Isra. Okay, I'll pull up 14:4. Give me 1 second. And then I also found Surah Al-Isra, which is 17:15, which states, Allah says, and we would never punish a people until we have sent a messenger to warn them. So they receive the clear warning from the messenger. And then 14:4.
It says that we sent them a messenger in their tongue to warn them.
Yes, let's see.
That's a little bit like the Christian Romans 1 saying that, you know, you're now without excuse because you've seen the world or you've heard the word. It doesn't really mean much, because what if you've heard the messenger and you're still unconvinced? Then what?
And even then, it is inconsistent.
Hold on, and this is actually part of what many scholars cite in the Creed, is that if you have not heard, because I could just quote you Quran right now, right, and you might not, find it convincing. But if I haven't presented it to you correctly, right? If I haven't presented correct belief to you, you actually wouldn't be held accountable in the next life if you have not received the message in its authentic.
Do you hold to that?
Pardon me?
Do you hold to that?
I don't know. I just know that, like, Imam al-Ghazali, for example, had that opinion. But like the fundamental reality.
Would it make sense? Just let me get through this question, please. Would it make sense for God to punish you if you were not presented with the truth, or not presented with the truth in a valid way?
No, yeah, I'm sympathetic to the belief. I don't know whether or not I put it in my belief state as Sean was describing.
Would you think that? No problem. I can give you like a piece of information that might tilt you the other way.
1 second. Give me 1 second. I need to tell my family to having a storm, so I need them to charge their phones. Go ahead.
So where are the prophet's parents?
What about the prophet's parents?
Where are they?
I think some hadiths say they're in. Is it the difference of opinion? Some say they're.
There is no difference of opinion. The Quran Allah in the Quran,
We don't mention this, right?
just a second. Allah in the Quran tells the Prophet not to wish mercy upon the disbelievers in context of him wishing mercy upon his mother and his uncle. And in the hadith, he says that my father and your father is in hell.
Yeah, and I know that hadith, but I'm telling you right now that I have teachers and I've like read, poetry to people in his Atheist of Atheist Debate, who literally don't.
Are you Shia?
I'm not Shia, but
do you have any evidence that in which the Prophet's parents would not be in hell?
I don't myself. I'm just telling you what the scholars or I know that.
Who's my father that he's referring to?
Well, you're not gonna like have me take an opinion of where his parents are.
I'm not asking you to take an opinion. I'm telling you what the Prophet himself said. He said, your father and my father is in hell, when he was talking to somebody whose father died a disbeliever. He said he was trying to make him not be sad by telling him that his father too is in hell.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like I'm not a muhaddith, right? And I know that these things are very nuanced in some cases.
This isn't, because it's literally plain Arabic. It says Abi wa abaka fin nar. Again, your father and my father's in hell. Who is my dad? Who's my father in the context? It has to be somebody.
It does have to be somebody, but we also you and I both. Wait, Ems, relax. Can you relax? I'm not trying to like get into.
I'm not being unrelaxed, quote unquote.
So
I'm just asking you a question.
Let me answer your question. How about that? So first of all, you and I both know that in Arabic, Abi can refer both to your immediate biological father. So Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib in this case. We know that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his father, also refers to Adam alayhi salam, Abi to Abraham sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So as a muhaddith, I'm not going to. That Abraham alayhi salam is referred to as the Prophet Muhammad's father. Okay, obviously I'm not implying that any of these prophets, peace be upon them, are in hell. What I'm saying is I'm not going to grant you that in that definitively that in that hadith, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is referring to Abdullah ibn Muttalib, because I'm not.
You realize there's only two interpretations of this hadith by the scholars. The first interpretation is that it is, which is the most popular interpretation, is that he's talking about his actual dad, and the second one is the one who raised him, meaning his grandpa.
Okay, sure.
There is no third interpretation of this verse that says somebody, one of his ancestors.
Yeah,
it wouldn't make sense in the context of him trying to make a person feel better about his dad going to hell. If he says, "Oh yeah, one of my ancestors too is going to hell," the two only interpretations by the muhaddithin is that he's talking about his father or his grandpa.
This is kind of like a secondary point. So, say one of Rasulullah's ancestors going to hell, peace be upon him. In that case, okay, Ems had to go. So, John, in that case, even if the Prophet's dad sallallahu went to hell, this would only be if he was presented with the clear evidence, like the information diet, which would lead a rational agent to be convinced.
But that's where the rubber meets the road, because there might be a difference of opinion about that. I get that from Christians all the time, telling me I have been presented with the clear evidence, and I'm saying, well, clearly I haven't, because if I had been, I would be persuaded, wouldn't I?
Well, yeah. So there's one of two options. Either you have not been presented with the clear evidence,
who's the judge of that? Who gets to decide whether somebody's been presented with the clear evidence or not?
God himself.
There's the rub, isn't it?
Has a child been presented with clear evidence?
Childs are not mukallaf for other reasons, because they're rational.
Sure. Host, could you bring up Muslim 2662C?
Yeah. Oh, it's a hadith?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, John, which thing did you think was a difference of opinion in terms of the paradigm of, like whether or not they received the message?
Yeah.
That being a criteria for responsibility, you mean?
It's a completely arbitrary judgment about whether somebody's been. Whoops, hang on a second.
Well, we just reviewed Quran together that corroborates that, saying Allah says we do not
punish a people. Talking about a collection of people.
And then there's another hadith.
But he collectively still punishes people, including those who have not been, quote unquote, given the message. Like, for example, again, the hadith that I'm bringing up in Muslim 2662C, Aisha tells the Prophet, there is happiness for this child because he died before he reached purity or reached the age in which he could sin. The prophet says it could be otherwise because God has made those who are to go to hell since they were yet in their father's loins.
There you go.
Okay, messenger. So as long as no happens for his child, he said it's kind of cut off, John.
Let me have a look. Let's see if it is. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There we go.
Okay, he said. Okay, I think I get the point. Created for hell, those are to go to hell. Yes. So in this,
so he's talking about a child who has not reached purity.
Yeah. So this corresponds to the opinion that those who die without being mukallaf or morally responsible are tested independently, or they're given the test on the day of judgment rather than in this life.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree. That is the interpretation of the scholars.
Wait. Am I talking to Ems or the host with Ems interjecting?
It doesn't matter. You can hold a conversation with more than one person. Humans do that all the time. So again, what I said is that is the accepted interpretation by the scholars, is that children of non-Muslims are tested at the end of times, and those and Muslim children are not tested. They immediately become birds of paradise. But the point is, again, here is that they have not. They could be punished without having a messenger being sent to them, which is the point. Just because they fail a random test after they've lived for like 2 years on Earth and died as a toddler.
So that doesn't quite cover the context, because in terms of what counts as, a message being sent, it's any you could take the opinion. This is how I interpret it: is any conclusive proof that God is real. So, for example, there were Hanifs, there were worshippers of one God between Jesus alayhi salam and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So these people came unto the knowledge that God was one and he is to be worshipped without ever talking directly with a prophet. And God knows how they came into that information. It could have been production. They might have had a dream or something like this. So you can't just limit the...
I agree, but how does that respond to what I said? Because I'm talking about a 2-year-old.
Okay, so that 2-year-old, so obviously in the context, we don't, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or the Prophet in the Hadith, he doesn't give us the modality of how the test is administered. But we do know in the afterlife, everyone is so Ems, real quick. So in the afterlife, we know that everyone is the same age. Everyone is between 30 and 33. So in that case, the soul of the child, who the child really is going to be tested. Whether they live to be 2 years old on the earth is not necessarily relevant under my paradigm, because Allah is most just and he's going to give them.
So, number one, the same test is not applied to Muslim children who die at the age of 2. They immediately go to heaven. That is by consensus of the scholars. Number 2, then what is the entire point of living if you can just test the soul immediately?
The point of living, and that great question. Allah says in Surah Al-Mulk that he is the one who created death and life. So our death and our life, to test which of those of you are best in deeds. So
do all-knowing beings have to do tests? Because I was under the impression that tests are things that are done by beings of limited knowledge in order to increase the amount of knowledge they have. Did I have that wrong?
That's not every test is administered that way, John.
Oh, so there are tests that are done by beings that already know the results of the tests.
Yeah, for example,
so
John.
What's the point of doing the test then?
I'm answering that question. The point of the test is not for Allah to increase his knowledge. It's for you and I, out of mercy, to experience life, to be granted the opportunity to exercise free will, and then to be rewarded with by being reunited with God, or punished for rejecting God at the end of this life. So it's mercy upon us rather than God increasing his knowledge.
But the problem is that this is inconsistent with the fact that you said that children of non-Muslims are tested on the end of times. Because they never got the chance to, quote-unquote, practice their free will if they died at the age of 1 before they're even practically conscious. And it shows you that God is able to test them in a just way without having them to live this entire life on earth. And he could just do the same with all our souls. It just becomes redundant. Am I making sense, John?
Yeah, that completely makes sense. And this idea of an all-knowing being having to do tests for us is completely ludicrous.
Well, no, John. Let me clarify that for you. So in the Quran, God says if we willed, we could have punished them immediately. Or he literally addresses this by saying if he had willed it so, he could have sent us immediately to our final resting place. Again, the the extension of life is mercy. Like literally right now, if your claim, John, if your claim is you will die on disbelief, you're never going to be convinced in God, that's how you feel right now. And you're basically consenting to whatever the consequences of that are if there's an afterlife. You don't believe in it, but if there's one, you're consenting right now. Whatever's waiting for me there, I'll just take it. Every moment.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You don't believe something for strategic reasons. You don't decide to become convinced of something because it might be advantageous to you later to believe that thing. You become convinced of something if you think it's true, if you're persuaded by it. You could put a gun to my child's head and tell me that you're going to pull the trigger unless I believe XYZ. If I'm not convinced of it, I would not be able to do it. So no, that's not what you're characterizing. It's not how it is.
And on top of that, John, before you go,
real quick, Ems,
okay, go ahead.
Let me respond to that, Ems. So I don't remember the name of it, but you know that wager where it's like
Pascal's wager.
Pascal's wager, right? So if I presented to you Pascal's wager, right, and then presented you the premise that every moment of your life between now and death is an opportunity to increase like your information diet to reflect upon all these arguments I can present to you and then make a decision. Okay. If you were to respond to Pascal's wager and say, I'm gonna take the wager, I'm gonna stand firm on disbelief, and whatever percentage chance that
we're taking in new information all the time. We're always taking in new information. We don't stop taking information. Go ahead.
It isn't just Islam or disbelief.
And also,
it's not just Islam or disbelief. It's not just, it's either Allah or no God. It could be a random God in a random tribe in Africa. And in that case, it's not just Pascal's wager, it's Pascal's dilemma at this point, because you have 1,000 fucking religions and gods, and one of them could be God, or your God specifically, so you have like a 0.000 whatever % chance that it's your God, if every single possibility is equal, and it becomes zero when you actually look into Islam, because again, Islam is just impossible to be true. And on top of that, you said that you're giving him a wager. But again, if he was born to a Muslim family and died at the age of 1, he would be sent straight to heaven. Where's the justice? If he was born to a Christian family and died at the age of 1, he would be tested with the chance of going to hell.
Yeah, and it's not like we're not standing on disbelief. Like we are making a decision now to stand on disbelief. I'm sure, I'm sure confidently I can speak for both John and Ems here. If a God exists, we genuinely want to know. We want to know the truth. That's it. We want to know who that God. If a God exists, not only do I want to know he or it or she exists, I would want to know everything about it. So, like, that's like, yeah.
Alhamdulillah, and then may Allah guide you sincerely. You know, and based on that, I guess I have to go pray soon. But I guess in this conversation, the point I want to make that within the Islamic paradigm, as I started the conversation with. Going to hell, the criteria for entering hellfire is to be convinced of the truth and to turn away from it. That is
not true. That is not true.
It's not what the verses say that I've read.
It is not what anything says at all.
Let me pull up the verse again.
It's also a really common, I'm not an expert on Islam, but that's a really common apologetic for Muslims. I've heard that several times.
Okay. So again, like the verse that Ems brought up, we have not sent a messenger except in the language of his people, to clarify, to make clear the message for them, right? Then Allah allows who he wills to stray and guides whoever he wills, and he is the Almighty, All-Wise. So again, God sends messengers to people to make the message clear. Let me find
But the thing is, again, the Quran and the scholars do not tell you that you have to be convinced and then rejected to go to hell. That is not a thing. There is no medium place. So, for example, if you have a Christian who knows about Islam and has gotten the message and is not convinced, they don't end up in heaven. And there is no medium place, so they end up in hell.
Oh, I wanted to problematize, this phrase of merely not being convinced of if you, it depends on what exactly you're not convinced of, right? So
if they're not convinced of God, if they're not convinced of Islam, they think that Jesus is God. They think that there is 3-in-1 shampoo God, whatever. Whatever they believe in. If they believe in that and they don't believe in Allah.
Disrespecting given belief system, but I understand what you're saying.
Your Quran disrespects Christians anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
No, he commands you. Don't insult their beliefs whenever you
don't insult them, because they will insult you.
Or don't insult me. Just make me pay the jizya. Right? Don't insult me. I just have to.
It says.
Yeah.
It says,
just make them pay the jizya. Exactly.
While being humiliated.
Yeah.
Can you name a polity that doesn't charge taxes? Okay. Anyway,
it's not a tax. It's not a tax. It's a humiliation tax. The Quran says specifically until they pay a jizya while being humiliated.
Here's a hadith: none shall enter the fire. This is the words of the Prophet ﷺ. None shall enter the fire who has in his heart the weight of a mustard seed of faith, and none shall enter paradise who has in his heart the weight of a mustard seed of pride. So that's addressing M's point.
Sure. Are those two mutually exclusive?
Can you please?
Can you have pride and be a believer at the same time?
Of course you can, and this is why.
No. Again, that makes it just a second. Just a second, please. You said that you can have.
I'm gonna let you respond without interrupting me, and then I just ask that you give me.
I didn't finish my sentence. That is the point.
Okay,
I asked you a question, and then you answered, and I didn't finish my question.
I guess you to give me the commiserate respect to let me land my plane. That I'll give you. So go ahead.
Okay. What I was saying is, again, you're saying that nobody, and John, I'm just gonna speak this to you so you can tell me if this makes sense to you. If I say that you will not enter hell if you have an atom of belief in you, and you will not enter heaven if you have an atom of pride in you. Now, what if you have an atom of pride and an atom of belief?
Which is most people. It becomes a complete contradiction. It's a paradoxical nonsense.
It's not. John, it's not. And the reason why it's not is because after death, we don't go immediately to our final resting space. For example, you asked about a person who commits heinous crimes their entire life. At the last second, they sincerely repent in their heart. They're inclined back to God. Even if they'll ultimately land in paradise, inshallah, there is still retribution before that time. So there's a whole process.
100%.
There's a whole process of what the Day of Judgment looks like, and there's a whole purification process. For many thousands of years, some say, before the final resting place, where someone can either become pure or Jackson, what the hell? Okay, whatever. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Excuse me for that. So,
all right.
So basically,
we're at the half-hour mark, which is where we normally draw a line under most conversations. I can't help but just take a step back from
Let me just give one more question. Go
ahead. Sure.
Abdurrahman, what happens to him?
Go ahead, Ems.
I think he got a phone call.
Yeah, it's all right. He'll be back in a second. He'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for you
now.
Here we go.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, so I was saying that what happens to a Muslim who believes in God but has been sinful their entire life?
Ems, please repeat yourself. Sorry.
What happens to a Muslim who believes in God but has been sinful their entire life?
Inshallah, they'll be forgiven. Inshallah.
Sure, but
I don't know that, but I'm
so
right now.
We know what happens. We know what happens on the Day of Judgment. If their sins outweigh their good deeds, they go to hell for a duration. Then they come out to heaven.
Yeah,
this is just well-known fact.
Inshallah, yeah.
Okay, so if they believe in God, how do they go to hell?
Because hell is a purification.
Sure, but the hadith you said if they have an atom of belief, they don't go to hell.
It's a bit messy.
It's talking about residing in hell. It's not talking about ever going.
So they can go to hell.
Part-time.
Or their punishment can be the punishment in the grave, for example. So it could be that.
No. It could be this or that, but they can end up in hell, even though they have belief in their heart. But you said that to go to hell, you have to.
Let me clarify myself. To reside in hell for eternity, there has to be no good or no faith in your heart. Correct. So, like John said, that's been a half hour. Thanks for having me up. Maybe I'll come back again to elaborate.
Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
I think Ems gave you a content idea with a 3-in-1 shampoo god.
Loving that.
I thought that was
the 3-in-1 shampoo god. It is fantastic. Ems, you may be interested to know I put a poll out to our YouTube audience. Is Ems the best voice on the internet? And 80% of people said yes. Nearly 300 people voted. So you got it, Ems.
Well, you did catch his contradiction at the end, though.
Of course. Yeah, you go to hell and you don't go to hell, and you go to heaven and you don't go to heaven. All of that. It's a big hot mess.
I think everybody has some pride in their heart. Like everybody.
Yeah.
Not a single person doesn't. So that would mean nobody goes to hell. I mean, nobody goes to heaven.
It's all a bit messy. Ems, thank you as always, friend. Always a pleasure. Thank you, buddy. All right. We are going to get Amethyst and Blue Lace in next. We're going to have a very quick update on the bingo situation. Only one to call. Read it in context. Called, funnily enough, by Abdur. Our previous... not called by Abdur. Called while Abdur was on. I'm sorry. By Sad Tech Geek, of course. Brilliant. There was a lot of that going on. And we are going to do... we'll do 4 super chats and then get Amethyst and Blue Lace in. So Roland Jones says, eating a banana with a knife and fork, civilized. As immortalized, of course, by T in that hilarious picture. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And hard work, 8395, getting judged by one's own standards. Comment, Christians assume we are as monstrous as they are. If we are kind and patient with others, then we're okay. Sent while we were speaking to Random Thoughts. Yeah, it's a tricky mess, that, of who's going to do the judging and what standards. And Rio Grande Dance Classic said, former believer here, James 1:19-20 for the callers, I will hold you to the standards of your book. And that's all we do. We're pointing out the double standards all the time. People say and then don't hold to. And then finally, for now, Buzz says, because I'm free balling. I like free falling as well. While Random Thoughts was on, that was sent by Buzz. Okay, let us get our next guest in. This is Amethyst and Blue Lace. And do we still have... Yes, we've got the name on there. Like that. Coming in right now, hopefully still there. There we go. Hi, Amethyst.
Hello. We've spoken before on my other account, I think, but on this one, Spiritual Scribe, that one.
Okay, well, welcome in on your new name. What would you like to say?
Thank you. I was just wondering, leaving aside any religion, any so-called holy book whatsoever, when you look around at the planet, if there were a mind behind it, what sort of character would you ascribe to that mind?
Probably something of a sadist.
Yeah.
Because they've designed a planet on which we are unable to survive on the majority of its surface, where most of the water on the planet will kill us. It's not safe to drink. Where the planet is completely full of parasites and organisms and bacteria and viruses and animals that would kill us or do us harm, where tectonic plates move and cause earthquakes and tsunamis and disasters that kill tens or hundreds of thousands of people all the time. I would say that the design of this planet is probably quite a monster. What about you?
So it might not surprise you to know that there are texts, or it might surprise you, but there are texts that support exactly that. This was created as a prison to extract suffering.
Well, nothing would surprise me, because people create texts saying all sorts of things and have done since there have been texts. So there's no idea too stupid to be found on a text somewhere. But we have no reason to think that this planet was created to create suffering, because we have no reason to think this planet was created. We have a reason to think this planet formed by natural processes that we understand quite well. And there was no intentionality involved in that process. In the same way that when we see a snowflake, we can look at it at a certain magnification. It's very beautiful. It's got lots of lovely features. But we understand the process by which snowflakes form. So even though they're very pretty and very lovely to look at, we don't need to say, well, it was designed or created by a mind. We can just say we understand the natural process of the creation of snowflakes. And the same goes for our planet. So the fact that there's a text somewhere that says the planet was created to create suffering, that's lovely, but also fairly underwhelming.
And also, what would you think of the character of a deity who created a planet specifically for suffering? What would you think of that? What? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so we agree with that. So where are we going with this?
Well, this is the thing where it gets interesting, because I don't know whether you said about people who have deconstructed from religion are still occasionally haunted by thoughts of hell.
Yeah.
And I didn't know whether people who don't have any belief ever wonder whether this thing we call consciousness has an ending, or whether it might actually continue.
Different people have different beliefs about that. That's separate and apart, independent from atheism. And you can be an atheist and believe in an afterlife. You can be an atheist and believe there's no afterlife. I suspect more atheists believe there's none, but there are some who believe there is an afterlife. Like that's a case-by-case, individualized question for each person.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, lovelies.
All right. Thanks for coming up. Cheers. Take care. All right. We are going to get Brain Teaser in next. We will just get that off there like that. And I'll read a couple of super chats first and we'll get Brain Teaser in. So Buzz said, my initial contribution, Sean and John are the fucking best. Oh, thank you, friend. Your counter-argument stun believers into a position of either dishonesty or shock. It's perfect. Well, thank you. That's kind of what we aim for. Just intellectual honesty is really the thing that we're trying to get from people. You know, we're not looking to, hurt people. It's just think about what you're saying and reflect on how inconsistent the positions you hold are, or how morally ludicrous they are. That's what we're aiming for. But thanks, Buzz. We love you, buddy. And Tim Davidson said, you said if I had a horse with 7 legs, it wouldn't fit in my bed. You need a bigger bed. Yeah, you probably do. And I'd like to see a horse with 7 legs, but not in my bed. And Falling in Reverse said, if believers think non-believers are just lying, then why are they arguing against us? We're all believers in the end, right? Absolutely right. I think that's perfectly put. Absolutely right. And last for now, Bethos said, oh no, I just returned from Night Harbour ship tour with fireworks, but now Josh is on. Well, that's all over now. For now, at least. Okay, let us get Brain Teaser in next. Coming in right now. If
I like
TikTok
brain
manages.
teasers.
There we go. Hey, Brain Teaser. Have we nodded off? It's another snorer, isn't it?
Oh, that one's very pronounced.
Yeah.
I was hoping for a brain teaser. I love those.
Yeah. We get snorers on the channel occasionally.
Do you ever clip them, or do you feel that that's too mean, or what do you think about that?
I'm really, really tempted to, but I just feel like it's a little mean. So,
or make them anonymous, like bleep out the names, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Okay, so we won't have Brain Teaser. Instead, we will have Wolgi. We'll bring Wolgi in right now. Hopefully Wolgi is awake. Hi, Wolgi.
Hi, how are you?
Very well indeed. You appear to be awake, which is fantastic.
No snoring over here.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, welcome in. I'll just get your name up on the board. There we go. Right, what would you like to say?
So I've been listening to you for a while now, and today was the first time I had was able to listen to a conversation regarding Islam, and the two Muslim folks were arguing about things regarding going to hell or whatnot.
Yep.
I want to add something to that. The argument from you guys should be, whoever is defending Islam, is for you to go to their promised land that they claim. You have to agree to or abide by the 5 pillars of Islam. And one pillar.
But buddy, this is the debate stream, my friend. We do
I know. I just want to tell you what they're talking about is
that's fine.
Will be irrelevant.
But are you calling in to debate the prompt above my head?
I'm calling to add context to the previous conversation, if
But
I may.
we don't really need you to do that. I mean, as grateful as I'm sure we all are for your perspective on it, if we took every call that wanted to add perspective and opinions about previous calls, we wouldn't have any debates and we wouldn't have any guests. That isn't what people have tuned in for. But if there's a super quick point you can make in like 20 seconds before we say goodbye, then drop it now. But really, otherwise it's unfair to all the other people who would like to do the same.
20 seconds. 5 pillars of Islam. 1 pillar is Hajj, and the Saudi kingdom controls that pillar. 80% of Muslims are not cannot afford to fulfill that pillar. That's why they have no way to go to heaven for that.
Fair enough. That's a good point. All right. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. By the way, every other Friday we do the After Hours show, which is explicitly for anybody to call in to make any points about anything. It's conversations we've had, points that have occurred to you, questions you have for either of us. Feel free to call back any Friday. We're happy to talk to you.
Thank you.
All right, friend. Bye-bye. All right. There we go. Short and sweet. We will get About Alan in next, and then we've got Lloyd after that. And we have one guest, Genius, in the YouTube queue as well. So let's get About Alan in first. Hi, About Alan.
Hello, how are you?
Very good indeed. Just getting your name up. There we go. About Alan. There we are. Welcome in. Welcome in. So our prompt is: a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
So, are you only accepting people up that disagree with that, or can I kind of reiterate on that caption there?
Well, it says opposition only, meaning that.
What does say opposition only? You're right. Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead and drop me.
Yeah. So, but feel free if you've got other things to add. Call us back on a Friday, and we'll hear what you have to say. We'd love to hear it. Just that's not what people are in for right now. So okay, we will move on and get in Lloyd next. Maybe I need to make the opposition only thing bigger. A lot of people miss it.
Yeah, it is pretty small on the TikTok phone side.
To be fair, easily missed. Absolutely fair. And we love hearing from people who agree with us as well. It's just, it works better when we are focused on what people are here to hear. Welcome in, Lloyd.
Hello, how are you?
Couldn't be better. So, you know what our prompt is. What's your view on that?
A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. Well, simple. Just believe in him.
Yeah, I mean that's
just that easy.
That's lovely. That's lovely. But the point I'm making is a moral argument. Do you know what a moral argument is?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm making a moral argument, which I'm saying it would be immoral for a God to punish somebody for not being convinced of the God's existence. So can you, rather than just
down enough prophets and books and enough.
Yeah, that's a different argument. That's you making an argument for why people should be convinced. That's a delightful subject, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Right now, you need to accept that there are people who are unconvinced, despite all God's best efforts. He tried really, really, really hard. It just wasn't good enough. And a bunch of us, millions of us, in fact, potentially hundreds of millions, maybe even billions, are just not convinced.
If you're not convinced, you're going to hell.
Right. So that we agree that that's what the scriptures say. And this is an argument pushing back against the moral sense of that and saying that is morally idiotic. Is that something that you're capable of engaging with?
Well, yeah, I mean...
Great. Okay, so the reason why we think it's morally idiotic is because belief isn't a choice. You can't just decide, as tritely as you said at the beginning, well, just decide to find something convincing that you don't find convincing. That's not a thing that any people can do, funnily enough. It's not physically possible to just make yourself convinced of something that you don't find convincing. That's literally what non-belief means.
Your argument is that you want the moon on a stick. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get the moon on a stick. You want obvious, like you want God to be obvious right in your face so that you believe in him. And you want
it's
to
not
thank
about
God.
what I want.
Thank you.
It's not about what I want. It's about what God wants. If God wants us to know him, and if he gets his knickers in such a disastrous twist, if people don't have a relationship with him, and if people don't believe the right things, he's the one with a problem with our non-belief. I don't actually care, but he's the one threatening to set me on fire if I don't believe the right things. So don't you think it would be on him to make sure that I ought to have received at least the evidence that he knows would persuade me of those things if he's planning to punish me so egregiously for not believing?
Well, the Jews tried to gain evidence through Moses, but the mountain crumbled. You can't see God. Like, you have to accept it. You can't see him.
So God is powerless to make himself known to human beings. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the
not powerful enough.
Designed to see God. No, he's not designed to see God.
So you're agreeing with me that God is not powerful enough to make himself known to human beings. Am I correct?
No, because if he makes himself known to human beings, then there's no point of your existence. The whole point of our existence is to have faith that we believe in a God.
But you can't have faith if you're not convinced God's there. Having faith doesn't mean believing something. Having faith is a thing you do when you don't actually believe something.
But having faith on the unseen, you can't see God. You never will see God.
Sure.
Lloyd, how are you defining faith as you're using the word?
In the unseen.
Okay, so believing something without sufficient evidence, is that how you're defining faith?
Well, there is evidence through biblical,
how are you defining faith? How are you defining? So, if there's sufficient evidence to believe, what's the use of faith?
Well, we have to look at the Abrahamic umbrella. So they all came with the one message of God.
Just when I say faith, I mean, what do you mean?
Like, you can't see God, right? We all know this.
So believing something you can't see.
We're in agreement there, aren't we? So as a believer and a disbeliever like yourself.
Okay, I cannot. So faith is a type of belief. Belief isn't a choice. I cannot just decide to believe God exists. I don't care if you semantically change the word to have faith. That's a form of belief. I cannot do that either. Belief is not a choice. And you said, well, what do you want God to just make himself obvious? So here's the thing. If I had a son, a long lost son, and I wanted a relationship with my son, let's say his mom told him, hey, your father passed away in the salt mines 18 years ago. If I want a relationship with my son, it would be incumbent upon me to should I let my son know, unequivocally, I exist, at which point he can make a choice to have a relationship with me? Or should I drop little subtle clues that I know for a fact he won't believe or accept? Which one makes more sense?
Well, it's not the same comparison, because in order for him to be in existence, he would have needed a father or actual like a sperm. So it's like it's either or.
How is that not? That didn't make any sense. Doesn't matter where I came from. The principle applies. I want a relationship with him. I need to let him know I exist. I'm not going to drop clues that I know won't. Which one makes more sense?
Comparison as God, though, is it?
Okay, so if God wants a relationship with me, should fine? I won't even use an analogy. God wants a relationship with me. Should he A, let me know he exists so I can make that choice to have a relationship with him, or B, drop down little bits of clues that he knows for a fact? Stop. How do you know the answer to my question when I haven't finished asking it? All right, so A, he can let me know he exists, so then I have the free will to choose to follow him or not, or B, drop clues that he knows will not convince me that he exists. Which makes more sense?
It's not really the same comparison. Like, you're trying to...
Which one? No, of the two, which one?
Well, there is no clues.
There is
Does
no
God
clues.
know?
You just,
Does
you
God
just don't
does God
know about
does
it.
God know? Does God know everything? Is He all knowing?
Yeah.
Okay. So did God let me know He exists? I don't know He exists, so that means no, He did not let me know He exists, right?
Well, there's still a choice element within.
Right now,
Yeah.
okay, so I'm not worried about the future. Billions of people die every single year, either believing in no God or the wrong God. So don't dance around with that. Like maybe you
Yeah.
will in the future. I'm talking about right now. If lightning struck me right now, has God convinced me He exists? I don't believe,
Well,
so that means no. That means
he did. Then he disbelieved. You actually were a believer.
No.
You were a believer, right?
I was before, and now I'm not. So
No,
I'm
you're
talking
not.
about now.
Exactly. So you were a
I'm talking.
believer. Now you
Okay,
totally disbelieve.
okay. You're trying to dance around it. Right now,
I'm
has
not.
He convinced? Has he convinced? Okay, fine. We'll switch it to John since you want to do the little. I'm going to do a tap dance thing. We'll switch to John. John's never believed. Has God convinced God? Has God convinced John He exists? Yes or no?
I think if John is convinced, he just
Yes or no?
justify not.
Yes or no. You could say yes or no, or I don't know, and then explain your answer further. But if you don't, yes or no doesn't come out your mouth, you have not answered the question. Has God convinced John that God exists? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. But God has, according to you, left clues and evidence that He exists that He knew would not convince John, correct? Yes or no?
Has John read all the books, Abrahamic books? Yes or no?
It's irrelevant.
Irrelevant to my question. I'm going to ask the question again. It's a yes or no. If you don't answer yes or no, I'm going to stubbornly, I promise I'm every bit as stubborn as you, going to circle back until you answer the question.
Okay.
So that means God has dropped clues and evidence that He knew would not convince John, correct?
No, because there's an element of free choice.
Have they convinced John, yes or no?
God.
Have the clues and evidence that God left, have they convinced John, yes or no?
Well, clearly not.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, they haven't. So God dropped clues. So God dropped clues. They didn't convince John, and God is all knowing. So that means God dropped clues that He knew, because He's all knowing, would not convince John. Correct?
No.
Tell me where
No.
the logic breaks down.
No.
Okay,
No,
where does the logic break down?
I'll give you an example. When God says all knowing, for example, He knows that you're going to be married, but it's your literal choice of who you get married to, right?
You already
there's a capacity of free will.
That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Sean was making a point here.
John, have you read the Abrahamic book? Yes or no?
Yeah. So Sean was making a point.
So you read the books, but you decided not to be convinced. That's it. That's the argument.
Okay, hang on. I didn't decide not to become convinced. I read the books and found them unconvincing. And as Sean said, if books is the best God can do, if that's as much as He can do, He's that lame and weak and powerless and pathetic that the best effort He can make to let His creation know He's there is to have people write books with talking animals in them in the hope that they're going to convince people in the 21st century who are scientifically literate of His existence, then He's even more stupid than He looks already. If that's the best He can do, He's fairly unimpressive. Let's not worry about whether I'm a minority or not. Let's engage with what we're actually talking about, which is God's efforts to let His creation know that He's there. Now,
well, that's the whole point of that. That's never going to happen.
So
never going to happen.
Right. So what you're saying is God's never going to let His creation know that He's there. He's going to know that because He hasn't done that, they're not going to be persuaded, or some sizable number of them are not going to be persuaded that He's there. And then it's going to be morally fine for Him to punish them for the results of Him hiding like a terrified child.
It's not His fault.
That's the conclusion that we get to, unescapably, in fact, from the logic that you've so generously laid out for us, is that it is completely inescapable that God chooses to stay hidden, knowing that staying hidden will result in people not believing in Him, and then punishes them for not believing in Him. And you think that that's just?
It's just because you're, for example, you read the Abrahamic books and you chose not to believe it. So that's your decision.
That's you just ignoring everything I've said for the last 3 minutes and going back to the same stuck record you were on before.
God for not showing himself.
Right,
I said it before.
But Lloyd, are you able to actually engage with the position I hold rather than just a script that you seem to be working off right now? Can you respond to the thing I've said to you? I'll say it once more. God chooses to remain hidden. God chooses to not provide evidence that would be sufficient to convince us that he exists, and then he punishes us for the results of him doing that. You can throw in whatever little sound bites you've written down on your little piece of paper as much as you like, but could you just engage with what we are actually saying, which is why is that morally sensible in your view?
It's sensible because he does not need to show himself. That's number one.
That's irrelevant.
That's the test.
That's irrelevant. I haven't said he needs to do anything. If he's the boss, he doesn't need to do anything. Granted, that doesn't make it right for him to punish people for the results of the choices he's made to stay hidden. Do you think it's right?
Yeah.
You do. Why do you think it's right for God to decide to stay hidden and then punish people for him having decided to stay hidden?
Like I said, he's given enough.
He hasn't.
Like,
if he'd given enough, if he'd given enough, we would believe. So we don't believe, so he hasn't given enough, and he knows that. And he cringes every time you say he's given enough because he knows you're misunderstanding his actual power and the fact that it must be according to his will that I'm a non-believer, unless you think God's not all-powerful. Let's just check in with this again. Is God powerful enough to give me the evidence that would definitely convince me?
He doesn't have to do that.
I didn't ask you what he has to do.
He is
I didn't ask you what he has to
yes.
do. I didn't ask you.
Yep.
Is he powerful enough to do that?
He tried that with the Jews.
No.
It didn't work.
No. Does God try and do things and fail?
Yep. So for
He does.
example, when
So he fails
revealed himself
sometimes.
to the Jews, they couldn't see him.
So he's not all powerful. That's
Right.
interesting.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
when he tried to show himself
you've now
to
shrunk
the
your God
Jews, the
down
mountain
to
crumbled.
you've shrunk your God down to a sort of hapless, bumbling fool who tries to do things and fails. He's going to be pretty upset with you because
let me finish about the story of the Jews. When the Jews requested to see God, the mountain crumbled.
Of course.
What do you get about that?
Right. What you get about that
What do you
is
understand about that?
What I understand about that is God chose a
You
very
can't see God. You're not designed to see God.
chose a very poor way of communicating himself to the people who are wanting to see him. Because
but you're not designed to see God.
as you have said, he's inept. Who designed us?
That's your view about
Who designed
him being
us?
inept. You can't see God.
Who designed us?
God designed us.
So
but
God
he's not
designed us. So God designed us to not be able to
Yes.
see God, and then punishes us for not being able
There's
to
an
see
exception.
God.
There's an exception. John.
Lloyd.
There's an exception. When you go
Lloyd.
to heaven,
Yeah.
then you'll see God.
Yeah. God designs us for not being able to see him and then punishes us for not being able to see him. This appears to be the logic that you're currently working with right now. Do we understand you correctly, Lloyd? That's the...
No, because it's like you're going to an examiner and asking for the answers.
So God, I'll repeat it again. God designs us to not be able to see him. You told us that. So he's designed us to not be able to see him until we go to heaven. But we don't get to heaven unless we know he's there, right? Am I going to go to heaven, Lloyd?
Well, you still got every chance.
No. I'm a non-believer. If I die tomorrow, am I going to go to heaven?
There's not a chance.
No. Right. So God designed us to not be able to see him until we get to the place that we only get to if we can see him. And that strikes you as a good design, does it?
You're requesting to see God, right?
Yeah. Is that a good design, Lloyd?
Yeah?
Lloyd, is it a good design?
It is.
So repeat after me, Lloyd. Repeat after me, Lloyd.
Your design is
Lloyd. Repeat after me. God designed us to not be able to see him. Say after me. God designed us to not be able to see him.
Yeah, I agree.
No, please say it after me. God designed us to not be able to see him.
Yeah, God designed us for not able to see him. Yeah.
To not be able to see him, and punishes us for not seeing him.
And punishes us for not seeing him.
Okay, and the only way we can avoid the punishment.
Yeah, the only way to avoid punishment
is when we get to heaven.
Is when we get to heaven,
which we can only do if we can see him.
Which you only can do if you see him.
Well done, Lloyd. Well done. I'd like to give you a round of applause for so beautifully explicating the complete nonsense that came out of your argument there. I think maybe it's time for you to go away and have a think about that, Lloyd, because
it's not
good. Yeah, of course.
The billions that believe.
It's not a good argument, Lloyd. It's not a good argument.
You're a minority, man. Come on.
Sure. All right. Thanks for coming up, Lloyd. Appreciate it.
No.
All right. Oh my God. That's golden, isn't it? Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Oh, that's absolutely hilarious. Okay. We will get Atari Logic in next, but we'll just read a couple of super chats first. What an absolute gem. Oh my God, I love this life. Rio Grande said, God is capable of coming to us according to his book. James 4:8, Revelation 3:20, Ezekiel 34:11, Luke 19:10, John 14:18, Leviticus 26:12. If all this is true, why doesn't God do it? Well, because as Lloyd so beautifully said, God has designed us to not be able to see him, and then is going to punish us for not being able to see him. But he's all good, apparently. All good. Absolutely wild. Brilliant. Bethos said, thanks, John, for not shilling for libertarian free will. I don't shill for anything, my friend. And Simeon Urchin said, consciousness as a memory system 2022, great read. Oh, that sounds interesting. Consciousness as a memory system. That does sound interesting. I will have to note that down. And the Ailing Sword said, hi, John, fairly new fan here. This is my first live to love your show. Well, thank you so much. I say it every time this happens. My favourite thing is when people come into the live for the first time. After having stumbled across the channel and the videos and stuff, we're delighted to have you. Thank you so much for the support, for the super chat, for being here, and we hope you hang around for more. We do this 3 times a week, 4 times every other week, and we love it. So thank you. That's very, very kind. Delighted to have you along. And Ash says, blessed be Puff and his chosen nope. Praise be. Praise be. That's absolutely awesome. Okay, let's get Atari Logic in next. And maybe we'll hear some Logic. I do like Logic. And then we have Jack in the YouTube queue as well. Hold fire, Jack. We'll get you in soon. Hi, Atari. How are you?
Hello, sirs.
Hello.
That last conversation was mad.
It's good, wasn't it? One of my favorites.
It was good. It was good, and I think that you made great points, and I think that maybe belief is a condition that is passed on from generations before us. You know,
I'm not sure if I would say that, because I don't think belief is. I would agree that belief is a condition. I would absolutely agree with that. Belief is a thing that happens to you. It's not a thing you do. And this is where this whole misunderstanding arises. Why people in religions think that it's meaningful for them to say that unless you believe these things, you're going to get punished. Because what they think they're saying is, unless you do these things, you're going to get punished. What they're actually saying is, unless your mind ends up in this condition, you're going to get punished. And that's why it's kind of morally silly. So what do you think about our prompt? So when I say a good God couldn't send anyone to hell for non-belief, do you agree with that or disagree?
All I know is that I've seen God, and whether that's with my own eyes or just with my mind, I don't necessarily believe, but I know what I've experienced.
You don't necessarily believe what?
I don't believe in the traditional sense of God.
Okay, so but the prompt isn't addressing God belief at all. So let's say you do have some kind of God belief. Let's start there, right?
Okay.
No, I mean, is that correct? I don't want to speak out of turn.
No. I do. Okay. I do, but again, to my my first sort of opine, my opinion is that, you know, God and belief is sort of a condition, a system,
No, I got you. So the prompt says a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, what if I were to tell you that I don't really believe in hell or heaven or any of that nonsense?
Okay. Well, you might be the wrong person to talk to then, because you're the prompt. Even if you don't, I don't believe in a hell either, but I still believe the prompt. Like I still agree with the prompt, but we're looking to engage with people who disagree with us on the prompt.
Okay, yeah, I get you. So I guess that I am disqualified because but to the prompt, I don't believe a good God would send anyone to hell.
Okay, all right. Well, then we agree, and we should. We appreciate. You can call back on a Friday and share your thoughts. We'll be on this upcoming Friday.
Hey, you guys are great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just found you. So
Thanks, man.
All right. Thank you.
Carry on, lads.
Thank you. All right, there we are. Okay, it took us a little while to get there, but we got there. We appreciate the kind words. Okay, we are going to get H4H in next, and then we'll speak to Jack, who's patiently waiting in the Video Ninja queue. So hold fire, and if you're in the queue and not just mentioned, I promise we'll get to you too. So thank you. Be patient. I promise we'll get to you shortly. Eldemir 678. There are over 200 to 500 flood myths. After a while, don't you think they would start getting a bit watered down? Boom, boom. See what you did there. Very good indeed. Thank you for that.
Incoming dad jokes.
Incoming dad jokes. Oh, I'm here for the dad jokes all day long. Does free will exist? I wish there was a book that discussed the idea of not being able to choose your beliefs. Well, I wonder if there is. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Very, very kind indeed. There is, in fact, a book, and it's called Unconvinced, How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. And it was written by me, and it's coming out in November, and it is available now for pre-order everywhere in the world that sells books. So if you're interested in reading about why you can't choose what you believe, then just look it up. It's on Amazon, it's on all the things, and it'll be out in November. So thank you. That's very, very super kind of you. Thank you for allowing me to do a little plug there. Okay, a couple more and we'll get H4H in. Buzz says, the right path is always very narrow, but each caller seems to find themselves on that narrow path. Are they stupid or what? Yeah, that was what we were speaking to Jerry earlier. Everyone thinks that they're on the right path and everyone else isn't. And I find that a curious type of hubris that most religious believers think. And that applies to other people within even their faith who just have a different interpretive tradition, but their interpretive tradition is the right one and everyone else's isn't quite right. I find that quite hilarious. Okay, let's get H4H in. Coming in right now. There we are. Hi, H4H. H4H, are you there? Maybe not. Going. Sold to the lady in the fur coat in the corner. Okay, H4H is not there. And instead, we will, as promised, get Jack in on the YouTube side, the Video Ninja side. And hopefully the audio will be good.
Basis of believing anything is that you believe it to be correct and that any opposing view would be wrong.
Hi, Jack. Can you hear us okay? Jack, are you there?
Jack, can you hear us?
Hang on a second.
Jack, can you hear me? Jack, Jack? Okay. Sounds like there's a little delay, but John, it sounds like he can hear us.
Yeah, I think so. So welcome in, Jack. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Very well indeed. I'll get your name up on the board. And in fact, we can even see you just like that. And now you're everywhere and everyone can see you. So welcome in. What would you like to say?
Hiya. First off, I'd like to define terms. Would you be able to define what you state as belief for me?
Yeah, the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true.
Okay, fair enough. In that case, I'd say that I disagree with your prompt, and let me tell you why. I'd say that you don't get sent to hell on the basis of unbelief, but on the basis of works for ill that you did. So just like a legal system works in our culture, where you break the law, you have to go to court and pay the fine, and the judge decides what that fine would be. So in terms of Christianity, we have a moral law given by God, and if you were to break that law, because we believe in objective good and evil, right and wrong, to break objective morality is wrong, and therefore that is why we're sent to hell, not on the basis of unbelief, but on the basis of works.
And as you can probably imagine, this is a little language inversion that we hear several times a day. So what in fact happens is that everybody definitionally breaks God's law because no one can measure up to God's perfect standard. So no one can measure up to this perfect objective law objective morals that you all guys all pretend that you have, or are fooled into thinking that you have, because you don't. Your morals are just as subjective as ours, but that's a different discussion. But because everybody fails to reach that standard, everybody's default position is that they deserve to go to hell. But Jesus comes along and creates a get out for this. Jesus creates a way of not getting what's really coming to you. And the way that you know that you manage to not get what's really coming to you is if you have the right kind of relationship with Jesus, where you grovel and you say sorry and you repent and you do all of the things and you accept that he got nailed to a tree just for you. But when you do all of those things, then you get a cosmic pardon. And the cosmic pardon means that God doesn't have to sadly set you on fire anymore, like he does for all your friends and family who didn't make the same kind of judgment that you made there. The reason this doesn't work is that not everybody is capable of doing the things you need to do in order to get the cosmic pardon. And the differentiator there is belief. And so it ends up with it still being the case that the thing that decides whether you get sent to hell or not is actually your belief, because all the things you're required to do to get the pardon can only be done if you believe.
I disagree with quite a few things in there, but I'll discuss the main topic of the belief first. I'd say the differentiation there with your claims that you get sent to hell on the basis of unbelief, it's not on the basis of unbelief, it's on the basis of breaking the law. And it is the belief in Christ which is grants the pardon for your crimes. So it's like in a court of law, we break God's law, or court of law, you speed, you get taken to court, and you are sentenced to a punishment, say a fine. We've broken God's law and we have to pay his fine, which is punishment in hell. And then if someone wants to come along after you've been sentenced, they can pay your fine for you. And that is what Christ did on the cross. So we can accept Christ's payment for our crime, or we can choose to pay the fine.
Can someone who does not believe Jesus exists accept payment for the crime? No. Okay. Can you just choose to believe Superman exists and actually believe it?
No.
Okay. I can't do that for Jesus either. So the divine pardon is based on something that is not actually a choice. Now, you can believe in Jesus and not accept the pardon and everything else, but believing in Jesus, which is not a choice, is actually a hard prerequisite that leaves out people like John and myself who just want to believe what's true. We remain unconvinced, and we can't just choose to believe Jesus exists. So there's basically literally nothing I could do that would get me the grand pardon that you are granted, correct?
I disagree with the basis that you're putting out there of that you could choose to.
Which part? Oh, so you're thinking I can choose to believe Jesus exists?
No, my view, or the Christian view would be, is that God has given us enough evidence to plainly prove his existence.
But that's demonstrably false. That's demonstrably false. If he had given us enough evidence to cause us to believe that he existed, there would be no atheists. It's demonstrably false. What you've just said is obviously not true by virtue of the fact that there are millions of people in the world who have not been persuaded by that. So unless you think God did his best, like our poor hapless friend Lloyd earlier, who seemed to get himself twisted up in all sorts of a mess, because he was saying God tried his best, but God designed us to not be able to see him. I don't think that's the argument you're making. I think you're making a Romans 1:18 type of argument of like, the evidence of the world is so completely overwhelming that everyone who looks at it must necessarily come to the conclusion that a God exists. But that's demonstrably not true, because we've all looked at the world, and lots of us look at the world and don't see any evidence of a God. So has God failed in his attempt to provide evidence that would persuade us?
I'd say no, and let me explain why. You say that you've looked at the evidence on hand, and as many people around the world do, and have come to the honest conclusion that there is no God, and this all happened by natural chance. In which case I would say that you have to look at each belief system based on the claims of the belief system. I don't think it's entirely fair to examine a belief system using the claims of another belief system. What I mean by that is that you have to look at Christianity in terms of what it claims in each scenario. So in this case, I'd say God did provide enough evidence to clearly show his existence.
But he didn't, because if he had, we would believe in him.
So he provided me what would convince me?
I was getting to my point, is that yes, God has provided enough evidence to convince anyone. However, the reason why people do not accept that evidence is because they are guilty before a holy God. And like a criminal cannot find a police officer, humans have broken God's law, are criminals before him, and don't want to find God.
Okay, so there's people like me. I was a Christian before, and I genuinely wanted to continue believing. And there's also hundreds of people listening to us right now, former Christians, who are in the same boat, and we hear their stories every day. So so am I lying when I say that? I wanted to continue believing, I prayed on it, everything else, because according to you, you're telling me about my own life experience and my own journey to my current belief state. I'm curious how you know it, but you're making a claim about it, and you're claiming I'm trying not to find God. So are we all liars?
No, I'm not saying you are. In terms of your personal experience,
thank you for accepting what I said is true. So now that you know for a fact, or not even for a fact, now that you accept my claim that I'm a former believer, that I prayed on it, I genuinely wanted to continue believing. I still want to know what's true if a God exists. I'm just unable to be convinced of it. Do you want to stick to your original claim there about us like being akin to a criminal trying to avoid the police, or are you going to stick to that narrative, or are you going to retract it?
I will stick to that narrative. And
okay, great. So we're all liars. So hold on.
I'll let you speak. Can I please speak?
Yeah. Just clarify.
Sure. To clarify my viewpoint.
You're accusing us of lying, then, right? Are we lying?
No. I will clarify my viewpoint. No, I'm not accusing you of lying. I accept that what you're saying you genuinely believe to be true. However,
I believe to be true about my life.
I don't believe that is objectively true.
Okay, so you're saying I'm wrong about my life experience. Can you tell me my life experience? Tell me about my journey.
And wrong about your own beliefs as well, Sean. You're wrong about your own beliefs.
Yeah. Oh, you made a claim about my belief state?
No, you're stating that I'm calling you a lie. I'm saying that no, I believe that what you are saying you believe to be genuinely true.
So I'm
However,
wrong
that
about my
doesn't
own...
make it necessarily true.
Okay, great. Tell me about my journey. So I'm telling you my life story, my belief state, my mind state at the time, my experience, my background. But you're saying I'm wrong about that. Please tell me my life experience with it when it comes to Christianity and belief. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask both of you a question, because it's my understanding that you were both ex-Christians.
No, he's not. I was. You don't get to ask me, because you're telling me I'm wrong about my life experience. I know you wouldn't do that as an honest interlocutor without knowing my life experience. So please tell me my life experience.
I will ask you a question: did you know God?
You don't need to. So first of all, that's a semantic trick, because here's how that trick works. It's a dishonest tactic. So you're saying, I'm currently an atheist, so I don't believe anyone knows God. But so if I answer no because I don't believe God actually exists, you're saying, aha, you weren't a real Christian. But then if I say, yes, I actually did know God, you would say, oh, that means you actually believe God exists. So you're playing a little semantic trick that's not going to work here. Please engage with us honestly. Now, please answer my question. You told me I'm wrong about my life experience. Do you know my life experience, yes or no?
No, I'm not here to debate your life experience. I'm here to debate the objective reality of God and heaven and hell.
Then maybe you shouldn't tell people they are wrong about their experience. That's absolutely freaking ludicrous. Like, imagine if you told me your journey to becoming a Christian, and I told you, no, you're wrong about that, but I don't know you from fucking Adam. How about you not do that to people and show people a little freaking respect?
Good call, Sean.
I think you're, again, misinterpreting what I said. I never claimed...
Am I?
The hubris here is absolutely galactic.
You've done the exact same thing to me. I'm saying that, look, you probably believe that what I believe, I genuinely, honestly believe what I believe.
So I'm not wrong about my life experience. I'm not wrong. No, what you believe about whether a God exists I disagree with you about that. You're telling me, you're disagreeing with me about my own past, about my own journey to the belief state I got now, how I became a Christian, and how I went from Christianity to like the steps I took to ending up being an atheist. I explained to you that I was not trying to avoid God, that I actually wanted to continue believing. And you said, I believe you believe that. Are you telling me? So one, you told me I'm not lying. So are you telling me I'm wrong about my personal journey or not?
In terms of...
my personal journey, I'm telling you, you're saying people don't believe because they're like police looking for, criminals looking for cops, which means criminals try to avoid cops. I wasn't trying to avoid God. I was desperately trying to find God. Your retort, which is completely counter and opposite to what your claim was about why people don't believe. You first said, well, I don't really believe that. So it sounded like you were calling me a liar. You said, oh, let me clarify. I think you believe that. Then you're suggesting it's wrong. Which is the case? It's true that I was genuinely trying to find God. I was wrong about genuinely trying to find God, or I'm lying. It has to be one of the three. Which is it?
I don't think you were lying in what you were claiming.
Okay, was I wrong?
I think you were wrong that you were genuinely trying to find God.
Okay, great. Tell me my journey, please.
And you shall be answered.
Okay, so how can somebody be wrong about their own life journey? Like, how can hundreds of people that are listening to us right now remember the trauma and the turmoil they went through, praying, looking for a sign, wanting to continue believing, going through all those emotions, but they just fucking imagine their entire life journey? The ones that are even going to therapy right now, like helping deal with it, they just imagine that shit.
It's so disrespectful, Jack. You're in the wrong lane here, my friend. This is a horrible path you're going down. My friend J.L. Warren in the chat has asked me to ask you, do you believe it's within the realm of logical possibility that you could be wrong about this, Jack? Because you're way out here, friend. Is it possible that you've just got this wrong?
One, I'll address what you said first and then answer the question, if that's right. I'd state that you're saying that I'm in the wrong for making that claim. However, isn't it logical to say that you would make the exact same claim for those in Christianity? And you would
we're granting that when you say you believe. We're taking you at face value. We're giving you the respect that when you tell us what your beliefs are, you're the one who knows what your own beliefs are. We would never presume to tell you, and how you got there, and what your own journey is. We would never dream of presuming to tell you that we know more about your internal conscious mental states than you do. It's so fucking asinine as to be ludicrous. It's amazing to me that you can make an argument like this with a straight face, frankly. It's so completely ludicrous. So are you open to the possibility that you could actually just be wrong about this?
Yes, I do not have all knowledge in the universe. So yes, I could potentially be wrong.
Okay, you are. You are wrong about this. The world is full of people who just with all the intellectual honesty in the world, for whatever reason, for whatever their path may have been, found themselves in a place where they became aware that they do not believe this stuff. For some, it was easy, no trauma. For some, it was like the worst bereavement of their life. I personally know people who suffered real, actual grief as they felt their faith slip away. It was not what they wanted, and yet it happened. And for those people, they had two choices. One was to lie and pretend to perform belief, as if just carry on role-playing as if they were a believer, keep everything calm, but inside they would be hurting because they would know that they were not living authentically. And the other was to be honest about what they felt. Which do you think would be the more ethical thing in a situation like that?
Be honest.
To be honest. Do you think that God would want someone to be honest or to lie and pretend?
Obviously be honest.
Be honest. And yet the scheme that we have in front of us here is this notion that the divine pardon that we were speaking about at the beginning of the call is only given to people who find themselves convinced of the truth of these claims. And so if somebody honestly reaches a point in their life where they no longer find themselves convinced of the truth of these claims, or if they're more like me, someone who never did, there's never been a day of my life that I thought that any of this was remotely any more plausible than Santa. But I can't help it. I can't decide to make myself convinced of stuff that's not convincing to me. You can tell me that I find it convincing really, and I'll tell you you're full of it. And if, by the way, if those are the rules of the conversation, that you get to tell other people about the contents of their minds, does that rule work bidirectionally? Would I be entitled, for example, to say, you say that you have faith in Christ and that you believe in Christ, but actually you don't deep down. You're just, you're just role-playing it in some way, but deep down inside, really, you don't believe. Would that be okay for me to make that argument?
I'd state that the difference there in the arguments is that you're making that argument based off highly limited knowledge of your own argument, and I would make that argument based off the authority of Scripture, which I personally believe to be the inspired word of God, and God cannot be wrong.
Right, but this is an example where this isn't a case for you to pause and go, well, you're claiming that God cannot be wrong, and yet here's an instance where he clearly is, because God is telling you via his funny little book that people believe things that they don't believe. So when a book says a thing and reality says a different thing, reality always wins. There's no sensible way of looking at the world where a book says a thing, reality says the other thing, and you go with the book. That's what you're doing now. We have a word for that. It's called delusion. There are people who are mentally ill because they do things like that. Now, I'm not suggesting you are, but it's a point to go, oh, hang on a minute. I had this view that Scripture is inerrant and God is always right and whatever the book says must be true. And we've given you a stark example here of where the book makes a very specific claim about the fact that God's provided evidence such that would persuade people of things, and you're talking to two people who have seen all of that evidence and not been persuaded. And rather than accept that and integrate it into your understanding of reality, the only place you've left to go is to tell us that actually our beliefs are different to what they really are, which is so completely preposterous, it should give you pause for thought. Jack, this is a moment for you to recalibrate yourself and go, hang on a minute, okay, my dogma is a little bit too much here. It's making me stupid. Your dogma's making you stupid. And you're a smart guy. I can tell you're a smart guy. You're intelligent, you can think, you can talk, communicate, but your insistence that your starting point that God is always right. God, whatever he says is right. Whatever is in this book of mine is right. That is making you stupid. Don't be stupid. You don't have to be. There's a whole world out there for people who are less stupid. You don't have to be stupid. Just decide not to be. Be more flexible in your thinking. Maybe what you should be saying is, I know what it says in Romans 1:18, but here's an example of reality showing me that that's not true. So maybe I need to adapt my interpretation of Romans 1:18 to be a little more flexible. Maybe it's a little more metaphorical. Maybe it's a little poetic. Rather than it says this on the paper, it must definitely be true, even though reality is telling you that it isn't. Are you open to thinking about this stuff in a slightly more sophisticated way like that?
Yes, I've genuinely considered everything you've said as we've been speaking. However, by my view, I believe in Christ, I believe in God, I believe he is all-powerful and all-knowing, and if God says something to be true, then
all right.
who are you going to trust in the
I'm
instance, God
I'm going to take that to be a no.
being?
I'm going to take that to be a no. So you're so rigid it's so rigid in your indoctrination and so rigidly entrenched.
No, wait a second. No, wait. I just told you something, and you have just done the thing which you have been railing on me for, and you have assumed my internal beliefs. I told you that I've genuinely considered your points, and I disagree with them, and you've just told me that I haven't considered them, and that I'm being rigid in my thinking.
Because I've given you a specific example which warrants, almost demands, someone would say demands, that you look at this stuff in a more flexible way, because your dogma's crashed into reality and reality's won. And you've just said, no, I'm still going to insist that you guys actually don't know really what your own beliefs are. I'm just telling you that's bollocks. It makes an idiot out of you. You're making an idiot out of yourself right now by holding to this completely rigid, literal interpretation of this text from a book. You've got a book. All you've got is book says thing. What we've got is reality. Our own experience, our own ability to introspect, our own ability to reflect on the genuine, authentic, internal states of our own minds. And you're not interested in that. You're just interested in book says thing. So it's a reasonable inference for me to make to say, okay, well, you're being dogmatic. You are. This is not an unjustified claim I'm making about you. Everyone here thinks it too.
It's also the worst possible apologetics. And the reason being, there are a few things that we actually know absolutely. And even the hard solipsism is not even like solved, right? I strongly don't believe I'm a brain in a vat, but I can't like disprove it. The contents of our own mind, that's like one of the few things that we can actually know. No, I can't prove it to you, but when you go around telling atheists who are prior believers, or even atheists who are not prior believers, like John, I take him at his word that he only wants to know what's true, and if a God exists, he sincerely wants to know. I still am that have that mind state. I know that for a fact that I want to know the truth, whatever it may be, because I have access to my own mind. I know for a fact God's existence is not clear to me because I have this magic ability to read my own mind. I can't read yours, you can't read mine, but when you put that out there in the space, and you have all these non-believers who know for a fact they're not being obstinate, they're not trying not to believe, they're just sincere, non-resistant non-believers, and you tell them, you actually believe God exists because Romans 1 said what can be known about God has been made clear to you, so you really believe. You are discrediting yourself in the Bible because they have access to their own mind. They know for a fact you just pointed out a factual error in the Bible, so it's like the worst possible apologetics.
It's not good. It's not good. And the thing is, I know why you're doing it.
I disagree with that. And I'd add that why do you think you can trust your own mind? If we came from natural processes with pure chance, then why would you assume your brain to be a reliable source? And why do you think that you can correctly interpret
we could get to tag later, but the fact is,
it's Plantinga's argument against evolutionary argument against naturalism.
Yeah. So we can get to tag or whatever argument for God or why should I trust my own senses. But the fact is, I know for a fact my own belief state because I'm experiencing it. It would be like if you're experiencing pain and me saying, well, how do you know you're really experiencing it? Because you can feel the pain and you know you're experiencing it. Even if nothing's going on in the nerves in your arm or anything else, the experience of pain itself speaks for itself. And when you experience a state of belief, you're experiencing the color red, you're experiencing pain, you know for a fact you're experiencing those things, even if those things don't actually exist in an ontological sense. Like if you see a leprechaun in front of you, you're experiencing a leprechaun, even if that leprechaun doesn't exist. Belief states are experiential, and because we're accessing our own mind, I know for a fact what my own belief state is.
Yeah, and how reliable and how reliable it is actually completely outside of the scope of this discussion. That's a different discussion, right. Totally different. For the purposes of this discussion, all you need to know is that is our belief state. You may think that we are unjustified in holding it. That's a different discussion.
Right.
The fact is, it is the one we hold. And it's the one we hold as a result of intellectual honesty. And you've already said you think it would be right for people to be intellectually honest, and that you think that God would want people to be intellectually honest too. Well, that's what we're doing. We're being intellectually honest, and your God wants to set us on fire for that reason. And I think that sucks. Anyway, with that said, thank you for coming up, Jack. I genuinely think that you should take some time to think about the fact that you are being overly dogmatic about this stuff. You are interpreting this religion through a very, very literal lens, which is making you blind to the actual world. It makes you, as I said, it makes you look stupid. And you're a smart chap. You should do better. So thanks for coming in.
Can I add one thing before I leave?
Nope. See ya. Okay. There we go.
I need to find my Zen.
Yeah. Find your Zen.
I don't know why.
It's all good.
I don't know why Romans 1 just like gets me freaking like.
It's the liar, liar, pants on fire apologetic, isn't it?
Me. Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, so we have Scripture Journey in the YouTube queue, who we will get after we've spoken to Nobody, who is next in the queue, and we will speak to Nobody just as soon as we've dealt with a couple of small housekeeping-y things. One being Ash Wild calling "Without God, life is meaningless." We will have a bit of that. Thank you very much indeed, and well done. And then we're just going to read a couple of these, and then we'll get on. So, Geo Sam said, believers can polish their turd gods until they're nice and shiny, but we can all see they're still turds. No gods, no masters. Well said. Well said indeed. And Roy Williams sent a super chat without text, but thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it very much indeed. And Fallen Cities, I hate people who are simply waiting for their turn to speak. You don't have to respond immediately. Slow down and just think about what you heard. This was when we were speaking to Jerry Spencer earlier. Yeah, that happens quite a lot around here. It happens quite a lot. We get used to it. And last super chat for now. Elvis Presley touched me. We'll never stop loving that name. My issue will always be that the creator of the universe would give a shit. He's beyond our understanding, but has the narcissism of medieval monarchs. Oh, I like that. Very good indeed. Thank you very much. That's absolutely brilliant. Okay, so we'll speak to Nobody, and then we'll speak to Scripture Journey after that. So bringing in Nobody right now. Nobody with a bunch of numbers after their name, but we'll leave the numbers out for the purposes of this. We're just going to say Nobody. Hello, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. You okay?
Yeah, good. You're a little sort of muffled like that at the moment. If there's any chance you could be a bit kind of brighter and more present, that would be great.
Right. So basically, I apologize. I got enough phone, so I do not have a camera. I don't have the option to give it a cam. So, all right.
I think we're legit. Sorry, friend. We're legitimately going to struggle to hear you because you're very, very dull and muffled. It sounds like you put your phone in your back pocket or something, or under a bunch of blankets. Is there any chance you could be a bit brighter in your sound? Bring it close to your face or something.
I'm gonna have to swap to microphone then.
Yeah, if you've got another microphone, this one is not doing it for you.
I gotta say, I appreciate your I appreciate your RP. It's pretty good for someone who graduated Cambridge. I guess.
What?
You lost the Manchester accent.
John. How are you doing with that microphone?
Yeah, I swapped. I mean, I switched off the earbuds. I hope you can hear me better now.
This is the This is the upgraded mic. Okay. Well, you're going to have to use sign language as well, I'm afraid. Okay. Well, let's try it. We'll try and make out what you're saying, but it's not the easiest to be fair. It does sound like you've put your blanket under your phone under a pile of blankets. But we'll see how we go. So, what have you got?
Right. So I'm one of them Christian Orthodox.
Okay.
I'm not a great on believing and all that, but I just gotta point out first and foremost that you guys are not necessarily atheists. You are more or less anti-Christians, I would say.
We are atheists because we are not theists. Anyone who isn't a theist is an atheist. A theist is someone who thinks a God exists. Someone who isn't a theist is called an atheist, and that's what we are. We may additionally be other things as well, but that's by the by. The bottom line here is, as regards belief in a God, neither of us have it, and therefore we are indeed atheists. So what else have we got?
No, it's because there's a fresh new wave of so-called atheism around, especially on TikTok, and many of them do not rush to contest Islam, for instance, or Buddhism or Judaism.
Well,
or
we've had a couple of calls arguing against Islam tonight already, so that's all completely irrelevant as to whether the prompt above my head is correct, which is that a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. So if you agree with me about that, then that's great, and if you disagree with me about that, then let's explore why.
I do agree with you on that, but implicitly, to be honest, John, we do have a dilemma here, because if God isn't as great as it appears, God allegedly promised Israel to the Jews, and it appears that there was a lie, I guess, if we part from these premises, isn't it?
We could start from that premise, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So we're talking about whether it's logical for people to be punished for what they believe. If you haven't,
agrees with us.
Yeah, if you agree with us about that, then you probably shouldn't have called in, because it says opposition only with respect to the claim we're making. So
well, I do oppose the idea, you see, John, because I do believe that God promised Israel to the Jews.
What's that have to do with anything?
Yeah, and
what does that have to do with the prompt?
If God doesn't exist, that would implicitly mean that Israel shouldn't exist either.
It would mean no such thing at all. So look, we're not going to get into a discussion about politics, but it absolutely does not follow that because it says in a book somewhere that God promised some land to some people, that if that God doesn't exist, that a particular country in the world shouldn't exist. That's completely asinine. If that's what you're calling up to offer, then we'll move on. Do you have anything else?
No, I assume that's what you're alleging, John. Basically saying that God doesn't exist completely obliterates the state of Israel, I guess, isn't it?
Well, the state of Israel, albeit the horrible things they're doing at the moment, happen to be a sovereign nation. So they do exist, and they exist because they exist, irrespective of whether gods exist or not. This is a silly argument. They don't exist because of God. They exist because they were founded in 1948. Now, whatever your feelings about that are, whether you feel happy about it or sad about it, or you think it shouldn't have happened, there's a variety of opinions you could hold. But that's got nothing to do with whether a God exists or not.
I don't think this guy's going to engage the prompt. He wants to talk about Israel and all kinds of peripheral.
Yeah, we're not speaking about Israel. So would you like to speak about? Would you like to speak about belief, because that's what we're talking about. The channel is really about belief. So
we also believe in Torah in the Old Testament. So basically, that's an ancient Jewish script. This is why I brought them about. There's nothing. I feel neutral. I really don't care about the whole issue. I'm not being political at all, John.
Right.
But
so what is it you're trying to say then? Make the point you're trying to make, because it's hard to understand what you're saying, both in terms of the audio quality and the quality of your arguments, both of which are currently fairly poor. Right. So what have you got?
Christianism is Judeo-Christianism. So basically, it's part from Judaic scriptures. So when you contest the Christian God, you contest the Jewish God.
Correct. I think both of them don't exist. Correct. It's all the same story, in a way, all part of the same MCU universe, and I think they're all made up stories. And
I do oppose this idea. I do believe this God, this so-called God, does exist.
I'm delighted for you.
I mean,
good.
I think you'll find God only in the houses where people have nothing, John. I think when people acquire a certain credibility, they suddenly forget about God, I guess.
Okay, friend, we're going to move it on, because I'm struggling to even make out the words you're saying, and I'm struggling to figure out whether I want to hear them or not. So thank you so much for calling in. All the best. Okay,
good call.
That was like pulling teeth. Okay, we are, as promised, going to go to Scripture Journey and then the speaker. After that, Scripture Journey is over on Video Ninja, so we will bring him in right now, like that. Hey, Scripture Journey, are you there? I'm not seeing any audio for you though. So,
Scripture Journey.
Yeah, not sure we're going to be able to hear you because I can't see any audio device connected to your call. Amira, there it is. Maybe we can do it like this. This might work. There you go. How's that?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Right, I can see him metering, but it's not coming through.
I'm hearing his sound. He's saying he cannot hear us.
Okay. Yeah, you might need to. I'm going to put it in the message to him. Go out and come back in.
Yeah, we can hear you. Like maybe wave at him, John, because he can't hear you.
It's all right. I'm messaging him. Go out and come back in.
Okay.
Go out and come back in. See if he gets the message. There he is. He's got the message, I think. Hopefully he'll be back in a moment. And if that doesn't work, then we will speak to the speaker, who is currently waiting. Let's see if that works. Hopefully Scripture Journey comes back. Let's try this again. Second time lucky, perhaps. Let's try that. Scripture Journey, are you there? Yeah, we're still not hearing.
That's not a problem. Were you able to hear him just now, John? Because I did.
No, I didn't hear him.
Oh, yeah, I heard him. He said, "I closed out of YouTube. Is that a problem?" That's what he said.
Yeah, it's not. That's not a problem. But it might be. Let's try this. And once
wait.
more.
Yeah, I see him.
Hey.
There we go. Yeah, we got you now.
Okay.
Video is weird.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I'm going to get your name up on the board. We get there in the end. Scripture Journey. Okay. There we are. I'll come in. What have you got?
And thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So your prompt tonight is that a good God would not send...
Could
not send. Mm-hmm. Okay. Could you just? I can't see it on my screen.
You can't see it. Yeah. So of course. Yeah, sure. A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
Okay. And so I disagree with that on some aspects, because I think he could send non-believers to hell.
Then he wouldn't be good. That's the point I'm making. I'm not suggesting any God. I'm not saying no God would be capable of doing it. I'm saying if a God did that, he wouldn't be good. Just like we would say a good parent couldn't whip their children for, not being able to walk yet. You could say, well, parents could do it. They just wouldn't be good parents. That's the form of this argument. Another way I could phrase it is, if a God sends someone to hell for non-belief, they are not good.
Well, I guess maybe my definition of hell, I mean, I believe in the Bible. I consider myself a Christian. I don't, my brand of Christianity might not be mainstream, but I do believe every word of the Bible, if that helps. And I believe that a God could send a non-believer to hell if they choose to, if they're trying to hurt the other children, his other children, the other people, and if it was the best thing for them.
I did say in my prompt, I didn't say send them to hell for trying to hurt other children. I said send them to hell for non-belief. The "for" there means that the sending to hell is being done in response to and specifically because of the non-belief.
Okay, so I believe that people non-belief could be two different things. It could be someone who just doesn't know that there's a God, or then there's like Satan and the demons who know there's a God but refuse to believe in him, that he is good and that he rewards those.
That's not non-belief. To believe something is to consider it to be true or honest. I'm certainly Satan believes it to be true that God exists, right? So
yes.
So that is not at least by the normative definition that John and I are using. Satan is not a non-believer, nor is it like there isn't non-belief even at play there, because Satan knows God exists. And so what we are saying is that it is morally nonsensical. A good God could not send someone to hell for specifically non-belief, not believing or not accepting that it's true.
Well, according to the Bible, it says that everyone is resurrected before the great throne of God, before there's any judgment. So I don't think that there could be a non-believer at that moment.
Then why does the Bible talk about casting non-believers into hell, and that they're condemned already?
I would say that that's the people that don't believe that he is a rewarder of those who diligently seek him, that he is ultimately good. That's what I would think that verse is saying.
Well, yeah, but that's non-believers.
In order to think that he's a rewarder of those who do things and that he is diligently good, you have to think he exists. If you don't think he exists, then you are not capable of thinking those things. So I would be someone who, I don't think God rewards anyone for anything, because in order for me to think that, I would need first to think that he exists. And because I don't think he exists, I don't think anything about him. And so I'm squarely in the bullseye, aren't I, for these punishments? Exactly. So that's immoral.
But like I said, if you in the book of Revelation, it says everyone is resurrected before the great throne of God, and that's when he judges people. So you could not be a non-believer at that point, right?
Then why does Then why does the Bible talk about non-believers being condemned already? Being tossed in the lake of fire? Yeah, already non-believers. Why does it say that?
Well, there's many different. The Bible has hell, and it lists a number of different root words. Some of those words are the grave. Some of them are Gehenna, which is a valley outside of the city where they would used to throw burning trash, and they would leave like criminals' bodies to just lay out there.
What does this have to do with us being condemned already?
Well, if you were a criminal, let's just say in Jesus's day, like let's say a criminal on the cross, they would take you out and they would throw your body in this dump place, and they would you would be dead, but you would be thrown into, they would say, or Gehenna.
What does that have to do with me, though? Because the Bible says that non-believers are condemned already. So what is it saying about, I'm a non-believer. What is it? How am I condemned already? What does that mean?
What verse are you referring to?
John 3:18.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Jesus is talking to Nicodemus, and he says, John 3:16 is the famous one that everyone knows. God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, blah, 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 all of that stuff. And then 2 verses later, you have Jesus saying that those who believe are not condemned, but those who don't believe are condemned already. And the word used there is already, meaning not that they will be condemned in the future after some negotiations after their life has finished and that they don't come to the right arrangements. It says they are already condemned because they have not believed in the name of the Son of God. So that specifically sets belief as being the moral test, doesn't it?
Yeah, if there's going to be this mass resurrection where everybody's going to be raised, see with their own eyes, God is real, he's going to tell us, then belief or non-belief during this life is completely irrelevant to salvation. And if you believe that, that's a cool belief, but it's very non-standard for a Christian.
I mean, this is what the Bible says. I'm looking up that word for condemned because I don't think it means that. It obviously doesn't mean that these people are burning in hell for all eternity right now, right?
Well, being condemned isn't necessarily meaning you're being punished now. Like people on death row are considered the condemned. They're condemned to a very untimely end.
I would say anybody who's broken the law is condemned them because the wages of sin is death.
It doesn't say anyone, it just says non-believers.
Well, it says that, let's see, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
Yeah,
so everyone has sinned.
Yeah, everyone has sinned, but like the ones who are condemned are the non-believers because everyone else is saved.
But do you see what he's saying? He's saying that those who believe in Jesus won't be condemned like the rest.
Right, exactly. That's our point. and
That's the
we
point.
think that that's immoral. That because this grand pardon is based on something we cannot choose. I can't help that I don't believe God exists. I genuinely want to know the truth. I used to be a believer, and I try to continue believing. And I still would love there to be an afterlife. I think life's too short. But I have to accept reality on reality's terms because I can't just decide to believe things. So it's based on something that we cannot choose, this whole grand pardon, who's saved or not saved. Now, if maybe you're lucky and you're born in a predominantly Christian neighborhood in Mississippi versus being born in Afghanistan or Thailand or someplace where there's very few Christians, because your statistical likelihood of believing the right things to get saved goes very much up or down, contingent on geography.
Yes, I agree with you. That makes a lot of sense. Here's what we have the Greek philosophies have gotten in the way, saying that we have an eternal soul. And the Bible, type it in, it doesn't ever say we have an immortal soul that lives on forever. It says the soul who sins shall die. The wages of sin is death. So live forever, and God is not going to extend your life for all eternity for you to torture you. And the Bible doesn't say. There are some verses that people have interpreted to mean that, but if
is
you
there
look
any
at all of
punishment
them,
at all for non-belief?
well, like I said, you're not being punished for your non-belief. You're being punished for the sin.
You are.
And you
are still being punished. You're being punished by not receiving the same pardon that everybody else gets. That is a punishment. The fact that you're just choosing to attach it to our sinful nature is just a distraction. You're still being punished as a result of not having the right beliefs, because if you do have the right beliefs, you don't get the punishment. So it's still a punishment. You can't just do an inversion there and think you've solved the problem. You haven't. The people who believe the correct things are spared the punishment. The people who don't believe the correct things are not spared the punishment. Therefore, not believing the correct things is a punishment. Leads to a punishment.
Have you done anything where you think you deserve a punishment for?
Sure. I'm happy to be punished for my actions, but not being persuaded of something isn't an action.
Okay. I believe that you will be given that chance to be persuaded. Does that change?
That's fine. If I'm given a chance to be persuaded, if God comes along and introduces himself, obviously I will believe he's there. Obviously. Okay. But the fact that he hasn't so far. Sorry, we'll have to excuse this annoying TikTok.
I don't hear it. Is there a sound coming out?
No, you won't hear it because the audio doesn't get piped through to you as a guest. That's fine. It'll go now. Thank you, whoever sent that. But the audio things are evil and bad. Yeah, the fact that God may choose later on to give me an opportunity to meet him, and then he doesn't have to set me on fire after that. That's wonderful. But your religion tells people all over the world that if they die not believing the right things, that they're in for a punishment. And if you're going to join me in repudiating that, then I'll be very happy.
I guess I don't agree with that. No, and I can show you scriptures that that go against what you were saying. I think you're being logical. I agree with that. Let's see, John 6:44. It says, "No one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I will raise him up at the last day." So we see there that it's not everyone in the world. It's only the specific people who God are calling, and he will raise them up in the last day.
Isn't that just raising up the believers?
Well, yes, that is a good point. But here's kind of the point of that one, though, is you don't go to heaven or hell when you die. Jesus says there's a resurrection. And then he also says that you can't come to him unless he calls you. So all the people around the world who've never heard his name, what about them? What happens to them? How can a good God reconcile that? And I believe that you are right, except for the scriptures actually say that God has a solution for that.
Well, that's not what we're addressing. we understand most Muslims and Christians will give, for example, people on Sentinel Island who have never heard the word a cutout. We're talking about people like John and I who have heard the word and just unable to be convinced by it. That's the main issue here. Yeah, and that's not something we chose. I can no more choose to believe Yahweh exists than you can choose to believe Thor exists. Like it's just not something, like I can't magic belief into my own head.
So, hey, I believe that you two are smart. You guys are wise. Here's a verse that is talking about you. 1 Corinthians 1:26. It says, "For you see your calling, brethren, not many wise men according to the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble are called." There's not many, and there's not many wise at this moment in time that are being called. If you look, the scriptures talk about these harvests. It talks about the barley harvest, the wheat harvest, the latter harvest, the grape harvest. And that is how he is calling people. He calls people in stages and he works with them. And this life is just a calling. He talks about the first fruits, the firstborn. The whole idea of Passover is that Jesus, the Lamb, saves the firstborn. It's not everyone. It only saved the firstborn children.
Yeah, but if he doesn't call on me, so to speak, meaning which is a form of revealing himself, does it make moral sense to punish me for non-belief or to deprive me of the grand pardon, the divine pardon for non-belief?
Yeah, I agree. That's why in the book of Revelation 20, it says he raises all the small and the dead and the great. He raises them up. And he's opening up books and he shows them how to live. He shows them they're not written in it. And then he gives them an opportunity to live and to learn. And they have a choice then. And I think that there are some people that are going to not believe in what he is promising, even after seeing him and hearing him, and they will still go to hell. Wow. I think they'll be burned up and destroyed, but it'll be their choice. He's not forcing anybody.
No one's going to say. No one's going to say, "I'll go to hell, please. Let me take the fiery lake. I'll go there." No one's going to do that. This is such a silly theology. It's so ridiculous.
I think to spend eternity with God. That's what I believe.
I'm not going to choose to get burned alive for all eternity. Will you choose that, John? I don't think.
Definitely not. No one's going to. It's so completely ludicrous to say after everyone dies they're going to be raised up and then everyone's going to be asked, are you a believer? Are you a believer? And someone's going to say no, and then they get chucked in a burning lake, and it's asked the next person, are you going to be a believer? And they go, yes, I am. And all right, you go on in then. Are you a believer? No. I mean, yes. It's so completely ludicrous.
Right in front of you hear screams when they chuck him into the fire. It's like, ah! And then the next one's like, yeah, I'm a believer. Like, come on.
They're all going to be singing "I'm a believer" all day long. It's such a silly theology. No one can make this stuff up with a straight face. Surely, come on.
You guys, it's not burning in hell for all eternity. Fire is there for either purification or for destruction.
That's fine. Either one is delightful, I'm sure. It's all beside the point. I think we've probably exhausted this. Look, you've got an interesting way of dealing with this soteriology here, but it sounds like you kind of agree with us that a good God couldn't send anyone to hell merely for non-belief. So I would say to you, when you come into contact with other Christians around you, if you hear anyone telling someone else that they need to get right with Jesus or they're going to go to hell, you correct them for us.
I've been trying to, and I hope you guys look into it more. Please, it's in the words of God. I think Satan has deceived the mainstream Christians into telling them about fire and brimstone, scaring people into giving them money.
If that's true, then
if
that's true, then God's let him do that. But that would be on God too. But anyway,
he's going to fix it. He sent his son.
He can sort it all out later.
Fix this problem.
Right.
Okay. Your theology is much kinder. I don't think it's biblical. That's okay. We'll have that discussion another time. But I think it's much kinder. So even though I don't think it's biblical, may you win all your debates with all your fellow Christians.
I agree. Well
okay,
said.
well, please, you guys, look into it. Don't believe me. Read the Bible for yourselves. That's what it says.
We do often.
Pray about it.
We're unlikely to do
I'll
that.
see you guys in the kingdom.
All right,
It's
man.
unlikely.
I appreciate you having a kinder theology.
Take care, man.
Hey, take care. Thanks for having me on.
Cheers.
God bless.
And all of that. Okay, there we are. That's funny. All right, this is such a ludicrous thing. How can anyone believe this stuff? Completely bonkers. Right, we're going to get the speaker in next. And before we do,
Which side?
it's going to be on TikTok. Over on TikTok. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. And first of all, just a couple of these. Hotep, great to see you, friend. Theist callers whining and gnashing their teeth. That was while we were speaking to Thank You, Lord, earlier on. And also while we were speaking to Thank You, Lord, Misplaced Armadillo, such a good name, you deserve to be tortured for having your own ideas, was very telling from Thank You, Lord. Gave away the game there. Did a little bit, didn't it? Just a touch. And Fallen Cities says, children don't even believe in the Tooth Fairy without the evidence of money under the pillow. Why does God get special privileges? No money, no belief. I agree. And last one for now, Ken Wilmot says, science doesn't send anyone to hell for non-belief, it just regrets. I love that. And fixes up, right? Just fixes up. Science just gets fixed up with better science. Okay, let's get the speaker in, and then we have Diamond after that. Hi, the speaker.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good. Welcome in. Our prompt is a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
Can you clarify what you mean by good here?
Yeah, good as in morally virtuous.
Morally virtuous. So it's a judgment, right?
It's a judgment. Yes, all value judgments are judgments.
Yeah, so it could be otherwise, right?
I'm saying that a God who sends people to hell for simply not believing things.
Otherwise?
I'm saying that a God who sends people to hell for simply not believing things.
Otherwise?
Hang on, I'm clarifying my position for you. If you can just can't control yourself for 5 seconds, we'll get there. I'm saying that a God who sends people to hell purely on the basis of what they believe wouldn't, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, be good. So when I use the word good, it is a value judgment. Value judgments are subjective. Yes, it could be otherwise. In my view, a God who condemns people to hell purely based on what they find convincing wouldn't be good. What do you think?
Subjective.
Yes,
So
it's subjective.
It is subjective.
Yes, it's subjective.
So to me, it could be otherwise, right?
To you, it could be otherwise.
Yeah.
That's lovely. So do you think it's true that that a God could
because
be...
I don't think...
Could be good...
Because I don't think God...
And send people to hell merely for disbelieving things?
Because I don't think God could be attributed with good and evil, because good and evil are contingent, right? So basically, God is necessary and his attributes are necessary, therefore he cannot be attributed with something which is contingent upon judgment of people.
We are able to look at the behavior of any given God and say that that behavior comports with what we think of as goodness, or doesn't. Yes, it's an assessment. That's what a value judgment is. A value judgment is an assessment. Well done. So I'm making an assessment. I'm saying that a God who behaves this way is let me give it to you in highly technical philosophical language. I don't know how high your level of philosophical training goes, but bear with me. If this is too complicated, I'll simplify it. A God who did this would be a dick.
And that's a judgment too. It's contingent. So basically, God cannot be
attributed
with something contingent, right?
In your
opinion,
okay, all right. Enough with the contingent, not contingent, what have you. In your opinion, does punishing somebody for what they cannot choose make moral sense? Yes or no?
Cannot choose. Is it?
Yes. Does punishing someone for something
they really
can't
choose?
Okay, you asked me to clarify. To punish someone, does it make moral sense to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no?
Does he really cannot choose?
Yes, that's my question. Does punishing someone for something they cannot make? Yes or no? Yes or yes or no? I'm asking you your judge. Hold on. Don't bring it back to me. According to your judgment, I am asking you your position. According to your position, does it ever make sense to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no?
Can you clarify what you mean by cannot choose here?
Okay, you're unable. So punishing someone for not doing X when they are unable to do X. Are you still confused?
So when you say unable, are they unable intellectually or
incapable?
Do you really want me to define?
Do we really have to define what the word unable means? Is that how bad we are now?
Yeah, because
just go to a dictionary, because I'm using standard lexical dictionary definitions of words. So if you need to, here, I got Merriam-Webster ready. Tell me the words you don't understand.
He can be intellectually disabled, and punishing someone that is not just.
Okay, so punishing someone for something they cannot choose is always unjust, correct?
No,
I didn't say disabled. I didn't say disabled. Well,
yeah, that's why that's why I want you to clarify
unable.
What you mean by unable.
I'm not saying
is he unable intellectually or is he unable physically?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why they're why they're unable is irrelevant. My position is that it's never okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose. And it doesn't matter why they cannot choose the thing. If they cannot choose it, it's always unjust. Do you agree or disagree?
Oh dear. I have to say, that's not a huge surprise. The speaker, you've been booted out because you're too completely dull, my friend. Be better. Be better. Really, that's just not necessary. You wasted however many minutes that was arguing about the definitions of words that we all know what they mean. You know that when you're in a discussion and you have to ask, what does the word unable mean? It's not going well. It's just that's not a sensible conversation. So what a shame, because he waited in the queue for ages for that. I'm not surprised. Go ahead.
I call that the Jordan Peterson defense.
That's what I'm going to start calling it from now on. It really is. And what do you mean?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you mean by
do?
What do you mean by the?
By you?
By the. Yeah. Okay, let's get Diamond in next. We've got Angel Investor in the queue. Angel, do you not realise that you're banned from this channel for being a racist prick? Off you go. Bye. Declined from the call queue. Angel Investor is a moron of unprecedented scale. An Olympiad of idiocy is that man. He is possessed of a lack of intelligence so prodigious as to embarrass a rock. Okay, let us get in Diamond 1578. Next.
I keep telling people, John is so nice. I'm like, he has such a sharp tongue when he feels the need.
That guy is not coming back here again. Diamond, welcome in.
Hi guys, how are you?
We're very well indeed. Thank you for waiting in the queue.
This is my first interaction on TikTok live.
That's mine first too. My first as well. Well,
I don't believe that.
Excellent. Well, welcome in. So we'll get straight to it, shall we? So we're very happy to have you. So yeah, our claim is a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. What's your view on that?
And I guess I agree. My question though is, what is non-belief?
It means not thinking something's true.
So if you're an atheist, you don't believe one way or the other, correct?
If you're an atheist, it means you don't believe in a God.
Right. But you question it.
You may question it.
And so my argument is our good God will not bring anyone to hell for non-belief. Non-belief truly means you don't have any idea either way. You don't rebuke the fact that there could be a God.
What if somebody, because some atheists, not all, all atheists are unconvinced a God exists. Some atheists are convinced no God exists. We still hold that it's true to sending people to hell for being convinced no gods exist is still morally reprehensible.
Yeah.
But how do you question? How do you believe that no God exists?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think fairies exist? Do you think fairies really exist? But do you think they do? Do you believe that they do?
I do not.
Okay. So that's how.
Could they happen?
That's
Could they be alive?
Yeah, they might be, right? But you don't believe they do. But let's imagine you said, I really believe that they don't exist. Let's think of something that you think definitely really doesn't exist. Like, do you think it's possible that Santa exists, for example? Or is it more likely that Santa's just a made-up character?
He did exist.
Well, you could say we're talking about St. Nicholas. We're talking about the fat man who flies around on reindeers going down chimneys. Like,
no.
Are we open to that as a possibility, or are we confident enough to say that dude is just a fictional character?
Correct. Yes, I agree with that.
Right.
Yes.
So there are people who think that about a god too. They just think the whole god thing is just a made-up story. Pretty sure that no gods exist. Would it be okay for a person like that to be sent to hell?
No. And I guess that's where I was going as well. A good God would not send someone like that truly has no question.
So who does get sent to hell then? Because the Bible's pretty clear that the people who get sent to hell are the apistos. That's the Greek for the unbelievers. The unfaithful, the people who don't have faith, the people who don't believe in Jesus. It doesn't say anything other than that. It just says that if you don't believe in Jesus, you're condemned. And in Revelation 21:8, it groups us together with a bunch of other people. The murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers. I love the sorcerers. We all, and the non-believers, we all get lumped together and thrown into a burning lake. That's what the Bible says is going to happen to me and Sean and a bunch of our friends. What do you think about that?
I think that the Bible sometimes is not always correct. And I think that there is a good God out there that true non-believers, because like you said, Santa Claus, he factually is not real. But you're still a good person. Santa's still a good person. That a good God would not bring you to hell.
Fair enough. All right. Well, it sounds like you pretty much agree with us. So, Diamond, we hope your first experience on TikTok has been a good one. And we wish you many more.
It was.
All right.
I'm sorry I wasn't more argumentative, guys. But I am enjoying y'all's TikTok feed. So thank you.
I appreciate your energy and look forward to talking to you again.
Yeah. Yes. Keep well, Diamond.
Bye,
Thank
guys.
you. Bye-bye. Take care. All right.
She sounded nice.
She was sweet. Yeah, she was sweet. Okay. We'll get Eric in next, and then we have looks like Beth X after that. And we'll just read a couple of these before, and there are 2 calls on the bingo, which we'll jump on as well. Elvis Presley Touched Me says, Lola by the Kinks is about a young man falling in love with a trans woman, by the way. I pointed out the lyrics to so many people who know the song. I didn't know that. I did, however, go to school with the son of one of the Davis brothers, and he's a good friend of mine, and I know him well. There we are. And Buzz says, Hitchem Gnostic greater than M's. I don't understand what that means. That's too clever.
That can't be true, though. I don't even know who Hitchem Gnostic is, but nobody's greater than M's. So I think untrue.
We're all agreed about that. But Buzz, that's too clever for me, dude. That's above my pay grade. I don't know what this means. And then Bethos says, another show with M's, my night is saved. M's is the best. M's just is the best. And every time M's comes on, people who haven't heard M's before go, what is this voice? We would listen to the phone book being read in this voice. And we all agree. M's is the best. Also a medical doctor, for those who don't know. He really is the absolute goat. Okay, let's get in Eric next, and then we'll take Beth after that. Bringing in Eric right now. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
Good. What have you got?
How you doing?
I was listening to the conversation and just reading the title, basically, and you all believe that, I guess you're saying that if someone don't know God or don't believe in God, basically, as if that.
Yeah, that it would be wrong for God to send anyone to hell just for not believing in Him, which is what the Bible says will happen.
Right. Okay. So that's one. And then the other, I guess you're always saying as far as if someone doesn't know God, if you don't know or whatever, or you just choose not to know, you think that it's wrong for God to send you to hell. Well, first of all, you got to realize that God is a just God. Okay. First off. All right, and then you can choose to believe God, or you can choose not to, because He gives us free will. All right. So at the end of the day, what is hell? What do people think about what is hell? If you really understand, basically, He gives you the choice that after this lifetime, you can have for eternity without His presence.
Eric,
and what is His?
We don't agree with an earlier premise that you made, and I fear if we let you go on too long, we're just gonna have to circle all the way back.
Oh, okay.
We don't choose not to believe in any God. We're just unconvinced. Kind of like you don't choose you don't choose not to believe in leprechauns. You just have not been convinced that leprechauns exist.
Right.
So,
but the thing is that you also argued that that if you didn't know, it's like if you was to go, let's say, to another country, and you don't know the rules over there, right? And next thing you know, you took some kind of pills or something that you didn't know. Oh, they caught you with it. Oh, you know what? You're going to go to the justice system. You're going to go to jail, and you're going to do 5 years because that was their law. But you can say, oh, I didn't know. But you're going to do it because that is the law.
No, we know the law. I know the law. I'm just literally. No, hold on. Let me finish. It would be like if the person knew that the pills were there, but they couldn't. They had no way to, like, the pills were stuck on their person and they had no way to remove them. I know.
It don't matter what happened.
Stop talking over me, please.
No, all right, I mean, you talked over me. So.
Okay, so all right, so we can play that game all you want. So here's the thing that you're not getting. I know the theology of Christianity. I am unable to believe that your God exists. A person carrying pills is able to carry the pills or not carry the pills. I am physically incapable of believing your God exists. So it's a punishment for something someone cannot choose. So how do you reconcile that? You have to unmute.
Just click your microphone symbol and you'll be unmuted.
Okay. So we can prove, without a doubt, with unbelievers, people that don't believe in God, people that don't believe in Christ, that Jesus Christ existed and He was crucified.
That's irrelevant.
You're not addressing my point.
That's irrelevant.
No, that is your point.
Eric, it's irrelevant. You're switching the conversation because you're switching the conversation into the reasons why you think people should be convinced, but rather than responding to the point Sean made, which is, are you able
to convince? In order to be convinced,
Eric,
you got to be convinced that
are you able
existed.
Are you able to understand?
Correct?
Are you able to understand
Are
you able to understand the difference that Sean pointed out between the analogy you used of going to another country and inadvertently not knowing their laws and getting in trouble, and the situation that we have with what the Bible promises will happen here, where we get punished for something that we can't do differently? Are you able to understand that difference?
Now you can unmute.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you able to understand the difference? Because Sean very helpfully pointed out why the analogy you offered into the conversation doesn't work. So are you able to grant that?
Yes, no, but it works with the actual excuse you use, that's saying that if there's people that go through, as far as they don't believe in God because they just choose not to, like they don't.
No, that's not what you're not getting.
Not tracking at all.
Let's say I get arrested for carrying pills into a foreign country. I am capable of carrying the pills or not carrying the pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You're capable.
Okay. I am incapable of believing your God exists. That's what you're not
but
getting.
Why do you believe that you're
It's
incapable?
irrelevant. Because I know that to be a fact. Oh, yeah.
Why
Because
is
I
it
know
a
that.
fact? See, because there are facts. There are facts and there are history. Just like, okay.
Don't ask me a question if you don't want the answer to it. Why do I believe I am incapable? One, because I have tried to continue believing when I was a believer, and I could not. It was physically impossible. That is the plight of hundreds of former Christians listening to us right now. It is the same thing for them. Two, beliefs don't work that way. You are either convinced something is true or you're not convinced. Belief, it's called doxastic involuntarism. Belief is never a choice. So, punishment.
Belief is not a choice?
Never.
Correct.
Why is belief? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you believe that that George Washington existed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why do you believe he existed? Did you ever see him?
I'm incapable. I'm incapable of because the evidence.
You're making excuses.
Because the evidence is persuasive to me.
You're making excuses. Okay, so do you believe that?
Answering your question is not making excuses. Like literally, you ask a question
but
and
answer it. But what I'm saying is,
when you ask a question, you should be quiet and let the other person respond, and then actually answer your question. And it's irrelevant why I believe George Washington exists. I am incapable of not believing George Washington exists.
And why is that?
Because it's doxastic involuntarism. Can you choose right now to believe Superman actually exists in reality and be convinced of it?
Of course.
Okay, do it.
Facts. There are facts.
Yeah. No. Okay, great. Do it, please. Because one of two things is going to have to happen. Either one, you're going to have to admit that you can't, which shows that belief is not a choice. Or two, you're going to have to lie and try to convince and tell hundreds of people right now that you actually believe Superman is real, and that's a win-win for me. So let's do the test. We're testing your hypothesis. You say belief is a choice. Choose right now to believe Superman exists, and let us know when you start believing. Are you able to do it?
Of course, you can choose. You can choose.
Okay, do it. Do it.
You actually look at the facts. You look at the facts and know that Superman is just a movie because it's a facts. The facts is
okay. You're not addressing the hypothesis. You're not doing the test. You said you can choose to believe Superman is real, and now you're talking about because we know Superman is just a movie. If you can choose to believe Superman is real, please do it and let us know when you start believing. If you realize you cannot, let us know by making an excuse not to do the test. Go ahead. We're ready.
Ask the question again.
Okay. Choose to believe Superman is real right now and let us know when you start believing. Can you do it? Yes or no? If you can, then do it.
But the fact of the matter is, what is the fact?
Is that a yes or no? Is that a yes or no?
Yes, the fact is that Superman is an actual fake. It's a fake make believe.
Okay, so which means okay, got it. So that means you can.
So there's no history. The reason why. Listen.
Is that a yes or no? I'm going to stubbornly insist on a yes or no. Are you able to do it? Yes or no? If the first words are out your mouth are not yes or no, I'm going to mute you again. Are you able to actually believe Superman exists in reality right now? Yes or no?
Because Superman knows.
Okay, so I've finally heard. I said the first word. Did you say no there? I'll stop unmuting you if you said no.
I said no. I can't believe in Superman.
Okay. Then belief is not a choice. If belief is a choice, I can't believe in.
You know why it was a choice? Okay, now let me speak. You know why it's a choice? Because it's a choice because you can do the history and you can look back on what is Superman. What is it? Who is he? Did he exist? You can find out just like research.
Right.
It's like I'm going to go to Harvard. It's like if I'm going to go to Harvard University, okay, and I want to study, physics or whatever. And then next thing you know, I'm taking courses to study physics, but you're saying that you're incapable of believing certain physics. The actual.
The stuff that I.
Why are you incapable? You can do research.
Eric, the reason why you're not, Eric, the reason why you're not able to believe that Superman exists is because the evidence of the world stops you from being convinced of it. Now, you can look at the details of what the evidence is, but that's actually irrelevant. The reason why you're not able to believe it is because you're not convinced of it. It's as simple as that. And this is,
Right,
listen. This is why belief isn't a choice. All your beliefs work in this way. So if something doesn't convince you for whatever reason, then it's not possible for you to believe it. In this case, we used an extreme example, right? We used an example of something that everyone knows isn't true, but the mechanisms of the belief remain the same across every proposition. If you're not persuaded that it's true, or if there's evidence against it, but whatever the reasons, if you're not persuaded that it's true, belief is not possible for you. And the reason why Sean gave you that example was to push back against the claim you made that you can just choose to believe things. You cannot. You can only choose you can only choose to believe things if you're persuaded that they're true. So now now let's talk about Jesus and God, right? I am not persuaded that Jesus is true. So do you grant that as long as it continues to be the case that I'm not persuaded that Jesus is true, that belief is impossible for me?
Okay, so you can actually go.
That was a yes/no question. Do you grant that as long as it continues to be the case that I'm not persuaded, that belief is impossible?
If you're not persuaded that belief is impossible,
yeah. I'll reword it in case I worded it badly. In case I worded it, talk less. Yes. In case I worded it badly, do you accept that belief is impossible for me whilst I'm still unconvinced it's true?
No.
Okay, that is total nonsense. Because what you're essentially saying, what you're essentially saying is that you think it's true for me to believe something whilst also not being convinced it's true. Just think about that for a moment. What a completely ludicrous position to hold you are now holding. You are currently making the claim in front of 1,400 people on the internet that it's possible to believe something whilst not being convinced it's true. Is that the position you really want to hold?
Okay, as human beings, okay, we're all human beings. We can choose to have a hard heart or a softened heart, okay? Do you know what a hard heart is?
So you're not going to respond to what I said at all then?
Yes, I'm responding.
No, you're not. This is not responsive to what I said. I asked you a question. I said, do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible to believe something whilst not being convinced it's true?
Well, the thing is, of course, it's not that you're not being convinced. It's that you're having a hard heart towards.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
It's nothing to do with my heart.
No, listen. Because the
John, ask your question again. Eric, a closed-ended question is a question that can only be answered if a yes or no comes out of your mouth, or potentially I don't know. John and I hold ourselves to this.
I said the answer. I said yes.
Okay. So yes, go ahead,
I mean,
John.
it really is.
Yes, let me explain.
Okay,
can I explain just like you explained?
Yeah, but would you explain when you give us your explanation? When you give us your explanation, I want you to start it off with, I think it's possible to believe something whilst also not being persuaded it's true because. Do that, please.
No. Well, my thing is, I do believe that it is possible for a human being to believe in God. The reason why they don't.
That's not the question. That's not.
We're not talking about God yet. We're talking about belief. We're not talking about God yet. Haven't started talking about God yet. We're talking about how belief works. So to remind you of the ludicrous position that you've put yourself in now is you're currently arguing. My God, man, what's wrong with you? You're currently arguing for the case that you have made, that you're trying to defend now, is the rather ludicrous idea that it's possible to believe something whilst also not being persuaded it's true. So please say to us, I think it's possible to believe something whilst not being persuaded it's true because, and then give us the example of why you think so, or the explanation.
I mean, you want me to say what you want to hear.
No, I want you to be. I want you to be responsive
to the question,
to what we're actually talking about. Because we all know what you're going to do. You're just going to change the subject and start talking about something else.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm saying the fact of the matter is that yes, we as human beings can
believe something.
Can believe something that
without being persuaded. that we're not persuaded is true.
Not without being persuaded.
That's what you just said. That's what you just said. So now you're admitting you can't.
What I'm saying is that you have to look at the facts.
You just took back what you said. You just took back what you said.
As a human being, we go to.
You're not being responsive. You're trying to do a verbal dance.
Listen, but let me finish. Okay, can y'all be fair? I understand this is your channel, but let me finish. Okay, what I'm saying is, as a human being, to believe something, you have to find out whether something is true or facts and what is true. Correct? Okay,
not necessarily. Not necessarily. You can believe something. You can believe something without finding out whether it's true. For example, I believe that there's life on other planets, but I haven't found out that it's true. I don't have any facts. It's just a belief I have. It's not the case that for you to believe something, you need to find out facts. For you to believe something, funnily enough, you just need to be convinced that it's true or likely true. That's what believing something means.
In fact, you can believe something that ends up being false.
Okay, that's right. All right. So
what you believe to be true is independent from whether it's actually true.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, so maybe I think that you all haven't heard the what you actually as far as of a true God, you haven't really read or I don't think you've all.
You've heard every bad argument.
Okay, have you visited y-jesus.com?
Oh, for fuck's sake! We've got people in our community. Oh, please be quiet. We've got people in. No, you're not finishing. We've got people in our community who've got multiple PhDs in theology and biblical studies. We don't need your 7 scholars bullshit. Honestly, you are singularly failing. In fact, I think we're going to just hang this up because Eric, you are incapable incapable of having a conversation and staying on point and listening. Every time we try to get to establish a point, you just ignore it and keep on your script. And the inner circle have done what everybody was hoping they were going to do, and off he goes. What an absolute catastrophe. Made quite a funny clip, though. Oh dear. We've had some wild ones tonight. Okay. All right. There we are. Yeah. Completely crazy. Okay, we're going to get...
Volume and quantity of arguments are not a replacement for sound arguments. Like there are people who think like if you just talk fast and talk enough, if you just keep talking, it's like this verbal gymnastics thing that it's actually going to like lead somewhere. And it doesn't.
Yeah, really. I think that the inner circle did what we all should have done a little while ago. And look, if you're still listening, Eric, no disrespect meant, but dude, in a conversation, don't just regard every moment that somebody pauses for a moment to take a breath as a green light for you to just resume your preaching or your talking. Listen, I got the feeling, and I know everyone else here did, that you didn't listen to a single word that was said to you in that conversation. Because every time we tried to clarify a position, you just went back to what you wanted to talk about before. I don't think you were actually involved in a conversation there at all. I think you were just involved in some sort of preaching in the gaps between our statements, which is quite amusing, but not something that anyone's going to find particularly edifying. Okay, we're going to get Beth X in a moment. Sean needs a stiff drink.
Yeah.
I'm going to check the bingo.
Someone pour me one.
Ash Wild called Philbro Babble. That was with the speaker. Did we get Philbro Babble with the speaker?
You know what? There was someone we were talking to where I called it in my head Philbro Babble.
I think we'll have it.
I can't remember who it was.
I think it was. So we'll have that. Well done. That's absolutely brilliant. Okay, we're going to get Beth in just a minute. We'll just have a couple of these super chats and then we'll do that. So 3 Foot Trading said, Cotard syndrome can make the sufferer believe they are dead or don't exist even after feeling their own heartbeat. A great example of belief emerging from the brain, not a conscious choice. I didn't know that. That's not a thing I've heard about. That's very interesting. And another that came in while we were speaking, this while we were speaking to Abdur before, Anthony G said, the soul of the child will be tested, should not ever be a sentence. This is nonsense. This is madness. Yeah. Abdur was a bit of a mess as well. Had a few messes today. And last one for now. Bethos said, I think Buzz's free-falling comment was a Tom Petty reference. It was. Great song as well. Great song. I like Tom Petty. Okay, we'll get Beth in right now. Hi, Beth.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well indeed. Thank you for waiting patiently in the queue. For those currently in the queue, thank you for being patient too. We'll get to you soon, I promise. Welcome in, Beth. What have you got?
What God are we talking about?
Any God that threatens or claims they're going to condemn people to some sort of punishment as a result of not believing in them, which is, for example, what the God of Islam does, and the God of Christianity does it too. If you don't believe the right things about Jesus, you're going to get set on fire. Completely morally ludicrous.
Okay, so if I was worried at the moment about where I'm going to end up because I'm a non-believer,
then I'd say call back next Friday when we have the call-in show on Fridays, which we call After Hours for non-believers. But above my head it says Atheist Debate, opposition only. So this is a conversation for people who want to debate with us. But are you genuinely worried? Because if you really are, we'll give you a few minutes to help you to be less worried.
Yeah, I am concerned.
Okay, all right. Well, then we'll make an exception here, because we don't want to turn away people who are struggling. You don't have to worry about this, Beth. If there is a God, God knows that you're honest, and God would never punish you for being honest. So if your thinking has led you to a point where you have doubts about God's existence, then God knows that you've been honest. And this is why I say a good God would never send anyone to hell for non-belief, because non-belief is always honest. You can't be dishonestly not believing. That's not a thing. So if you're having doubts and you don't believe that Christianity is real, or you don't believe the things you've been told in your life are true, that's just you using the mind that God gave you, if there is a God. That's you just using the brain you have and looking at the world and being honest. And I don't think a good God would ever punish someone for that. Do you?
Is that your honest opinion if you're a non-believer?
100%. Yeah. I mean, I don't think any gods exist, but I think if a God does exist, if God is evil, we're all screwed anyway. And if God is good, and if God is good, then there's no way a good God would punish anyone just for being honest. So I think you're fine. I think you've got nothing to worry about.
Okay, thank you. Can I have Sean's opinion?
Of course.
I agree wholeheartedly with everything John said. And it's what's important for you to know is that it's very, very common for people who had particularly an Abrahamic belief before, like Christianity, and then lost their belief. They're now non-believers. And it feels counterintuitive when people would say, well, if you no longer believe in God or any of that's true, why would you believe in hell? Fear is not always rational. Sometimes your intellectual mind is at odds with your emotional mind. And so it's actually quite normal, very, very common when people lose their belief to still have that residual, but what if I'm wrong, that hell belief, because it's so pernicious, it's so persistent, and it's so toxic to your emotional state. You know, that's something that's been inflicted upon you for years. So it takes some time to get over that. The perspective that John gave was what helped me get over it. Is the realization that a good God would not punish someone for non-belief, because belief isn't a choice. It's just nonsensical. And if a God is evil, like he said, we're all screwed anyway. I would recommend join our community. Give John a follow. I'm not just trying to get him follows, but like we are part of an actual community here. We have chat groups. Join the Discord. Come back. Someone drop her a link to the Discord or DM her the Discord, please. Link. But also go to recoveringfromreligion.org and please join us again on Friday. We don't normally talk to like friendlies, we'd call like fellow non-believers on these days, but someone who's struggling like you are, we could take a couple of minutes to take a break just to kind of help you through it. But yeah, definitely come back to us.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I've never been a believer.
Okay.
And I've sought help in many ways possible.
Okay.
And struggled to believe. But when people say that God is the answer, I'm curious what makes people reach that point.
Normally, it's childhood indoctrination and brainwashing. And Beth, if you've not had that inflicted on you, then you're a few steps ahead already. So you've got nothing to worry about. You've got as much reason to worry about a God punishing you as you've got to worry about monsters under the bed. It's exactly the same. So think about how much time you spend worrying about that, monsters under the bed, and that's the amount of time you should spend worrying about whether God's going to get so upset about what you personally believe to be true. It's complete bollocks. So go easy, sleep
agree.
well. Sleep well, be happy.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you're doing a great thing here. Keep it up.
Thanks, Beth. Take it easy.
Thanks. You. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, there we are. We will move things along and get, this looks like Kayak or K4K or Kayak in next. We'll do that right now. Hey, Kayak.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Right. Yeah. Welcome. A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
That is correct. What do you think?
Nah, I do agree with that. I don't believe in hell as much, but I still do believe in God.
Okay, well, this particular discussion, we're really talking about whether it's ever right to punish someone for not believing stuff. So if you agree with us, maybe there's not that much to talk about, which is why I say opposition only. We're looking to have conversations with people who have a different view to us about this. I mean, you may believe in a God, but really we're talking about whether it's ever okay to punish non-belief. What do you think?
Do you believe the outcome in the afterlife is different between believers and non-believers, or is everyone treated the same?
No, I don't believe everyone's treated the same.
Yeah, good call, Sean. Good call.
But I don't believe it's hell though. Hellfire for eternity seems.
No, that's fine.
To me.
What's the consequence if I don't believe?
The consequences is in the result of your life.
What is the consequence? Oh, the consequence is the result of my life.
Yeah, result of your life.
Okay. What's the consequences for believers who do the right things?
Like for true believers, I do believe that they get guidance and they get guidance and led into the right path. But
so there's a divine pardon that is based on maybe not belief alone, but require belief. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's a problem, because what it means is, as a consequence, non-believers get punished where true believers do not get punished, and belief isn't a choice. So now you have a reward and punishment system that is based on things that you cannot choose.
But what's wrong with that?
Really? Reward and punishment based on, shouldn't rewards and punishment be based on things people can actually do with their free will?
Yeah, but you have free will. That's why you don't believe in God.
Okay, so you didn't really respond to what I said. Belief is not a choice, is what I claimed. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, belief is not a choice. Yeah, it's your choice.
Okay, so you agree with that. So why do you tell me I have the free will to believe and then say belief is not a choice? Those are two things are contradictory.
No. Sorry. Belief is a choice. Sorry.
Okay, so belief is a choice.
Yeah,
okay,
it's a choice. So
so right now, can you choose to believe you're a sandwich?
It's up to you.
No. I'm asking. No, it's not up to me to what you believe. According to you, our beliefs are choices. Are you capable of believing that you are a sandwich and actually being convinced of it?
It's unlikely, but you can. That's up to you.
No.
Okay,
I think you're misunderstanding Sean's question. He asked whether you personally, you, Kayak, are personally capable of holding that belief?
What, me?
Yeah.
So
Why
your
would I
answer,
hold
you're
the belief
you're
that
not
I
asking.
believe?
We're not.
Understand?
We're not.
Answer the
We're not.
question.
We're not
Answer the
talking
question.
about what the reasons might be.
No.
It's just whether
Okay,
you're
no.
able to. You're not able to, right?
No.
Okay. So how does that? So you claim two things: one, that belief is a choice, and two, you cannot choose to believe you're a sandwich.
No.
So is belief a choice or not?
I can't. Yeah, me
Okay.
personally, I can't.
So are you? So why? If you can't, then why do you say belief is a choice if you are unable to make that choice?
Because I'm still able to choose if I believe it or not.
But you're not
You
really,
just
are
said
you?
you can't. You just said you can't.
Yeah,
Now you say you can't.
I can't get around that. But
Let me put.
choice.
What
There's
makes
some
you think anyone
clarification
else
here.
can?
There's some clarification here because maybe what you mean by choose is determine. It's possible that there's a bit of a language problem here. It might be that what you're saying is that yours is the brain which is determining whether you're convinced of this idea of you being a sandwich or not. It's a ridiculous conversation, but it's one we have to have sometimes, right? But we're not talking about whether it's your brain or someone else's brain. We're just saying we're talking about whether it's enough to just want to believe something, that whether wanting to believe something gets you to actually believing it. That's what we mean by it's a choice. We're not saying that it's your brain or someone else's brain that's doing the processing, right? So the claim here that you seem to be making is that belief is a choice. This is the one we hear often. This is the claim which is at the heart of all these funny religions that tell people they're going to get set on fire for not believing the right things, because they are doing what you're doing, which is pretending that belief is a choice, but it isn't. And the reason why Sean asked you if you're able to believe you're a sandwich is to illustrate that you can't just start believing something because you want to. And when you recognize that you can't do that, it's proof that belief isn't a choice. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's what you're saying, but do you think that you have an option to believe it or not?
No. You can only believe something. Belief is a thing that happens to you once you become convinced that something's true or likely true. So belief isn't an action you take. It's not a thing you decide to do, like deciding to get dressed or have a shower or have a piece of cake. Those are actions you take. Belief isn't an action. Religions love pretending it is, because then they get to punish it. But they're wrong. Believing is something that happens to your mind as a result of becoming persuaded by something or convinced of something. That's how it works.
Have you ever believed in something?
Yeah, all the time. I believe in lots of things. But everything I believe in is because some evidence has persuaded me that it's true. And that is the case for everything I believe and everything you believe.
Have you ever believed in God?
No, never for 1 second in my life. Never.
So how do you know that is what you're saying?
Because everything that every person believes is as a consequence of their mind having become persuaded of it. That's a universal truth about belief. It's what belief means. Belief can be defined as the condition of being persuaded that something's true or likely true.
The thing is, you've never had beliefs, so I don't know how you can define what.
Well, one of the reasons why Sean and I work really well together is that we speak about the subject of religious non-belief from two different perspectives, because I've never believed in God for 1 second, and Sean used to be a Christian. And so we come at this subject from two different places, but we've arrived in the same place. So between us, we've got quite a lot of perspective on what a belief journey or a non-belief journey might be like.
That's
And it's exactly the point. And the other thing, which is also the point, is I spent a couple of years writing a book specifically about the nature of belief. I did quite a lot of research on it. So one of the things I looked into is the neuroscience of belief and what actually happens in our brains when we are believing things. What are the processes that cause you to believe something? And it turns out that those processes are all things outside of your own control. You don't determine whether your brain believes something or not. Your brain kind of does the work for you, and then you find out whether you find it convincing. And there are other things that work like that too, which are pretty uncontroversial. For example, you also don't choose what you find funny. Nobody decides to find something funny. You just become aware that you find it funny. It's a thing you discover about yourself. It's the same with being frightened. Nobody decides to be frightened by something. You just become aware that something's frightening you, and you are experiencing fear, and you learn, this is frightening for me, or this is funny, or I'm attracted to this person, or I believe this thing that I've heard or been told or read or come across. That's how belief works.
I just find it funny. You're trying to define to me what belief is. You never experienced.
I'm not trying to. I am.
Wait,
I know
you're
about
saying?
how.
Hold on.
I haven't experienced belief. I don't know how. But
hold on, John. I need to correct you on something. John, do you believe cars exist?
I do.
Do you believe black holes exist?
I do.
Okay. Do you believe pencils exist?
I do.
Okay, so it looks like John has experienced belief, so he knows what belief is.
He believes something that he sees. No, that's not belief. Bro.
Have you ever seen a black hole, John?
Never in my life, but I've seen the evidence for them. I've heard the evidence for them, and I'm vaguely familiar with some of the mathematical models for how they come about. So I'm persuaded that these things do exist on the basis of the evidence.
Okay, so John has experienced belief of things he cannot see. So is it really this road you want to go down, Kay?
Nah, it is, because we're talking about in belief in God. He hasn't experienced.
So what he's talking about? He's talking about belief as a term. He's talking about how beliefs are formed.
Brain, it shows to me that
he's talking about how beliefs. He's talking about how beliefs are formed.
All beliefs.
He's talking about all beliefs universally. There's not like a special category where all of a sudden psychology and biology and everything changes when it's a God belief. It's a belief is a belief. Whether you're talking about Thor, black holes, Shiva, Yahweh, it doesn't matter. Spider-Man, beliefs work the same way. He's talking about beliefs as a whole. Like, we don't have to go down the long list. It's like me saying, you don't believe in leprechauns? Well, how can you discuss belief if you don't believe in leprechauns? It doesn't work that way. You did the same thing to John because he doesn't believe in something you believe in.
Oh, dear. Also, I have to say, Adam Carmona in the YouTube chat says, pencils are a hoax. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. So Kayak, I don't think you're really tracking the conversation, my friend. We're talking about how belief works, and how belief works is applied to all states of belief about things. It doesn't work differently for different things. And so I am qualified to talk about this because I do know a fair bit about it. So the fact that I've never believed in a God myself doesn't render me incapable of speaking about the nature of belief when it comes to gods. So if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may respond to what we're saying now, and then we'll move on to Jay.
So you don't think that believing in a super being that don't make no mistakes is the same as believing in the black hole? You think that's the same?
The content of the beliefs are different, but the mechanism of belief, the way that your brain takes in a proposition and evaluates it for how easily it can fit it into the other things you believe already, how it affects you emotionally, what your biases towards it might be. All of those processes are the phrases are context agnostic. They don't matter. The actual content don't really matter. The process of believing something is the same whether you're talking about gods, black holes, the Easter Bunny, Superman, or sandwiches or pencils. It's the same for all of them.
To you, it sounds like that because you don't believe in God. So you think believing in God is the same thing as believing in a leprechaun because it's something that's not real to you. So to you it makes sense, but to me that wouldn't make sense to me. I'm believing in something that started life, that created life.
Yeah.
And that leads and guides us. So it's very different, like between me and you. Those are the differences.
We have a different perspective on this stuff. I grant that. And the reality is that you have no choice but to believe those things because you are persuaded by the arguments for them. And that's why your belief isn't a choice any more than my lack of belief is a choice. Neither of us are making a choice about what we believe. We are either persuaded by certain ideas or we're not. I don't find the idea of a magical space mind creating everything persuasive. You do. All right, that's great. Enjoy. That's fine.
Would you say that you believe that there's no God?
I'm not sure. I'm certainly not a claim I'm making. I think it's possible that there's no God, but I wouldn't necessarily. I think
But
if I
would
had
you say
to,
that you believe in that?
if I had to put a probability argument, I think it's more likely that there's no God than that there is a God. But I'm not certain about it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Then
All
we
right.
can leave it here.
All
That's
right.
fine.
Thanks for calling in. Take it easy. And good morning or good night, depending on what you're doing. Okay, there we are. That was Kayak, and we are going to get Jay in next. We're doing pretty well. 4:15 a.m. in the UK. I wonder if he just got up. He sounded like he had, or maybe it's bedtime. Don't know. We'll see. Rio Grande said, favorite meme as of late, replace the beginning of any Bible story summary with Florida man for the main character. That's brilliant.
I love it.
I love that too.
It.
Yeah, that's excellent. Very, very good.
If you get the cultural reference there, you really are. You're starting to become an American.
Oh, I've been an American in my head for a long time. I mean, I'm like
Okay.
USA file for a long time.
Okay.
Very, very good. I love that. I love the reference. That's excellent. Nick Willett says, God designs us in his image. We can't see him, therefore God can't see himself. Ergo, what God? Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Very good. I like that a lot. And Coffee Mom says, but what law did we break? Why won't they say? This is why we were speaking to Jack. Jack was a funny one, wasn't he? He was a bit of a weird one. And Rio Grande said, I never knew so many believers were omniscient. That was well, Jack was telling us about the contents of our own minds, of course. Yeah, brilliant.
Jeez.
All right, let's get Jay in. Been waiting patiently. We'll get Jay up right now. Hey, Jay, welcome in.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good. So, our claim, a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
I would disagree with that. I think a good God can send people to hell for non-belief.
Okay. So we may have to go over some of the same ground that we've been going over in some previous calls, so bear with us. The reason why I say this is because if you're not convinced of something, you can't just decide to become convinced of it. Do you grant that?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you a Christian?
I am.
Okay. So somebody said to me a few years ago while I was having a conversation with them about this stuff, he said, just decide to accept Jesus. Just make that decision that you're going to just decide to accept Jesus. And I reflected on the moment and I realized that I wasn't unwilling to do it. I was unable to do it. It wasn't that I didn't want to accept Jesus. It was that I was not capable of accepting Jesus. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I am not convinced that Jesus exists. And accepting Jesus requires you to first think he exists, right? Because what would it mean to accept Jesus if you don't think he exists? Couldn't do it, right?
Could I just interject? You don't believe he is a divine figure or just completely doesn't exist?
Either of those. Jesus was probably a person. He got chucked in a mass grave 2,000 years ago and rotted centuries ago. It's not a thing that exists. I don't believe in any gods. I don't believe that magic is a thing in the world. I don't believe in sins. I don't believe in the need for salvation. All of these things are things that I'm not convinced are true. So what would it mean for me to accept Jesus whilst I'm not convinced that any of those things are true? Do you recognize that something would need to change about how I think the world is before I was able to do that?
To your point, it's a very good point. But there's evidence all around us for a intelligent creator.
That's a different. That's a different discussion. That's a discussion about whether one ought to be convinced. Right now, take it as read that I've probably spent more time discussing that evidence than you have, and I just don't find it convincing. So just accept that I don't find it convincing. You might think the evidence is overwhelming for you. That's wonderful. That means you have no choice but to believe because it's convinced you. I've heard all of that evidence and I don't find it convincing. So do you accept that something would need to change about what I think is true in the world in order for me to be able to accept Jesus?
Not necessarily. If I was to make a case for God, I would say that he's giving you all the evidence you need. And if you choose not to believe, then why should you have to go further to make you believe?
Because you're not engaging with what I'm saying. I'm not choosing not to believe. I'm unconvinced by the evidence that I've been presented. In the same way that you're unconvinced by the evidence that you may have heard for Islam. Right? There are people who we have Muslims calling into the channel that tell us all about the fulfilled prophecies in the Quran and the scientific things that they couldn't possibly have known 700 years ago, and all of this or in the 7th century, and all of this sort of stuff. Right? I don't find that stuff convincing, and you don't find that stuff convincing. And I also don't. And I also don't find none of it's a choice. Whether you find something convincing or not is about. It's never a choice. It's about whether it convinces you, and you listen to it, and the information goes into your mind, and you think about it, and then you either experience a feeling of finding it convincing, or you experience a feeling of not finding it convincing. And if you experience the feeling of not finding it convincing, we call that not believing something. And there's nothing you can do about it. So if I said to you now that I have a car, and my car can fly. Little wings come out and they flap and my car flies. Do you believe me?
No.
No, right. Now, you said there's a choice, right? So now make a different choice. Just make the choice to believe me now. Make the choice to believe that I have a car that little wings come out and they flap like this and then it flies. Now do you believe me?
Okay.
Do you believe me now?
Yeah, but that's a choice.
You do. You believe that I have a little car, that little wings come out and flap and it flies around. Are you 7? Do you really believe that?
As soon as you present a question that has a or, it's a choice.
No. I'm asking you if you genuinely are able to make yourself believe that I have a car, little wings come out and they flap and my car flies around with little wings flapping. This is a thing that you're capable of deciding to be convinced by, genuinely convinced that it's true.
If you're generally asking, then no, but in the context of your argument.
Right.
We're genuinely asking. We're not asking for the
I'm genuinely asking. I'm genuinely asking to help you realize something. Your inability to believe that is because it doesn't convince you. There's no choice there. You just recognized, when I said to you at the beginning, do you believe me? You just instantly went no. And the reason you did that is the moment I said that silly nonsense about my car having little flapping wings, right? You said your brain took that information in and created in your mind a feeling of, I don't buy that. That doesn't persuade me. And you became aware of that. You became aware of it. It wasn't a choice. It wasn't a...
Do you know why I said no?
Yeah, because the evidence of the world is that cars don't have little wings, and it would be impossible for you to incorporate me having a car with little flapping wings into your idea of how the world is because you're not mentally unwell.
Right, so based on the knowledge that I have acquired, I can make a choice whether it's yes or no.
You can't make a choice. That again, you're slipping back into the unsophisticated way of thinking about belief. I'm trying to help you have a more sophisticated way. So the more sophisticated way recognizes that your brain evaluates the proposition and creates in you a feeling of not being persuaded. And that feeling is what we call disbelief. You can't change it just by wanting to. And so that's the feeling I have when someone tells me that there's a magical space wizard who created the entire universe and then all the Jesus stuff happened later. I have that same feeling that you have of just not finding it convincing. So I can't make a decision to start finding it convincing, can I? If something genuinely doesn't convince me, I can't make a decision to suddenly just start finding it convincing, can I?
You're comparing...
No, yes or no? Yes or no?
Something illogical to something logical.
Yes or no? If something doesn't convince me, I can't make a decision to start finding it convincing, can I?
That's true until you find evidence that it can be.
But if I don't find that evidence, and if, let's say for argument's sake, I've been looking at that evidence for several decades and I still don't find it convincing, then there's nothing I can do by an act of will alone to magically switch my mind into finding something convincing that I previously don't find convincing. What would have to happen for that to change is something would have to convince me or persuade me. Now, that could be evidence, it could be an argument, it could be a book I read, it could be an experience I had, it could be a person I speak to, it could be God coming to tell me something himself if he exists. But until something happens to change me from an unconvinced state into a convinced state, belief is off the map for me. It's not possible. Belief is not something I can do. And that's why it's not a choice. And that's why a God that would punish people for not believing the correct things, for not believing in him, for not believing that he died for our sins, for not believing that sin is even a thing, is a stupid idea.
So God punishing you for not believing in the correct things, as you said, is a stupid idea.
Yes, morally idiotic. Because it's punishing someone for something they couldn't do differently. It would be like if I said to you, how tall are you? And I don't know how tall you are, maybe you're 5'10" or 11 or something like that. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to punish you for not being 7 feet tall. That would be as stupid as that. Because you can't. There's nothing you can do to decide. You can't decide to be 7 feet tall.
That's not what you're saying. You're saying is he's going to punish you because you don't believe that I'm 5'7". If I say I'm 5'7", is what you're basically saying.
No. Don't get confused. I was using the height as just something about yourself which is immutable that you can't change. That's it. I wasn't talking about believing your height. I didn't mean to confuse you if I did. I'm just saying that God punishing me for my non-belief would be as silly as someone punishing you for your eye color, or how high your height or something.
Let's just say we're in an exam, right? And we've seen the exam answers before, the day before, and I choose to believe that is the exam answers and use the exam answers, and you don't. And that is the exam answers. It's idiotic for you to fail because you chose not to believe.
No, here's how it works. If you've got a reason for thinking that the exam answers you've seen are the actual answers, then you don't have a choice about what you believe. You're just persuaded that they're the correct answers. If I've got a reason for thinking they're not the same, like somebody's said to me, I saw those exam answers, but actually they had last year's test written on them, and actually they're not the answers for the exam today, they're the answers for a previous paper, and if you put those answers down, you're going to fail, then I would have no choice but to believe, if that person's trustworthy, that those actually aren't the exam answers. And if it turns out that I was wrong, that the person misinformed me, then I made a mistake. But then it's still silly to punish someone for making a mistake.
You should take accountability for your mistake and face whatever comes afterwards, no?
No, we don't take accountability for mistakes. That's not really a thing, unless they're negligent. We can take accountability for mistakes if they're negligent. But in this instance, we're not even talking about actions. We're just talking about beliefs. And what the Bible says is, when you die, if you don't believe the right things about Jesus, he's going to set you on fire. And that is completely ridiculous. Because if you're someone like me, who has spent more time than most thinking about Jesus and thinking about the Bible and reading it, and I find it interesting, but I find it completely unconvincing as a historical document. I find the claims completely preposterous and absolutely morally horrific in places as well, but that's a separate discussion. I have no choice. I can't just decide to make myself convinced of them because I don't find them convincing.
And by the way, when a teacher grades a paper, if some people get the answers wrong, yes, there's consequences of that, but it's not a punishment. It's just an evaluation of their knowledge. And furthermore, if the teacher is all powerful, the teacher would be able to teach the class in such a way that everybody's going to get every answer correct every single time. Yeah. What you are talking about is punishment that's doled out. It makes as much sense to punish us because we don't believe in Yahweh as it makes to set you on fire because you're not convinced leprechauns exist. Can you choose to believe leprechauns are actually real?
Sean, you're correct. You can. An all-powerful teacher can teach the class in a way that everyone understands.
A question.
Okay, I'm trying to rebuttal to your point.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, sure. So why doesn't God do that? Go ahead.
So an all-powerful teacher can teach the class in a way where everyone would understand and be able to get everything right. It's your own choice whether you listen to it or not.
Okay, so I've listened to every argument that God has made, including the bad ones you're making now, and none of them have convinced me. I can't choose to be convinced by them.
then that's your own choice. Like
no, Jay, one thing you said, which is true, is it's your choice whether you listen to them. That's true. You can choose whether to listen to them. What you can't choose is whether you find them persuasive. That's a thing that you discover in the same way that you discover what you find funny and you discover what you find frightening. You don't choose either of those things either. Those are also processes that happen in the brain which are involuntary, in the same way that belief is a process that happens in the brain which is involuntary. And the biggest irony of all of this is if you think that there's a creator God who made us all, who designed our brains, he would know this. He would know that belief is involuntary. So the idea that he would design us with brains that believe things involuntarily and then punish us for the processes of the brains he created completely proves my point, that if he would do that, he's not good. He would be an evil God. Now, I fortunately don't think that an evil God exists either. But if a God does exist who does that, he's a son of a bitch and definitely doesn't deserve any worship. He deserves scorn and anger and derision.
So by your logic, why wouldn't he just send you to hell? What's the point of making you live and go through all this? Why won't he just send you to hell?
It depends. Is this God a dick or not a dick? If he's a dick, he would...
As you say, why won't he just send you to hell automatically?
Maybe he just likes playing with people. Maybe he just likes, messing with people and, messing with people's lives. Who knows? He's obviously completely insane. So who could possibly understand the mind of such a morally twisted creature? It's not for me to speculate about that. I have absolutely no idea why he wouldn't do that. Or why he would do that. I have no idea. But I am going to say that a God that creates creatures, knowing how their brains work and knowing how their minds work and having designed all the cognitive machinery of belief that we are currently enjoying, and then punishes people for the inevitable fruits of those processes is morally questionable.
So an evil God gave you the sense of morality?
It's possible. It's possible.
What would be the point in that?
As I said, maybe he just likes fucking with us. Maybe that's what he just likes. An evil God, just,
And somehow...
Yeah, and by the way, hold on. Evil doesn't necessarily mean all evil. Someone can be... I'm sure Adolf Hitler did some good things in his life. And that's like me saying, well, let's say he helped an old lady across the street, but you consider Adolf Hitler evil. Would it make sense for me to say, how can you call him evil? He helped this old lady across the street. Is helping the old lady across the street the act of an evil person? The same logic applies. We didn't say every single thing God did is evil. We're just evaluating whether it is evil to send people to hell for non-belief, and we say it is. So address that, not other things, please.
I've addressed that, and you've not really argued my point. You've just said... You've just gone back to the same original point.
You've done the analogy applies. You said, would an evil God do this other thing? Would an evil God do this, that other thing? I'm sure people like Hitler, Kim Jong-un have done things that we consider good, but we consider them evil in sum and total. You could probably point to things that the Bible God has done that we would consider good, but we still couldn't consider him evil in sum and total. The logic still applies. So let's not pivot to other things and discuss other things. Let's just address whether or not sending people to hell for non-belief makes any sort of moral sense.
All right, let me ask you this. If a person doesn't believe in God, and the sense of morality doesn't apply to them, if they do evil, and there is a God, does justice not apply? Do they just go off scot-free?
Wait, what? I didn't get your question.
If there is a person who commits evil, they don't believe in God, no sense of morality applies to them. Does that mean if there is a God, no justice applies to them because they don't believe in the sense of morality?
Why would someone have no sense of morality just because they don't believe in a God? Are you aware of the fact that it's possible to have a keen sense of morality and not believe in a God?
To an extent.
Not to an extent. It is. Sean and I are both people who spend a lot of time thinking about ethics and morality. Neither of us believe in a God. I don't know where you get the ludicrous idea that you have to... Do you believe
sleeping outside of a marriage is evil?
I don't know where you get the crazy idea that unless you believe in some sort of cosmic policeman, you can have no view about what's right and wrong and how people ought to treat each other. What a strange idea.
I said in that scenario.
You said that people who don't believe in God and have no sense of morality. And so I asked you, do you think it's possible for people? Do you think it's likely that not believing in a God would leave someone with no sense of morality?
And I said to an extent.
But it doesn't at all. It has nothing to do with it. You can have a sense of morality and happen to not believe in a God. You just derive your ethics in a different way.
I'm sure someone can have a sense of morality and not believe in the 10 Commandments. No?
You can have a sense of morality and not believe in any religious mumbo jumbo whatsoever. I am a person who does exactly that.
But according to my belief, that wouldn't mean you have a good sense of morality.
I don't care what your belief is. I'm telling you that I do have a sense of morality. The 10 Commandments and the Bible morality is complete garbage, by the way. If you think that the place to get your morality is a book that condones slavery, a book that condones the killing of children, a book that condones stoning innocent people to death, a book which is homophobic, a book which condones genocidal ethnic cleansing on a regular basis, a book which condones the killing of children for making fun of a man with bald head, a book which condones sentencing people to eternal torture for thought crimes, you've got a problem. If that's where you get, if you get your morality from there, then you have a problem.
Show me one example of any of these, please, and I'll debunk you.
1 Samuel 15:3. Here it is. Now go and attack Amalek, utterly destroy all that they have, do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. That's God telling people.
The whole chapter, please?
I'm not reading you the entire chapter. Do you want the context of this?
Don't read the whole chapter. So bring it up, please.
Do you want the entire? Do you want the context for this verse? I can give it to you.
That would be nice for the audience.
Do you know what the context is?
1 second. Let me just pull up the chapter myself.
I love it. They hate reading the Bible, and they've never read it before half the time.
If he's not familiar with this story.
Yeah. So
he's right now Googling apologetics really quick on the fly. Like, what are the apologetics first?
Yeah, you know? we're not going to do this while he consults ChatGPT about what his excuses are going to be. But I've got news for you, friend. ChatGPT is not going to help you here. He's gone off to read his Bible. I sort of think we should hang up the call. We've got 4 other people waiting, and it's
I say do it.
I'm doing it. I'm getting rid of him. Okay, off he goes. He can go and do his Bible study on his own. We're not waiting around for him. Who the hell does he think he is? 5 o'clock in the morning, we have to sit around while he reads his Bible. For anyone who doesn't know, this absolutely disgusting verse is God commanding the Israelites to carry out a revenge attack on the Amalekite people who had previously attacked them 400 years earlier as they came out of Egypt. And he tells them to go and kill every one of the Amalekites, including the children and babies. Absolutely depraved, completely depraved. There you go. Well, he was going to debunk us, but he didn't know his Bible well enough to do it. So off Jay goes, and we are going to get in AJ Hatch next. Bringing in AJ right now. Hi, AJ.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Awesome. Well, first of all, this is my first time on your live, and so thank you guys for having me.
Sure.
I appreciate you guys, taking the time to talk to me about some of this stuff. So I am a believer. Obviously, there's some stuff even I wrestle with as somebody who believes in Yahweh. One of the things I think, I've wrestled with especially is the belief or the non-belief in sending people to hell. So one of the things that I've kind of come to the conclusion to as I continue to walk through Christianity is that belief in the Lord is good, but it's not, quote, enough. I think the biggest thing is having a relationship with the Lord.
We understand this. We do understand. Let me just interrupt you for a moment, just because I want to keep this nice and efficient, okay? We're not suggesting that belief alone is what does it, but belief is a necessary thing. You can't do all the other things if you don't have the belief. So the belief is like the starting point. If you don't have that, you don't get to have the relationship. You don't get to have all the other things that are apparently very important too. Without the belief, you're not having any of them. So that's why I say that God punishes people for not having the belief. What do you think about that?
Mm-hmm. I think the reason I think that it's valid is because, like, for example, you wouldn't let somebody into your house that you didn't know, right? Like if somebody knocked on your door right now, it was like, hey, why don't you let me come in? You'd be like, dude, I don't know you. You know what I mean? And so I think because we have the opportunity as people to seek him, to look around, to see these signs, to do our own research, and whether or not we choose to believe and follow him, I think is ultimately up to us. I think that that's a choice that we have. I think we have the free will to do that.
It isn't a choice, though, because if you're not convinced he exists, what would it mean to follow him? Like, let's say I decide today, I'm going to use my free will to follow Jesus, but I don't actually believe Jesus exists. How do I get to follow Jesus if I don't believe he exists?
Well, if you don't believe that he exists, I think obviously you won't be able to.
I won't be able to, right? Right. So currently I'm not convinced he exists, right? I'm open to it, but I've looked at the evidence for years, and I don't find it convincing. So because I'm not convinced Jesus exists, as you correctly said, I'm not able to make a decision to follow him. I'm not able to accept him. I'm not able to have a relationship with him. None of that kind of stuff, right? Just not able to do that. So because of that, it doesn't make any sense for God to then punish me for not having that relationship because it's not possible for me to have it.
Yeah, but I think my contention with it, like I understand what you mean. That is so loud.
Sorry, we'll wait for this to finish. Whoever's sending audio gifts, I appreciate the TikTok gifts, but please don't send them because they really disrupt the stream and it's not great. Thank you very much indeed, but please don't. Thank you so much. And I don't know how to stop them coming in. It's not great. Yeah, I think that was Josh. Please don't send those again. Please don't. Thank you. That's delightful. Okay, sorry about that. AJ, carry on going.
No worries. Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. I think...
Right.
At this point, I think it's like intentionally disrupting.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so delightful.
And that's very inappropriate as well. That's crazy.
It's really not great. Okay, so I blocked the person who sent that. Josh is now blocked. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We should be undisturbed now. So.
I'm sorry. Can you say what you said again? My bad, dude.
Yeah. No, it's not your fault at all. That was really disruptive. So, what I was saying is that because I don't believe in Jesus, I'm not able to have a relationship with him. I'm not able to do the things that would grant me the salvation that apparently I need to have in order to stop him torturing me when I die. Which is, we're told that's what the plan is, right? We're going to get, according to Jesus, we're going to get thrown in a furnace and there's going to be wailing and gnashing of teeth. So that sounds fairly unpleasant. So whether we take that to be a literal furnace or a metaphorical furnace or a spiritual furnace or some other type of furnace, it's not nice. And he goes on and on and on about it in the book of Matthew in quite a few places, right? So I'm not able to do the things that are going to spare me that because I'm not convinced that he exists. What am I supposed to do about that?
So I think my contention comes with like, I would try and look at it as like a parent, like me personally, right? If like let's say my mom wants me to do all of these things, but I have no evidence for them to be beneficial for my health. Like if she wants me to eat broccoli, but I hate broccoli, but she tells me that it's good and it has nutrients and it's good for me, but I don't believe her. I think it's up to me, and I might be diverging here. I think it's up to me to try the broccoli out and see if it's actually going to benefit me or not.
There's a problem with that. Which is that you have the ability. No, that's okay. You have the ability, and forgive me for interrupting. I'm just trying to keep it focused. You have the ability you've got the ability to choose whether to eat the broccoli or not eat the broccoli. I don't have the ability to choose whether to have a relationship with Jesus or not have one. I don't have that ability because I'm not convinced he exists. But when I say not convinced, I don't mean certain. I mean, Nothing has persuaded me into a condition of believing that there's anyone there to have a relationship with. So if I tried to do it, I would just be talking to myself. I would be pretending, I would be role-playing religious devotion, and I'd be saying, thank you, Jesus, and oh, Father, you are so wonderful, and all of that, and I would just be talking to myself. And if there is a God, he would know that I was not being honest, because I think it's all baloney.
Sure.
That's why the parent metaphor with the broccoli doesn't work, because in your example, you're free to try the broccoli or not try it. But I'm not free to try this broccoli. There is no broccoli as far as I can see.
So, and my contention, I think, comes from, I follow this guy on Instagram who is he's doing this series where he's on like day 5 of what does he call it? Day 5 of pretending that God is real. So he's like going to church, he's reading his Bible, and he's doing these things, but he doesn't really believe yet. And so that's why I have a hard time, I think, when people say, oh, well, I can't believe because I just don't believe he exists. But he's actually like putting himself in the...
I've done that. In the UK, they've got a thing called the Alpha Course. It's like an introduction to Christianity thing, and it starts with why is Jesus important, and it's an 11-week course which culminates in a Holy Spirit weekend, and you do prayers and you read scripture and all of that. I've done it 3 times.
Wow. And what was? Do you mind if I ask what your experience was when you did it?
I found it really interesting. Didn't convince me for 1 second that any of it's true. I found it interesting.
Sure.
Yeah.
I have a question for you on that. Do you, for all the other religions that are out there, do you feel you are justified in your non-belief of those?
Yes, but I can explain why.
Okay. Well, my next question is, how much of the engrossing yourself and going to like Buddhist temples and going to Hindu places of worship, like for every other religion on earth, how much engrossing have you done for any of those? Like how much immersion have you done for all the other religions all throughout the world?
Yeah, that's a good question. So to be honest, like for example, Buddhism, 0.
Okay.
But when it comes to like, I actually dated a girl who's Muslim for a while, and I'm a Christian.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And so you can see that there was some tension there, but we both tried each other's religion.
No, I got you. So that's you've probably done some with Islam or what have you. The point is, there are countless religions all over the world. Absolutely. It's a ludicrous, like it seems to be Muslims do the same thing. You haven't read the entire Quran. Well, how can you say? How dare you? But as if he has read every other religious publication on earth for all the religions he doesn't believe in.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of a ridiculous standard. Anyways, notwithstanding that. I'm a former Christian myself. John has read the Bible. John has done a lot of studying. We talk to Christians all the time, but like that's not really a good standard. And it's also irrelevant. The thing we're addressing is that belief isn't a choice. Your information diet is, but you can't control the consequences of learning about thing X. You're either going to be convinced it's true or you're not.
Yeah. I think for me, and I can't speak for everybody because everybody has different experiences. And I'm obviously learning a little bit about you guys, but I think the biggest thing for me when I was looking at sort of the other religions and even, Islam or even some of the Middle Eastern practices that I just don't really understand, from the consensus that I can understand, religion in a worldwide sense seems to be you have to do X, Y, and Z to get to heaven. Right, so you've got to make all of these steps. You've got to do all of these things, and you've got to do all of this. You do this, you get to heaven. You don't, you go to hell.
And they all start with belief. They all start with belief.
Right.
Which isn't a choice.
And I just think that for me, and I'm not casting this on you guys, so please don't take it like that. I'm just saying in my experience, right, when it comes to believing. I think it started from the looking at some of the other religions that there were, like Christianity being the biggest one, and looking at the differences between them and looking at all of the biblical and the body of religious system that they have or that they are. So for Christianity, like I was kind of saying earlier, you know, there's like a stairway to get to heaven, whatever. But the thing that I think that separates Christianity is that instead of, oh, I've got to do all this to get to Jesus, Jesus came down to us. I think that was the biggest thing that made me say, oh, well, shoot. Even though I might do all of these really bad things in my life.
But here we're just talking about the things that convinced you personally. That's fine. Every person who believes a religion has a story like yours, where something has convinced them. It might have been that their parents convinced them when they were young children, they don't even have a memory of it, or it might be that they had some Damascene experience later on in their life where something profoundly changed for them. Everyone's got a story like yours, and that's fine. Obviously, everybody who believes a religion believes it because something's persuaded them that it's true. But you must also grant that people who are outside of that remain unconvinced. We've all heard the stories. We all know the arguments. I've heard there's no argument that you're going to bring for either...
That you haven't heard.
Yeah, either a generic kind of theist argument or a specific argument for the truth of the Bible that we haven't heard and engaged with and, you know, spoken about many, many times before. There's very little new in this world, right? The arguments now are the same ones that they were 50 years ago or 100 years ago. They're exactly the same, basically. And so when we are unconvinced by those arguments, we have nowhere else to go. Now, people say to me, well, you should look into it more. Well, how much do you want me to look into it? I've been looking into this fairly obsessively for several decades, and I still remain unconvinced by it. And if there is a God, then God is watching me do this, and he's watching me be intellectually honest, and he's watching me just look with an open mind and read. I've read apologetics texts. You know, I've read C.S. Lewis, and I've read, you know, the more modern ones as well, and I'm interested in them. I'm interested in how people express these ideas. I don't find them persuasive. And God would know that I wouldn't find any of this stuff persuasive. And here's where it gets really, really tricky, is if God wants to have a relationship with me, don't you think he's capable of reaching out to me in a way that he knows would actually work and persuade me?
Sure.
Has he done that?
I don't know. I mean,
if he had done that, bearing in mind we're talking about the creator of the universe who never does things and fails. If he had done that, don't you think I'd be a believer by now?
Here's the thing. Okay, and I'm not. Please don't take this the wrong way. Here's the thing with. Here's my take on that. If you look through the Bible, or really just through history, we as human beings are incredibly hard-headed and hard-hearted. And do you guys agree with that? Not even just like on the basis of theology. I think just at the cellular level, we tend to be more...
First of all, I don't think John is hard-headed about like ascertaining the truth. I think John genuinely, like myself, if a God exists, want to know the truth. But second of all, I think if God is all-powerful, I don't think I know, by definition, if God is all-powerful, he could provide evidence that would persuade even the most hard-headed, dumb, irrational, what have you, doesn't matter, people. If God is all powerful, he can convince the entire world he exists, and he would be opening up free will, because at that point people can know, hey, I exist, here's the correct religion, if any, here are my rules, use your free will to decide if you want to follow me or not follow me. Then people are actually have the free will to follow God. Until he does that, the people who were unlucky enough to be born into countries that are predominantly the wrong religion, for example, are locked out and screwed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it seem like you personally are hard-headed. I meant just like as our human nature, I think we tend to be more hard-hearted in certain aspects. Like,
yeah, but is God not powerful enough to overcome that? Let's just say that's true for some people. That still doesn't address John or non-resistant non-believers. Yeah. But God, so if God is all powerful, he can persuade the entire planet he exists and what the right religion is, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think Like, if you're forcing your love on someone, is it really love?
No, not forcing. So, like, if I had a long lost son that didn't know I exist, his mom told him, "Hey, your dad died in the salt mine, 18 years ago when you were only 2 years old, and he doesn't exist anymore, so he doesn't know I exist." And I find out about it, and I want a relationship with him. If I just let him know I exist, he still has a free will to have a relationship with me, right? To have one or not have one, right?
Right. Yeah, we have.
It would be incumbent upon me to let him know, hey, dude, I exist. Not drop little clues that if I'm all knowing, I know he won't get or understand, right?
Well, I think we have a little bit more than little clues at this point, just because
whatever the clues are, if he's God, he knows that they are insufficient to. They will not convince me. So it would be on me to let him know and that I exist, and then my son can then choose. Yes, I want to have a relationship with you, or hey, jerk, go pound sand. Right? Yeah. Okay. So if God let us know he exists, we have the choice. So hey, I want to have a relationship with you, or tell God go pound sand. It's the same thing for you. You're convinced he exists. Is you becoming convinced God exists take away your free will with respect to whether or not you worship him?
No, it doesn't take away my free will.
All right. So it wouldn't for me or anyone else. And if God is all powerful, he can convince everyone in such a way that it doesn't violate their free will. Why doesn't he do that?
But in my opinion, didn't he already do that with Jesus?
But he's not. He's not done it with us. He's not done it with us.
Okay.
Jesus did not accomplish. If God is all knowing, he would have known what he left would make it so most of the world either believes in no gods or the wrong gods. Because that's the state of the world right now. So God knew, hey, I'm going to inspire these books of the Bible to be written and these guys to assemble it together and call it canon. And there's all these versions of it in all these different languages. This is his method. And I'm going to send my only son to blah, blah, blah. So whatever God knew it would only be sufficient to convince a minority of the world, because most of the world believes in the wrong gods or no gods. And it would be very geocentric. People who are in Romania, the Bible Belt USA, certain places are going to have very high Christian populations, while other places have Japan, Thailand, India, Saudi Arabia are going to have very few Christians. So there's going to be a geographic lottery. Whew, thank goodness I'm saved. I was born into the right geography, to the right family, to where I got convinced of the right religion. Why doesn't God just sort it out and make everyone know the right religion?
Yeah, I think you make a good point, because, when you say, when I said he did that with Jesus, but now we're talking about in today's era, when it seems like this is probably in my eyes. I'm younger, so you can tell me if I'm wrong. But when it feels like this is the most godless time, maybe in the past, I'd say a couple hundred years, we're asking, where is God? Is that kind of where we're at right now? Like, there's not enough evidence to substantiate that Jesus is the King, he's the Lord of Lords, and that he's
there's not enough for me, and this isn't like a choice on my part. Yeah, it's just literally with everything I've been given. I've listened to the argument from contingency, the Kalam cosmological argument. I've the argument from morality, fine tuning. I've heard every freaking apologetic. None of those to me are persuasive. I find big problems with every single one of them, and I can't help that.
Yeah.
And other people, hey, they may have had a Christian preach at them, but hey, they grew up and were born into a Hindu culture, and they go to a Hindu temple, if it's called a temple. I got to learn more about broad religions, but anyway, they learn about the Hindu gods, and they're engrossed into that culture. But they've heard the word, they've been preached at, but it's not persuasive to them because they were unlucky enough to be born into the wrong religion. So, God can just sort this all out. Why doesn't he?
I understand exactly what you mean. I think my answer would be yes. Does he have the ability to? Yes.
Yeah.
But would he? I just don't think to me, in my mind, that crosses into the territory of, hey, you gotta love me. So here you go. Do you know what I mean? Like,
but before we tie this up, because we're pretty much at the end of it now, but before we tie this up, AJ, let me give you a perspective on this you may not have heard before. God deciding to remain hidden like this actually stops us from exercising our free will about loving him. Right now, we're not able to do it. I wish that God would put us in a position where we could all use our free will to decide whether we want to love him or not. But he's not doing that right now, because in remaining hidden from people like Sean and me, we're not able to do that because we're not convinced he's there. So our free will doesn't even get to come out and be played with here. He's literally stopping us from using our free will. So that's a position on this you may not have considered before, and I'll leave that with you to think about as we move on. But I appreciate you coming up.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate the conversation. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Thanks.
Anytime, AJ. Anytime. Thanks, friend.
Y'all have a good one.
And you. Bye-bye. Okay. Nice guy. Okay. We are going to get Justice in, and then we have Zach as well over on Video Ninja waiting to come in on the YouTube side. So let's get Justice in right now. What is the super chat thing? We need to read a few of these first, and then we'll get Justice in. So Tim said, this was while we were speaking to Nobody before, you can't polish a turd, but you can roll it in glitter. One of my favourite sayings ever. And why is a Charlie Brown adult calling? This is why we're speaking to Nobody as well. We have had some weird calls tonight, strange ones. Penther Oliver says, weak arguments that end with right as if we should just accept. I say false and count them. Sometimes it's staggering and could almost be worth a bingo card. Yeah, I know. Lots of people say, right, right. And you're like, not right. No, not right at all. Might be. And X Million says, when you tell me I can't read your mind, like in Romans, nuh-uh, that's what you're doing to me. What the fuck? First time making a live. Thanks for the content. Well, thank you. That whole Romans thing is complete baloney. It's so obviously just not true. And it, as Sean always says, it's such a disastrous verse to bring up. If you're a Christian trying to do apologetics, you bring out the one verse that everyone listening who isn't a believer can see is demonstrably false. I think they should never mention it again. If I was a Christian, I would never talk about that stuff at all. And Bryce says, I got married today. She is sleeping contentedly. I stepped outside for a bedtime smoke, and fuck yeah, it's the fucking John and Sean show. What a pleasant fade out to a great day. Also, I'm roaring drunk. Well, Bryce, congratulations on getting married. That's absolutely awesome. You should not be out here with us. You should immediately finish your smoke and go back inside and snuggle up to your new bride. But that's absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. Really, really happy for you. Huge congrats. And if you're going to have a honeymoon, then have a really, really good one. Brilliant stuff. Love hearing about love. Love is awesome. Okay, we'll get Justice in right now. And Zach, thank you for being patient. We'll get to you just after this one as well. Justice. We have spoken to Justice before on the 19th of July. In fact, it was. Justice is now... There we are. Hey, Justice.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Welcome back. How are you?
Hey. Good. How are you doing, brother?
I'm really good. I've got a note from last time you called that says, lovely to talk to. Hope he calls back. So, welcome back.
Well, I do appreciate that. I haven't been in one of your lives since Sean's been here. I don't know how long you've been doing that, but Sean, it's nice to meet you as well.
You too.
I appreciate you guys allowing me some of your time here. I personally obviously have some disagreements with your prompt overall. However, before I get into that, I do have just a quick question for you. I do feel like based on your prompt, and I would assume that's what you genuinely believe, as far as your worldview type deal, is I do feel like it's somewhat of a circular argument, because I do think that, now I know you're not making a truth claim in your prompt, but based on what I've been listening to during the live, you're making truth claims as to Christianity is wrong, right? And so I feel like based on your prompt, it is kind of a circular argument, because I feel like you just have to concede that based on the belief of Christians, their belief is just, it's not even their fault, right? Based on your prompt, it's just how it has happened to be. Therefore, I don't think it can be wrong because of that prompt. Does that make sense?
Sort of. So let's kind of spread out a couple of different things and make sure we've got them clearly sort of understood. So the wrong bit, I would never present a statement saying something is wrong, whatever it is, as a truth claim. I think that wrong is a value judgment, and value judgments aren't truth claims in my view. So when I describe something, when I say something like a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief, another way of saying that would be, if a God sends someone to hell for non-belief, I don't think that's good. So that would be another way that I would say it. And I say it really, really confidently, because I don't think that goodness could ever be reconciled with punishing people for things they couldn't do differently. That's a really, really basic principle in philosophy, is that accountability requires agency. You must have been able to do something differently in order for you to be held morally accountable for it. And if you couldn't, then it doesn't really make sense to me. And so a God that would punish people for just being honest about what they find persuasive, I can't square that with any meaningful definition of the word good. And so so I'm not presenting it as a truth claim as much as just I'm saying we kind of know what good means, even if we don't know it exactly, we know what it isn't. And same way I could say, like, stabbing babies for fun isn't good. And we can say that even if we don't completely define good, and even if we don't completely agree on exactly what good means, we can all agree stabbing babies for fun is outside the scope of that word. And so I think that punishing people for things they can't do differently is also outside the scope of the word good. Does that sound reasonable at all?
I can hear where you're coming from, but obviously we're going to have disagreements that I don't think that we're going to be able to hash out, and either of us are going to like meet in the middle. You know what I mean?
Well, let's try. Let's try and get to the bottom of this. So, do you agree, for example, that when I say I can't believe in Jesus, that it's not I'm not saying I don't want to. I'm saying I'm unable to, because I'm currently not convinced it's true. Do you accept that?
Well, I would say that belief is a choice in a way. If you say belief is a choice, then it kind of gets like in a gray area. But the way that I kind of think about it is, and I'm sure you're going to have a good response to this, but this is just how I think about it, is belief is built on choices. Belief is not a choice. So if I this is not going to be a one-to-one analogy, but if I go to my desk to work while I'm at home, or if I come home from school and I'm going to do some schoolwork, I'm going to go sit in my chair day after day, and then eventually I'm going to obviously believe for a fact that the chair is going to continue to hold me. It's not a one-to-one analogy, but what I'm trying to get at is the belief is built on choices. So
in that instance, if you don't mind me interjecting, in that instance,
yeah, go ahead.
The belief is based on evidence about your chair. Because if your chair habitually collapsed, you wouldn't have that belief. And if you noticed your chair was made of matchsticks, you probably wouldn't sit on it. So the reason why you have the belief that you can sit in your chair isn't built on choice. It's built on evidence relating to the structural integrity of your chair.
Correct. And that's why I was saying it wasn't one-to-one, but I would also say that my belief in God is also based on evidence that we're not going to be able to agree on either.
But no, I will agree. Able to agree on, that's the important part.
Yeah, but I will agree. It's based on your perception of evidence. And that's why it's not a choice for you either. I grant that you think that the evidence is compelling, and I grant that, which is why I say your belief is no more a choice for you than my lack of belief is a choice for me. You have come into contact with evidence that's been presented, and you have found it persuasive. And therefore, you haven't chosen to believe this stuff. You have just been persuaded by it.
Yeah.
Okay. I still, I'm still not fully there. However, this is not the only thing I wanted to talk about. Okay. I also just, as far as the entire prompt as a whole, you're kind of, I have a great respect for you because a lot of times when I talk to atheists, they have like a very, very different point of view. And I would say that your argument is probably the strongest that I have come across in terms of it. But however, let's say, and this is something that most atheists that I talk to, I can't get like a fleshed out definition of why it would be bad. Let's say I concede the argument that belief is not a choice, and right. I say then going forward, let's say it's not a choice. Why, in your worldview, based on the value of humanity, is it actually wrong? Because if I do concede that, obviously in my worldview, I'm going to say, yeah, that would be wrong. Right? That would be wrong. And I would agree with you there, but I obviously don't agree with that. Now, what I'm asking is...
You don't agree with that? I just want to be clear. You don't agree that punishing someone for something they cannot choose is morally wrong?
No, I'm saying I do agree, but I'm saying if I were to concede that, but what I'm saying is my reasoning for that is based on the Imago Dei, is that each human, no matter what, has innate value. And so what I'm getting at is, as an atheist, I know you could say for the prospering of society, but I don't really think that that's honestly a good argument as to why humans are innately valuable, you know? And
well, innate value. So I subjectively value humans irrespective. Like, show me this innate value. Like, let's say human 1, human 2. You say innate value. I say I just value humans, and I value their well-being, and I value fairness. Right? Can you demonstrate? How do we test whether this human has actual intrinsic innate value and this human doesn't? How do you tell the difference between the two?
I wouldn't say that either of them would be more valuable than the other. So I don't.
I'm asking because you're saying humans have innate value. How do we test that?
Well, the analogy that you brought up would say, you just said, how do we know which one is innately more valuable than the other? And I would say,
no. I didn't say innately more valuable, because the whole issue of innate value, and I'll probably need to take us back because I don't want to go down this philosophical rabbit hole. But like, I hear that a lot from Christians. Like, well, the thing is I believe you guys have innate value, meaning intrinsic actual value, not just that we value our fellow humans, but actual, like, intrinsic value. Okay, how do we determine whether thing X, whether it's humans or something else, how do you determine whether it has intrinsic value or not? What's the determining factor? How do you determine that?
I mean, we could flesh this out. I'm not fully prepared, but we can kind of talk about this a little bit.
It's because you went down there, because you said, how do you justify it? I think in any comprehensible moral system, just an axiom that everyone should agree on, whether you feel we have justification for it or not, if we all agree, and you do agree, that punishing people for things they cannot choose is morally nonsensical, you seemed to agree with it, right? And so if you agree with that in principle, irrespective of why you agree with it, we have that agreement. So the question is belief a choice? And let's personalize it. I don't believe any God exists. Why should I be punished for that? And what do you expect? What did I do wrong? I want to know that. What did I, Sean, do wrong? I'm a non-believer, deserving, and because I'm a non-believer, I deserve punishment. What should have I done differently? Tell me what I should do.
Well, personally, I don't feel like people who are in your shoes. Now, there's a difference between you two versus somebody who I would say we would both consider evil in a way. Like I would say somebody, I mean, I don't know if I can even say this person's name, but like the painter, I would say we would both say that he's evil, right? I would say that you're going to be judged differently, right? So like you could take like the man on the island, right? Where let's.
So I shouldn't be punished for non-belief. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you're going to be judged in a different way, and I'm
not worried about that. Not worried about if someone else gets. Should I be punished for my non-belief? Not worried about if someone else gets more punishment. Should I be punished for my non-belief?
If I were to concede that it's not a choice, then I would say that you are correct in your standpoint.
Okay. So from your standpoint, it's a choice. So I don't believe. What am I supposed to do about it?
Well, this is where we were going for earlier. I would say belief is not a choice. Belief is built on choices, and that was my.
Okay, cool. What choices should I make different? Like, so people like Dr. Todd, who went to seminary school, got a couple of, I think he has at least one PhD. He does have one PhD. He's done more than anybody that's probably watching this on YouTube and TikTok. Dr. Todd has like engrossed himself in the academics and everything of the Bible. And he ended up becoming a non-believer. What more should he have done that he didn't already do to be deserving of punishment?
Well, I think when we talk about this, I heard you make I don't remember if it was you or John, but I heard you make the argument of you cannot choose to believe something like on the spot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm asking you, what should Dr. Todd have done differently?
Well, I would say. I was going somewhere with it. I feel like a lot of times those analogies, and I'm getting somewhere with this, I promise.
It's not an analogy. It's a real life example.
Well, I'm trying to get somewhere. I promise.
All right. I
promise. Sometimes with those analogies, I feel like they're not accurate because God, in a sense, it is tangible. I know like the evidence may not be tangible to you, but the spiritual is for like billions of people, right? So the spiritual is tangible. And so I think that's where a lot of people miss out, is they get too much into the, like you guys are talking about, the belief based on evidence. And I do think that a lot of times that the spiritual aspect is the most important. And so go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah. So Dr. Todd, what Dr. Todd should have done differently is,
I would say that he didn't delve enough into the spiritual aspect of it, is what I would say. And wow. I don't know this guy.
Justice, just to give you some context, this is a guy who was a pastor for many years. He was a pastor of a mega church with an 18,000 congregation, had multiple degrees in Bible stuff, highly educated, scholar of the Bible, and a religious leader to many, many people. We have people listening right now who were in his congregation. And he's an amazing guy, and he brought many, many, many people to Christ. And
I'm not saying that he was a bad guy or anything.
But I'm saying you don't get deeper into devotion than that man. He devoted his entire life to it, and then he just reached a point. And we've had him on as a guest before, and actually, there's going to be other stuff coming up with him soon. But the reason Sean brought him up is, he's a guy who knows this stuff more than many. He's a guy who's delved into the spiritual side of this stuff more than most. He just came to a different view. He just thought about it and realized, when he really applied critical thinking to the Bible, that it doesn't add up and that it doesn't work and that these beliefs actually are irrational. And he realized that. And so rather than continuing to lie about it, think about what he gave up. Lucrative career, standing in a community, huge respect of thousands of people. He gave all of that up to be honest, to have integrity. I think that's amazing. I think that shows an unbelievable amount of bravery and courage and integrity to do something like that. And according to the logic of your theology, he now deserves to be set on fire for having done that, for being honest. And what Sean was saying is, what could someone like him have done that he didn't do. I've spoken to him. He fought to hold on to his faith, just like Sean did. He didn't want to lose it, but it slipped away from him. And then he had a choice, be honest or lie. And he just chose to be honest. Does he deserve to be tortured now?
I mean, obviously you're gonna know my answer. I don't want to come up here. I wasn't gonna come up here and have like wanting to have like a preaching conversation. That was not like the intent. It was really trying to boil it down.
Sure,
So like
you don't have to, but just does he deserve to be tortured?
I would say that those who reject my answer is those who reject Christ are going to be eternally separated. That's my.
I didn't ask you that. Does he deserve to be punished for being intellectually honest?
Well,
I guess you're gonna say yes, because it's kind of what you're saying, right?
I would say, does he deserve it? I don't have the authority to do that. That would be my answer.
He didn't ask that. Just want your opinion. And I got more questions after you answer that. Like, go ahead. Does he deserve to get tortured? Because I don't want to let that go unanswered.
I mean, I'll say yes to keep it moving.
Okay. All right. So, you said, now what did I do wrong? So apparently I deserve to get tortured too. So I earnestly tried to continue believing in God. I prayed when I started losing my faith. I prayed, talked to a pastor about it. I've went through all these motions, did a whole bunch of introspection. I've listened to all the arguments. I tried to continue. I just couldn't. And then I stopped believing. And now I still continue to want to know the truth, continue to investigate. And then I don't believe in any spirits. You said you explored the spiritual side. So first of all, even if I hadn't thought about it, shouldn't it be enough that I made this earnest attempt to try to ascertain the truth? Is that sufficient or insufficient?
Is it insufficient for what?
To avoid. So if someone makes an earnest attempt to ascertain the truth and they remain unconvinced God exists, after the earnest attempt, in your view, are they deserving of punishment?
From my honest personal point of view on this topic, for you two,
you're muffled.
Am I muffled? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. My earnest, honest opinion is people in your shoes, your two shoes, are not going to be judged the same way as those who are evil and rejecting, right?
I didn't ask that.
Well,
do we deserve to be punished? I didn't ask if we'll be judged the same way as other non-believers. If we earnestly tried to ascertain the truth and ended up not believing in Jesus or Christianity, after earnestly trying to ascertain the truth, do we deserve to get punished for failing to believe it?
I mean, I'm gonna be intellectually honest and just give the I don't know.
I mean,
at this point in this conversation, I feel like I'm doing my best to have a very cordial conversation. I wasn't coming on here and I feel like you guys have almost, not you guys, Sean. I like you guys from the bottom of my heart. I have love for you all, but I do feel like you're kind of backing me in a corner to make me look kind of poor, make me look like a bad guy.
I'm disappointed, Justice, because the thing is, we're not making you look bad. The thing that's making you look bad is the doctrine that you subscribe to, and this is what breaks my heart about it. Is it takes nice, decent, kind, otherwise normal people and forces them into supporting things that are horrific, morally horrible. You've said that my friend Dr. Todd, who had a lifetime of devotion and then just went through an agonizing loss of faith and decided to be honest about it, that he now deserves to be punished for that. It's a horrible thing to say. And And I could feel the tension in you as you were saying it, because some part of you probably knows that's a horrible thing to say. So, as we part now, I'm gonna ask you to reflect on the feeling you have of us making you look bad. Isn't us. The thing that's making you look bad is this doctrine, because it's bad. It's horrible.
Well, because I do have a genuine. I know we kind of went off of the topic of something I really did want to ask you guys, and you can give me like a short-winded answer, but I am genuinely curious. I really am genuinely curious. Is the value question? Just before we part, and I respect you for giving me your worldview and everything, but this is something that I really did want to ask, was the value question. Whether it's Sean or John.
You know what we're going to do? I don't want us to bury the point we got to before by moving on and talking about something else, so that point just becomes a part in a long conversation. Call us back another time to ask about the value question, and I promise we'll engage with it then. But I want the peak of this conversation, the point that everyone remembers listening to it, to be the fact that this is making a nice person support horrible stuff. And I'm reminded of the famous Steven Weinberg quote that says something along the lines of, there'll always be good people doing good things and bad people doing bad things, but to get good people to do bad things, you need religion. And this is what it's done. This is your religion making you say horrible things, and my heart genuinely breaks for you, because you're a nicer person than this. You deserve better than this. So call us back another time, Justice, and we'll speak about anything you want. I'm happy to have you back on, and I just don't want this bit of the conversation to get buried in a longer one. So with that, thank you, my friend. Come back again.
Alrighty.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. That makes me a little bit sad. It breaks my heart to hear what this cult does to people. It ruins people. It's not his fault.
He actually seems like a really good, decent dude. He's is nice just guy. Stuck holding the bag, trying to defend something that's indefensible, and he's in a really awkward position. I almost feel bad about putting him in that position, but it's necessary to get people to see how bad this doctrine is.
You have to, and I feel bad for him, but it's sometimes that's what it takes to stop and think and wake up a little bit and realize what you're supporting. It's absolutely morally hideous. Okay, we are going to get Zach in next, who's been waiting super patiently over on the Video Ninja side. We'll just do a couple of these super chats first, and then after Zach, we'll see. There's no one else in the queue right now. We might think about a wrap up soon, but let's see how we're going. So Sean Hansen said, "What's funny is these people." This is why we're speaking to Diamond. These people want to use complex terms like contingency, but then need to ask what the word unable means. Oh, I love that. I think that's absolutely superb.
I wish I pointed that out.
Isn't that great? Next time, Next time, that's such a brilliant comment. Sean, you're a genius. Next time somebody asks us what a basic word means, we should set a law, like a rule for that conversation, which is, well, if you're going to ask us what the meaning of basic words are, then you don't get to use more expensive words. That's where we set the bar, because that's that's the level of sophistication that beyond here you need definitions provided for basic words like and the, and if that's where your level is, then you don't get to use words like contingent or objective or necessary or anything like that. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Comment of the day. Absolutely
love the YouTube chats.
Everyone here is absolutely brilliant. Okay, so Zen Cat says, "Why the fools bring chopsticks to a pew-pew fight is baffling." Thank you, John and Sean. Appreciate you both. Thank you very much. I know what you mean sometimes, but thank you. And Shah Visio says, "WWJD." Well, we know what that's supposed to stand for. I wonder if it stands for something else as well. Who knows?
I have no idea.
We will never know. What would John do? That's obviously what it stands for.
Oh, okay, got it.
And Tim Davidson says, "Pencils are a conspiracy. Where's the number one pencil? Why do we get the inferior number two? It's a conspiracy by Big Bic to kill chalk mining jobs." Very, very good, Tim. Very, very good. Okay, we will keep going with Zach. I just need to jump ahead in the super chats to just highlight, before I can't leave this unhighlighted. Carissa Wieland sent out 20 gift memberships, and then, not to be outdone by herself, immediately I think did the same again, if I'm seeing that right. I'm sure I saw it come up twice. Yeah, I think I did. And then did exactly the same again. Absolutely remarkable behavior from Carissa. Thank you so much. That is super, 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 super generous. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Okay, a few more super chats, which we'll get later on. But right now, let's try and get in Zach and hope that it works. Hey, Zach, are you there?
Hey, John and Sean, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for waiting patiently in the queue for so long. I do appreciate that. You are up now, so welcome in.
Nice.
Hi.
Thank you. And I think you said it's like 5 a.m. an hour ago for y'all. So
it's 5:30 now.
For being willing to take this time, take this call from me. I was really nervous waiting in the queue, So I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Sure. What have you got?
All right. So just addressing the, I don't know what we call it, the problem statement, but I'll just read it verbatim. A good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief.
Yeah.
And I would say, I think I disagree. And I'd ask if I could restate the problem to remove or dispel any form of ambiguity in some things on my part.
Sure.
So shout out to Sean. Awesome reference to the, what was it, doxastic involuntarism.
Yep.
Beautiful, beautiful. I never heard the term before, looked it up. And I've had this sense of critical analysis against my own beliefs because of it. Loved it. So if I could restate the problem, I would simply say, given doxastic involuntarism, a good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief. And there I would say, I think I disagree. So I think given the premise that our quote unquote decision to believe, right? I'm not asserting it's a decision. I just don't have another way of expressing it. Our resolution to believe or not is not within our control.
Yeah.
I still question whether or not it is good for God to send those who don't believe to hell. And part of the reason I've been so nervous, I had to have a couple beers just to calm the nerves. But part of the reason I was in that state is because I had to really confront my own beliefs, right? And I really wanted to get to Sean's idea about some things I hold to, simply because if he brought up doxastic involuntarism, I have a feeling he's probably far closer familiar, not saying you may, to what I believe, right? And that's things such as like compatibilism. I'm a Calvinist, right? So there's certain things, like I've kind of always believed in doxastic involuntarism, like by our nature we suppose.
Did you say you're a Calvinist?
I am.
Okay, so Calvinism is the only appropriate, like the only theologically appropriate response to this position on doxastic involuntarism. But it gets around it, right? Because the claim here is that because belief is involuntary, God judging people for things which they couldn't have done differently is morally ridiculous, and therefore, he shouldn't be sending people to hell for that. What Calvinism does is it grants that belief is involuntary, and it says, it doesn't really matter. God's decided in advance who he's going to send to hell anyway, so what you believe is irrelevant, which to me solves the problem of doxastic involuntarism and replaces it with something infinitely worse, which is God had you fucked from day one. He created you specifically to be destroyed and tortured and whatever later on, which is much, much worse morally, I think. So we can, if you're a Calvinist, I would say, well, let's not worry about the involuntary nature of belief then, because belief is not the fulcrum of your fate anymore. The fulcrum of your fate is God's whims. And he's decided already who's going to get tortured and sent to hell and whatever you think hell is and who's not. And I just think that's a power play, and I think it's pretty disgusting.
Right. I'm not disagreeing. I'm hoping for more of a formula, some form of logic that may contradict itself internally, right? Because in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, if I disagree with it based on moral, obviously there's some form of dissonance, right? I'm not disagreeing there. There's the humanist in me saying, well, God, why doesn't God just regenerate everyone, right? And I think the answer is given in Romans 9, where he literally says, some vessels I make for destruction and others I make for mercy. And so I have this, what do you call that, justice thing, where you got two sides. One side's humanist, the other side's the theologian, right? If I'm being very diligent in understanding what I believe, right? And I'm okay with that. But, it's one thing to say, well, that's just immoral. And it's another thing if I could find some form of logical proof.
Is unnecessary suffering always bad?
Is that Sean?
yeah, that's me. Sorry, you might not be able to see me.
I can, but yeah.
No, that's fine. Do you agree that unnecessary suffering is always bad?
Do I believe unnecessary suffering is always bad?
Yeah. And in particular, causing or allowing unnecessary suffering is always bad.
I would say yes.
Okay.
At the surface, but I would also argue I don't think unnecessary means without purpose.
Well, so are you? If it's that's what I mean by without purpose. So you're saying, I'm asking you, is suffering without a purpose, like meaning a greater good, needing the suffering to accomplish a greater good? That's what I mean by unnecessary.
And
go ahead.
Sorry, Sean. I would absolutely agree that if by necessary we mean without purpose. 100% agree.
Okay. So, is there a purpose? So God created a whole bunch of us just for the purpose, or knowing He's going to burn us alive for all eternity, not only cause suffering, but like literally infinite suffering. If it's eternal torment of any kind, it's infinite suffering. So God's going to cause this, make these people, us, knowing He's going to cause us to suffer. And whatever the greater good is of that, is God powerful enough to accomplish that greater good without that suffering?
I would absolutely have to argue, yes, He is capable of fruiting, whatever that word is, that greater good with or without suffering. I think just my initial response would be yes, I think so.
Okay, so that would mean the suffering is unnecessary to achieve the greater good, which you said is always bad.
All right, hold on. I need to, I don't even need to write it down. I'll just rewind the chat. So you're saying if one believes that the conditions for God to bring about His greater good were unnecessary, then by definition,
it's unnecessary suffering. So if God is all powerful, if God is able to achieve the greater good without the suffering, which if He's all powerful, He is, then the suffering is by definition unnecessary, which you agreed is always bad.
Yes, I did. Yeah. It's something for me to chew on, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm here all week.
Zach, thank you. We'll probably move it along here, but thanks for your input. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, y'all.
Keep well. Thanks. Bye-bye. All right. I think...
You know what I liked about that? He actually, instead of doing a tap dance and not answering questions, he's like, shit, I don't have an answer for this.
He was straight up.
You gave me something to think about. Let me go back to the drawing board and see if I can flesh this out. And then he'll come back. I love the honesty there.
I respect him for that. Yeah. I think Calvinism is pretty awful. But I respect the fact that he's at least being thoughtful about it and realizes there's a tension there. So I think that's pretty good. Okay, a couple of things to deal with. got some bingo calls. These are going back a little way, but not desperately. So Ash called "How do you account for logic with kayak?" Let's have it because it's late and why not? And Bass Clef called "No morality without God" for Jay. Well spotted, well spotted. And then finally, for now, Bass Clef also called "It's a relationship, not a religion" with AJ Hatch. Amazing. So I think we only have "Nothing comes from nothing." I'm amazed no one has said that. Pretty good. Pretty good going. Okay, we'll do a couple of super chats, and we've got Duke White in the queue. Duke, we'll speak to you in a minute. I'll just do some of these, and then we'll see where we're at. We've spoken to Duke quite a few times before. Interesting fellow. Okay, so Tim said, "My brother became English when he tripped and got a Scrabble A piece stuck in his forehead. It was a bloody L. Bum bum. Bum bum." And No One Left Behind said, "In order for me to believe in God, I would need to be given info that either sufficiently corrects my worldview or is compatible with my current belief." That's it. It's exactly it. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. And God is terrified of providing anything like that, apparently. And Fliverty, great to see you, said, "The only magic wizard I believe in is the Merlin of piano keys himself, Mr. Jordan Rudess." Jordan Rudess is very good. And he's got a very strong goatee game as well. A very, very good keyboard player. I know exactly who you mean. He is very good indeed. And Nick Willett says, "If God is real and created everything, he created evil, sin, even Satan." Absolutely right. AKA all the shit in the world, along with the minimal good in the world. Yep, this is why we're speaking to AJ Hatch as well. Completely agree with everything you said there. And Toroloco777 said, "I believe the three main reasons all religion was created is to control people, make money, and give people false hope for the unknown." And there's probably some truth in that. There's probably a bit more to it, but I definitely think that those are things that are in play for sure.
Yeah.
Anthropologically, we see religion come up in cultures all over the world through all times, and I think it's something to do with just needing to explain stuff. And when we don't have an explanation for something, rather than saying we don't have an explanation for that, what our ancestors tended to do was just make one up and go, "Here's the explanation." And people did it time and time again, and personifying nature and all of that. There's some interesting stuff up there about that, but I think you're onto something there in terms of what you're mentioning as well. And Screaming Silence, our good friend Rich says, "My missionary sister is visiting. I'll be on a 3-hour car ride with her husband on Thursday. Pray for me as I plan on sharing the bad news with him." Lol. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess you've got a captive audience in a car, haven't you? That's a good place to have conversations because no one's leaving, so you're gonna get through it. But we wish you luck with that, Richie. I think I'm going to say I think you're very well equipped to have this conversation. So you know how highly I think of you, and I think you're going to do great. And your own instincts will guide you as to what sorts of things you should say and how much to do and all of that. But you've got this. And give us a shout if you need any support around that or anything like that. Babs has sent out an Unconvinced gift membership. Babs, you're an absolute love. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you. And Rio Grande again says, "Tangible spirits." That's why we're speaking to Justice. "Tangible spirits. The only tangible spirits I've ever had were in a bottle that had proof and got me and others drunk." Okay, we will do one more.
I love
and
the
then
double entendre with proof there too, by the way.
Yeah, different proof. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I missed that. And Edward James says, "I didn't realize so many Christians crash out and talk over. I thought they have kindness and respect. Glad I'm not Christian anymore. I like this channel. Free thinking is better." Well, thank you, Edward. Yeah, we quite often see the fruits of the Spirit. They're just not the same fruits that are talked about in the book. They're different fruits, and they're a little rotten sometimes. Okay, we are going to bring in Duke White. As I said, we have spoken to Duke White before, but we are welcoming Duke back again. Hey, Duke.
How you guys doing?
We are not too bad. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, so you guys are still doing your thing, man. That makes me happy.
We're still doing the thing. Thank you. I'm going to say we're probably not going to do the thing for too long because it's 20 to 6 a.m. where I am, and we've been going for nearly 8 hours. So what have you got, friend?
Well, one, the more that I look at the different denominations, it's so interesting how each denomination will make a strong stance, but then agree with you guys on another stance. And being when you trace the denominations back and you find out the origin of these denominations, it was usually a guy with an agenda who interpreted scriptures the way that they wanted to. And then the question becomes, why would they do that, right? Well, it's for their agenda. Like there's one king who actually created his own denomination just because he wanted to get a divorce. And so when I look at the Christians and their ability to just overlook the false agendas and why their denominations, yet they choose to be ignorant, choose to ignore them, and then keep believing what their denomination says as they, like, I just want to let you guys know, most Christians don't believe in God.
Duke, first of all, I'm not going to make a claim to the contents of other people's minds, but also this is today's live is for debates only with people who don't agree with us. And so if you're a believer, catch us on Friday because we're going to have same time, 5 till late, 5 p.m. Eastern time until late. You catch us there, and that's for like friendlies, anyone, talk about anything, but this is only for like people who disagree with us.
Oh, I do disagree with you, but
what do you disagree on?
Well, you know, like say the suffering part, right? The suffering part. The suffering is going to exist because disobedience exists. Like say if a vertebrae in your spine is off, it's going to cause your body pain, right? Because it's off. Well, if there's a continuity to life and we're not following that continuity, it's going to cause consequence. So suffering is the consequence of things being off. So if I eat unhealthy, the consequence of that is suffering. My body's go ahead.
That's a cause and effect of physical like biology that's like unavoidable because it's the natural law of science or what have you. Now to contrast that with an all-powerful God, could God have not made it the case that human beings misbehaving will cause a tsunami to wipe out 250,000 people, including innocent children and babies? Could God have not chosen that as a consequence of certain humans misbehaving?
Right, of course, especially with the sovereignty and the power, of course.
Yes, and so I consider anything where you're punishing innocent people for crimes they didn't commit with, you know, horrible things like drowning, I consider that bad. How about you?
Yeah, so I do too. And the thing is that I don't believe that they were innocent. I believe that
they were evil babies. Were they like little Chuckies running around with a knife?
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. Like that's exactly what I believe. Because it talks about the Nephilim interfering with the human species, so they were becoming something he didn't create. So he was getting rid of this mixed breed of.
To make it clear, the 2008, I think it was, tsunami that wiped out 250,000 people.
Oh, you're talking about that? I
Asia.
thought you were talking about the flood. I'm sorry, you're talking about that.
I mean the flood too, but like that tsunami there. So let's not confuse too many things.
Gotcha.
That tsunami there, the babies that were wiped out could you know? I understand the Christian doctrine is that now we have tsunamis because people were bad. Could God have not created a consequence that would unalive in a terribly painful way by drowning innocent children and babies? So I consider that bad, right? To like drown these babies because some other people over here sinned.
Yeah, of course. That's the thing, is that type of dysfunction that we experience is still a result of the fact that evil exists. Difference,
it didn't have to be the result. God made it the result, right?
Right, and it won't always be this way. But
So God's still, you're just saying, so God's still responsible because God wrote the code that would make it the case. Yeah. So 100%. I consider drowning innocent children and babies to be bad, always bad. It's unnecessary suffering. So I consider it always bad.
And I agree, because the reason why I agree with that is because the science has done horrible things in the name of science for the greater good. But that's man. We're talking about God here. Shouldn't God be able to do a better job?
Yeah, well, yeah, agreed. Yeah,
right.
So God is doing bad things, right?
So that's where it becomes an issue, is because if God has already put it, there's a sovereign God's sovereignty in his creation. So when you think about it, it's his movie, his show. He decided that there would be consequences if this happened, and he allows those consequences to happen. But the fact that he also became one of us and experienced the suffering as well,
but he didn't really experience the suffering, Jude, because experiencing the suffering, knowing that you're going to be magically healed in a couple of days and then zoom up into heaven, is not the same as experiencing the suffering when you're just on the ground without that wonderful knowledge of everything and all of that kind of God power around you. It's not true that he experienced the suffering. It's just not true. And even if it were true, then that was still his choice, which he didn't have to make. And all of this stuff doesn't make any sense because he set it up this way and he didn't have to. He could have set up a world in which the consequences of sin was not drowning puppies and kittens and babies. He chose to do it that way, which makes him a disagreeable person at a minimum, doesn't it?
But at the same time, though, if there's humans that also don't believe in God and still do the same things that he does, wouldn't that still make us like him? Even for those, like, even for me being a believer, I still recognize someone who doesn't believe in God. They still have his attributes. They still make the decisions that they still could have made better decisions for their lives, their children's lives, for their country, but they still do what they do. So that to me, humans are so much like God that I just find it interesting that we choose to judge his characters when, even if we don't believe in him, we still act like him.
I judge humans when they do bad shit too. The difference is I don't make special exceptions for a God that I worship. I don't worship any God. I don't believe any God exists. But it's just weird to me how many Christians have this like standard of like decency when it comes to like regular mortal human beings, where if humans did what God did, they're like, oh, wow, that's so fucking awful. But when the God that they worship and tout as the ultimate perfect example of goodness does the same freaking thing, but he's sovereign. Like you should have elevated standards for like this God that you worship and consider to be perfect, not lower standards, or in most cases, no standards.
Right, and I think that we are so much like him. The difference is his motivation for a lot of things that he's doing is because he's trying to get us to a place where we are ultimately like him.
Oh, Jude, come on, look, he's the all-powerful God of the universe. He could have made us in that place from the beginning. He doesn't have to try to get us to places. He could have just made us in the way he wanted us to be, and there would be nothing to do and nothing to try. If you think God is all-powerful, then all of these arguments are rubbish. And
I guess it's because the reason why I believe is because he's all-powerful. He wouldn't be afraid of us making our own decisions. He wouldn't be afraid of us coming against him. Like, God's not afraid of our disbelief. And I do want to address this too, because this is very important. The amount of Christians that do the whole hell thing, that really pisses me off. And because the God that I believe, he talks about perishing, right? So first of all, within that same sense of sovereignty, God doesn't have to send people to hell for disbelief. That's not a true statement. When one sense we say that God can do whatever he wants, there are people who logically, he can actually say, I know why you don't believe. And then next thing you know, and instead of sending you to hell, you just cease to exist with what you already believed anyway. You just cease to exist. But I think the people that go to hell are the actual people who should have been examples of love and mercy and justice, who spoke in the name of God and then turned around and did something else. Because when I look at
ceasing to exist is still capital punishment. And in human terms, that's the ultimate punishment. So basically, God's going to off you if you, like, let's say, like, only the worst of the worst go to hell. the believers go to heaven, or the believers who did the right things go to heaven, and the non-believers just get unalived. That's still capital punishment for non-belief, which isn't something we can actually choose.
But if atheists already believe, so like here's the thing, because to me, atheist doesn't mean bad person. When I look at
agreed,
yeah. So that to me, when I hear atheist, I don't hear bad person. I just hear a person that doesn't believe in God. And when I look at that and I go, well, why doesn't that person believe in God? And then I look at the examples of believers, and I'm like, well, God, how are you going to send this person to hell when all of your people, the people that believe in you, cause them to not believe?
Duke, with respect, my friend, we're going to move it along. Yeah,
talk to you guys later, man.
Yeah, good to speak. Okay, keep well. All right, there we go. He certainly has a very individual take on all of this. But yeah, I don't think there's much fruitful conversation to be had about that right now. Okay.
I'm worried about those Chucky babies.
Man. Look, if you believe in an all-powerful God, all of these arguments are all completely vapid nonsense. An all-powerful God would just make reality the way he wants to make it. There would be no trying. There would be no working towards. There would be no... An all-powerful God could just tell people don't keep slaves. He wouldn't have to progressively reveal things for fear that people may not like him, or that he may lose followers, or that whatever. This is all such nonsense. The idea that when it's convenient to establish a theological point or defend a position, to suddenly make your God into this pathetic little sort of man with lots of limitations, who has to work hard and try to do things and gradually iterate towards things, and then you get to claim that he's this majestic, splendid, all-powerful omni-being when that's convenient, is completely ludicrous. Is one of the reasons why I think this sort of man-like God that we get in the Bible is such a completely laughable and obviously ridiculous idea. Like, I'm telling you, if there is a God, if there's some kind of creator that exists, he's nothing like the Bible God, or she or it. It's nothing like the Bible God. It would just be like some kind of force that's got its own internal logic or something. It wouldn't have all of these like man-like, human-like aspirations and foibles and failings and vulnerabilities and
jealousies
and petty failings and stuff. It's so lacking in ambition. This God of the Bible is so crap. Let's tell it how it is. This is a shit God. If I was going to imagine a God, it wouldn't have any of these failings. It would just be some like kind of awesome, mega powerful thing who just creates universes in a perfect state and doesn't have catastrophes and falls and messing up and having to start again and having to punish people and threaten people and getting upset and losing wrestling matches. And it's just such bollocks. Absolute bollocks. I mean, I know we're like 8 hours into the stream and I start to get a bit cranky at some point, but really, this stuff is just absolute twaddle, as I like to say from time to time. Okay, we will probably think about finishing up soon. We've got no one in the queue right now. I've got a couple more of these super chats to read out, and then we'll see where we're at. But maybe we're approaching the landing soon. For Sean, from Babs, a priest caught a leprechaun. I'll grant your wish if you tell me which convent has the leprechaun nun. Huh? There are no leprechaun nuns. Damn, I must have fucked a penguin.
That's clever.
That's brilliant, Babs. Thank you so much. That's the pick-me-up I needed right now. Absolutely brilliant, Babs. Thank you. That's absolutely brilliant. And PVG, thank you, PVG, for the super chat. This god monster compares to supervillains. This was while we were speaking to Zach before. Hope you're doing well, PVG, and thank you and Espresso as ever for work on all the timestamps. You guys are absolutely incredible. I love you both for it. Thank you so much. And Anani says Calvinism, where God chose that sperm this time because this time he fancies a burner. I love that too. Isn't that great? Man, absolutely amazing. John O'Neill asking what the record is for the longest stream. Yeah, it was coming up on 10 hours. It was about a week before I went away. We went for it, and it was nearly 10 hours.
Yeah, and we're at about coming up on 8 right now.
Coming up on 8 now, yeah. And I feel, I mean, look, if there were still callers coming in fresh and it was all running, I'd probably still keep on going for a bit. But let's see. Junk Grave says, I was indoctrinated into a fear of hell as a child. I now understand, thanks to you, that this was child abuse. It absolutely was child abuse, and I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. It still haunts me. Your channel is a breath of fresh air. Thank you both. Well, thank you for being here, and this is what motivates us to do this more than anything else, is realizing that there are people who need to hear this stuff. They need to hear us laughing at and mocking these ridiculous ideas that are so traumatic for so many people. There's some really interesting research in the psychology literature about one of the most effective ways to counter traumatizing ideas is to laugh at them, which is why I do mock these things. I don't do it in order to offend. I know it does offend people sometimes, but I'm not setting out to offend. I'm setting out to defang these ideas that are terrifying and horrible, and people feel residual feelings of shame or unworthiness or fear and stuff. I'm highly, highly, highly motivated to push back against that. And every message I get, like you've just sent, lights a fire to keep on going and doing it more. So thank you for sharing so generously that, and I'm delighted that it helps, really. Thank you. And Nine Ball Junkie says, I have a flurfer friend, oh dear. Pyramids were built by aliens friend, oh dear, and other friends with other weird beliefs. It really makes me wish I could recognize and pass all bad ideas from my mind. Thanks. Well, I think there's like a strain of just critical thinking. Once you start just thinking critically about stuff, all of these things kind of fall into place. And for me, I know I've mentioned it hundreds of times before, The Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark by Carl Sagan really was a turning point book for me in my kind of journey. That's the thing that started me on the road, I guess, to wherever it is I'm going, was that book where he really just lays it out. So if anyone has not read that, I say anything by Carl Sagan is amazing. It's such a tragedy that we lost Carl Sagan so young. I think he was probably, well, he still had a lot more to give. And sadly, he died in the, when did he die? It was mid-90s or something like that. It might have been, I can't remember. But he really was an incredible communicator. And The Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark, is required reading for anyone who's interested. But yeah, all of these other crazy woo-woo things, they're all the same.
Something to remember is we all almost certainly believe some things that are not true. But we don't know what they are. Otherwise, we wouldn't be believing the untrue things, right?
Right. Yeah.
So
that's right.
there's the hidden gems of things we believe that are not true, and not knowing what they are is a good reminder to be humble about the things you do believe, and to constantly always be evaluating and reassessing. Could I be wrong about this? Could I be wrong about that? To try to this ever persisting, not game, but intention of identifying your false beliefs so you can correct them.
So well said, Sean. So well said. And that's an ongoing project for all of us. It should be. Let's not ever get too kind of confident in ourselves. We are all fallible. We're all foolable. Well said. Very well said. And Edward James, thank you for the super chat. I like to talk, Sean, how he Sean, how he deconstructed. Maybe we have a similar story. Maybe we could have a beer. I'm sure the church wouldn't like that. Well, yeah, I'm sure.
Sean James and Edward James, we could have a beer sometime. Would enjoy that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on out Friday, or this upcoming Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have virtual beers. And Rio Grande also says, I found your channel a few weeks ago. This has been my first live stream. I look forward to many more. Well, it's been amazing having you here as well. It's my favorite thing. People coming into the lives who haven't before. May you come to many more. And thank you so much. Really appreciate that. All right. Well, lovely people. There are no more guests right now. So I'm going to do some of the housekeeping-y things so that they are done. You will obviously see the wonderful inner circle names going along the top of the screen there. Let's have a look at the leaderboard of today's conversations and see what we got. I know we weren't voting all the way through on everything, so it kind of doesn't necessarily work all the time, but it does give us a steer. So our best call was from Beth, who was actually calling in just for a bit of support. And even though, do you know what, I was so traumatized by the fact that I screwed up on turning someone away from the debate stream who actually needed to speak to us. You all know who it was. It was a few weeks ago, and I just did a terribly bad call. Someone called in. His name was Chris, I think, and he wanted to talk. And I said, "Well, it's debates only. Call us back on Friday," and he didn't. And it was wrong of me, and I felt bad. So it kind of now when we have those situations, I don't want to mess up that way again. Which is why I took Beth's call, and she ended up getting the best conversation. I love that. I love that for her. And the worst conversation of the day today goes to Ad. Yeah, I can completely see why. Ad's got a little work to do. So that is the leaderboard there. And we also need to look at the bingo and see. We didn't manage to finish the board completely. We didn't get the nothing comes from nothing. It was quite a surprise because quite often we get that. But today's winner is our habitual champion, Ash Wild, who keeps on taking it. Ash is just unstoppable at the bingo. Absolutely brilliant. With 7. Joint second place, Bass Clef and Kif with 5. And then joint third place, Diagoras and Yowie Gaming with 2. That's absolutely brilliant performance. Well done. That's absolutely brilliant. Right. I think that might be us about done. Unless anyone has any other business, I think that might be it.
I thought it went by for an 8-hour stream. That went by pretty fast. It actually snuck up on me.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Let's have a look. What's saying? Leo is saying, does the chat count? It was mentioned in the chat. Was what mentioned? Yeah, Richie.
Nothing comes from nothing was in the chat, I guess.
Right. Oh, right. Yeah, that was probably what that does mean. Yeah, no, it has to be on a call. And Richie, what did Richie say there? Yeah, I hope he comes back again. I hope he does too. I really does. That was haunting me, that one. I screwed up and dropped the ball there. We have had on and off. We've had ER Breeze, who's popped in and out of the TikTok queue a few times, and I haven't got them in. I'll get them in right now, and maybe be our final call because the name's popped up a bit. So let's get ER Breeze. I wasn't sure if it was an accidental one, so it may yet prove to be that way, but we will find out in a moment. Hey, ER Breeze, how are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I wondered if it was maybe accidental because you were popping in and out of the queue a bit earlier on, but welcome.
Yeah. Sorry.
Welcome in.
Yeah.
This will probably be our final conversation. So, what would you like to say?
Hopefully, it will be interesting. It seems to me that when you say good God could not send anyone to hell for non-belief, would you say that whatever you consider good, whatever you consider up, the alternative to that would be down, right? If you're not going towards A, that means there is something against it, right?
I'm not entirely sure I'm following what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is I'm showing you the duality of good and bad. If you're not following the good, either you're stagnant or you're following the opposite, right? Since we're moving creatures, we're prioritizing creatures.
Things are various degrees of good, either or benign, not good nor bad, benign. I'll call it benign, or various degrees of bad.
But also, I'm not sure if that's quite the right framing here, because I'm talking about good as a characteristic of the god, a little bit like well-dressed. You could say a well-dressed god wouldn't wear socks and sandals. Right, I'm using good in a similar kind of way. I'm using it as an adjective to describe the moral qualities of a god. So I'm saying a god who would punish people for not being convinced of something, we couldn't describe meaningfully as good.
Yeah, I understand your perspective. All I'm saying is there has to be something at the top of the pyramid, right? If you're going to be consistent and coherent. Would you agree with me?
I don't get the pyramid reference.
At the top of
pyramid
what
meaning
pyramid?
Prioritization of values. I prioritize justice over this, for example. I prioritize survival over this. I prioritize love over this. So there has to be something at the top that is unifying all your values, or your values are fragmented and scattered. Sometimes you're this, the next day you're that. There is no coherency, no directionality, no up, no down, no left, no right type thing.
So to simplify this, can we agree that punishment should come with the agency to have done something differently, at minimum?
Yeah, I believe punishment is inevitable, in my opinion.
No. That's not my question. My question is, should we agree that punishment should only be doled out if it's for an action that someone could have done differently?
Meaning, if they had an option, they don't deserve to be punished, type thing.
If they had no option, like they had no choice or agency in the thing they're being punished for, it's morally nonsensical. Would you agree with that?
I would say the action has consequences. I don't care about it.
I didn't ask you if actions have consequences. I said nothing about intentions.
Yeah, whether you know about it or not.
No. My question: should people be punished for things they cannot choose?
Oh, you're saying should. Should meaning from a human being perspective, should we judge them? Should we punish them?
I'm asking you your moral values. Should we punish according to you, your morals, should we punish people for things they cannot choose? Does that make moral sense to you?
Absolutely, it does make sense, because action is more important than intention. Yes. I don't care what you feel
so
inside.
I didn't say anything.
No,
you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
I said action.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about it. Okay, so first of all, belief isn't an action. Can we agree with that?
I thought you said punishment.
Yeah, punishment. For something people cannot choose. I didn't say action.
Is belief cannot choose?
Okay, let me spell it out for you. Belief isn't an action, and it's not a choice. You're either convinced of something or it's not. I can no more choose to believe God exists than you can choose to believe Superman exists. How does it make moral sense to punish?
Yes.
Huh? How does it make sense to punish?
Consequences.
How does it make? If there's an all-powerful God that's a moral monster, possibly, but how does it make sense to punish someone for something they cannot choose?
Yeah, the question is, the options are two things. Either there is a moral order in this world that we ought to follow or should follow, and if you go against that, you should be punished either naturally or supernaturally. Okay, if you go against gravity, you'll be punished by gravity.
How?
By definition.
You're not answering my question.
So this God you're talking about, when you say
not answering my question. You're talking really fast, creating this verbal distance.
Okay.
How does it make sense to punish someone for something they cannot choose?
Like the color of their hair, for example. Like the color of their hair. If a God implemented a law that said all people with blonde hair, I'm using Adam's example from the chat, all people with blonde hair are going to be executed. Would that be just in your view?
Yeah, but a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu defines their actions based on higher standards.
Are you capable of just answering a simple question? This is a hypothetical which you should be able to engage with without needing to complicate things. If a God created a rule and imposed a law that said people with a certain hair color must be now executed or punished, would that be right? You should be able to say yes or no to this. If you can't, it suggests a problem with your ability to reason and function.
Bro, the answer is no.
No, it wouldn't be right. And the reason it wouldn't be right is because you recognize that hair color is something they couldn't do anything about, which is exactly what Sean was saying. Now, you may surprise you to know that what you believe is closer to hair color than it is to any of the other things and examples you've been talking about, where things must have actions, must have consequences and stuff. What you believe is not anything you can do something about. Sorry, is not something you can do anything about either. or maybe it might be very, 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 very indirectly. You may be able to influence what your beliefs are, but you can't.
Can I say the same way about you?
You can know more. You can know more. Just decide to. Why don't you listen instead of just yapping? You can know more.
You guys
just
talk a lot.
Why? Yes, that's right. That's what it is. Just pay attention, and you might learn something. Pay attention, and you might learn something.
You're yapping.
So you can know more. Just decide to. You can know more. Just decide to. You know what? He's not interested in having a discussion at all. He's just here to talk and not listen.
Yeah.
Off he goes.
Yeah.
Okay. Total waste of time. I thought we might get an interesting debate or conversation. He was not interested in actually listening to anything that was being said. So that's pointless at this point. Okay, everyone, you are wonderful people. Huge thanks to mods in both chats. You are wonderful people too. Sean, you're a wonderful person.
Thank you. You too, John.
We will be back. Now, there is a possibility that I may need to move this week's Tuesday day stream to Wednesday. I hope that's going to work. I know, Sean, for you, the day streams are a little bit up and down anyway in terms of that. That's absolutely fine. But just a heads up, I will probably find out tomorrow, but it looks fairly likely I may have some stuff I have to do on Tuesday, which will mean I may need to move the Tuesday stream to Wednesday. I will, of course, let you all know. And other than that, we'll be back in the week. And is there another call waiting on the bingo? Hang on, there can't be another call on the bingo. But basically, nothing calls from nothing. It wasn't said. It wasn't called from said. It wasn't said. So we will have to leave that how it is. So
I think that was someone with OCD. He didn't like seeing one square open. He's like, I'm just.
It's not good. It's not good. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. To all the new people, if it was your first time in, thank you so much for joining us. We hope that you enjoyed it and that you continue to join us again. Love having new people in. Love, 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 love. And we will speak to you all soon. So take it easy.
If you haven't yet, give John a follow. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Speak soon. Bye.